Good morning. We start over here on the red ring, and we got our Montadales out here. Just two entries, two contrasting in types and kinds. Both of them have some issues that we can discuss, and we're going to go ahead and opt to use the bigger buck here. He's just higher headed. He's a lot taller at the point of his shoulder. You know, he's one of those sheep that I think he's sound enough. You know, you might strengthen him in his pastures just a little bit, but he's up and he's out, and he's got some length of body to him, straight enough down his top and good enough under his underline. The buck here in twos may be a little more moderate, a little stouter in terms of his body type. With that stoutness comes some issues, in my opinion, on his hocks. I think he gets a little blown out on both ends. I'd like to change that in terms a little bit, but a buck that's stout and he's big-bodied, level down his top, just like to make him a little sounder on his hocks also. We're going to go ahead and use the size in this particular class. Congratulations to the kids.
Placing on the class of fall ram lambs for the Montadales, first place goes to Pete Fish 2029, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second place to Triple K 0068, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Now ready for January ram lambs for the Montadales.
In the white ring, starting the Hampshire show over here, and a nice way to start. I tell you what, I'm pretty excited to get through this set of sheep over in this ring this morning, and a nice way to start out here. Young man brings us a big growthy buck, certainly one that you like in terms of his front end design. Length of spine and top line's very good. He's more of an upstanding sheep, in my opinion, than the one that we have in second. If you want to go with a little bit more foot and bone size and stoutness of feature, that's the one in second for sure. Just a little bit plainer as we step off to the side of him, in my opinion, than the one that we lead off with. Congratulations. Nice way to start the day.
We'd like to introduce our judges for the day. Brad Ellerbrock from Atkinson, Illinois is in the red ring. Brad's a salesman for Integrated Seed Solutions, where they sell seed, chemicals, and fungicides, as well as nutritional products. He's also a part of the Ellerbrock Club Lamb business, where they raise sheep with his wife Lisa, sons Cole and daughter Kendall, and his brother's family. In addition to the Club Lambs, they also have some Southdowns and Dorsets. Their sheep have been nationally competitive in the Club Lamb industry for a number of years, and they've won numerous state fair and national shows. In the white ring, we have Randall von Krozik of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Randall's the territory account manager for New Generation Supplements, Randall and his family own Von Krozik Family Targees, a registered sheep operation specializing in commercial ram production. Von Krozik Family Targees has raised over 30 national champion Targhee sheep. His wife Cheyenne is a pharmacist at Sanford Health, and Randall was the livestock judging coach at Northeastern Junior College from 2013 to 2017, and the assistant coach at Kansas State from 2009 to 2012. And in our blue ring, we have Skip Anderson of Fargo, North Dakota. He's the shepherd at North Dakota State University, as well as an instructor of livestock sales and marketing. Skip's currently finishing a master's degree in livestock merchandising. Skip is a Hampshire enthusiast. In 2021, along with his family, they dispersed Baba Acres. In the 31 years breeding Hampshires, Baba Acres had 5 national or reserve national champions. Skip is judged in 17 different states, including 5 breeds at Louisville, as well as at the Big E and Arizona Nationals. Along with his wife, Kelly, Skip is the owner of Anderson Consulting and Creative, a livestock promotional company. Skip is a big collector of livestock publications with a collection of over 3,500 publications. But I'd say most importantly, Skip is also a proud dad to his daughter, Wynn. Let's welcome our 3 judges to the All-American. Placing on the fitted Hampshire Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to Taylor Stock 2201, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to Lindo Farms 30024, Jenna Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin.
Here in our Border Leicester show, we've got a nice ram to lead off with here in our senior division. Of certainly a ram that I think we can appreciate a lot of quality in this individual. A sheep that when you get your hands on him, he's straight and true down his top. I think where this ram excels is in terms of growth and performance at this stage of the game. A sheep that you can really appreciate that added mass and dimension that he has. A sheep that I can appreciate in terms of his fleece, its uniform from front to rear, and the exhibitors did a nice job getting him presented today. Ram that we've got here in second is really similar in type and kind to the sheep that we chose to start off with. Certainly one that has some added thickness and dimension, and certainly that's where his advantage comes over the ram that we've got here in third. I think a ram that we can appreciate that natural width and thickness that he has. A ram that's presented to us in fairly short fleece today, but I think a sheep that has a lot of usefulness and function to him. Ram that we have here in third, a real long-bodied, real youthful appearing kind of a buck. I think a buck that's got brighter days in front of him. A sheep that we really like him in terms of his fleece. It's bright, shiny. It's certainly got some luster to it, and one that we like that handle and uniformity from front to rear. And then the ram we're going to round out with is also another very youthful appearing kind of a sheep, one that's really long from front to rear. Certainly one that we can appreciate him in terms of his the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder into his forerib. A sheep that we just need to make sounder on the move before he can go any higher. Thank you.
In the Montadale ring over here, we've got some differences in types and kinds, but I think we find a pair of bucks that really separate themselves from the rest of them just in terms of quality. Both these bucks have really good top lines in them. They're better fronted, sounder footed, just a lot better movement, particularly better in their flank and from the relationship of their front end. I think the one that I start with is the best balanced one from front to rear. I think he's a little better in terms of the way his neck sets up on top of his shoulder. I know he's better down through his breastplate. A sheep that's good and really, really, really straight down his top. One of those bucks that just doesn't have a lot wrong with him. Is he perfect on his hock? He's not, but I think he's just got more true base width from front to rear, both up underneath of him and then over his top line. The buck here in second appears to be the buck that has more mass to him. I think there's more wool down his top line than the one that's in first. Again, another high-quality one that's got some rib. He's got some dimension to him. Certainly has some flank and some depth back in there and shows me some hip and some dimension in those regards. Both of them bucks are good enough in their head. Buck here in third's a big sheep. I mean, he's one of those that's long-sided, up-headed type of a deal. To me, he just gets a little too harsh in his underlying characteristics, way too high in his flank relative to his heart. Maybe his feet and legs aren't as square and as dimensional and opened up as the two ahead of him. The real big buck here sits in 4, and you appreciate the size and the skeletal size that he brings us. The structure just isn't in this one. When you put him into motion, you can watch him walk out of the ring, starting to get some real issues up underneath of his carriage in terms of both off the front and back end. We end up with a buck that's just a little harder in his body. For me, you know, maybe you put a lot of weight on him, and that might change the way you feel about him. But at the same point in time, I just don't feel like he has a real natural width and dimension from front to rear as the top end of the class. Nice class.
On the Hampshire ring, we up the ante a little bit, quality all the way through, and I think as we study particularly the top end of this class, we kind of set the tone for what you guys should expect on the outside of the ring throughout the day. Sheep that leads off, in my opinion, is just extremely high quality. I like his breed character. He's one that is just skinny as all get out, but I think in terms of just his basics of build and design, that's his advantage within this particular class. I love his length through his front end, and actually as you get your hands on him, he surprises you with more muscularity in his top line and out of his hip than probably you would expect from the outside. I think a ton of future in that guy. Nice place to lead off. The bigger footed, heavier structured sheep is in second. And if you want to go there, that's fine with me. I do like his chest width, his body shape, his top line. Just don't know that he comes with quite as much look from the side as the one that leads off. Maybe comes with just a little bit more lower shoulder, but a really good sheep in his own right there. Nice sheep in third, and from his forerib back, I like that sheep a great deal. He's good in his top line, really like his hip and hind leg design. It's just up front that sheep could be assembled just a little bit neater in terms of the base of his shoulder, the way he hooks his neck into his shoulder to get up and compete with those two that lead off. Nice sheep that comes out in fourth, probably the biggest and longest in terms of what I expect long term. I like that guy up through his front end. He's maybe a little bit different than the one that we just talked about from his last rib forward. There's a lot to like about that particular sheep. He gets maybe just a little bit high in terms of his loin at times, maybe just a little bit more leg in order to really balance correctly as we get off to the side of him, but that sheep's got a ton of future as well. Big-footed, heavy-structured sheep that's extremely tall-fronted, good in his breed character, one that comes next. Like that guy a good deal from that standpoint. He closes up a little bit in his lower skeleton, gets a little bit flatter in terms of his body shape, and could be loosened up just a little bit in terms of his skeleton and structure, in my opinion. Very nice class here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the white border Leicesters. First place goes to Price Walmsley 93, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Second place to Hickory Grove 823, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Third place to Kea Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. And fourth to Corbin Reister, Washougal, Washington. Placing on the class of Montadale, January Ram Lambs, first to Miller 23 C13, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. Second to Eckern 306, Jasmine Gates, Caro, Missouri. Third place, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. And 5, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lambs for the Hampshires, first place to 2311, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Peterson, 23132, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 5, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin.
Here in our White Border Leicester show, we've got a real slam dunk winner to lead off here. I think a sheep that when he came into the ring, I knew that was probably the ram that we were going to tie to, and certainly a sheep that we can really appreciate in the way this one's constructed and built. When you get your hands on this sheep, he's just so powerful in the way he's constructed down his top line. A sheep that's got so much center body and width and thickness, and then he carries that width and thickness out and through a big wide square hip. And I think his biggest advantage comes is when he moves about the ring. He's certainly a sound-footed sheep that stands on a tremendous amount of base width. I like the bone on this sheep, but certainly I also like him in terms of his fleece, a sheep that's got a uniform fleece from front to rear, one that's it's soft to the handle. It's certainly lustrous when you open it up, and yet a sheep that when you step back and look at him from the profile here, he just offers so much in terms of breed type and design. I really like that one to lead off with. Ram that we've got here in second, a more moderate frame built one, but I think where his true competitive advantage comes is when we get this one on the move, a sheep that's just so much more sound than the ram that we've got in second. A ram that I can really appreciate when he sets out and goes. He's certainly long in his stride. He's certainly athletic on the move. And then a sheep that when you really analyze him from the way he's built and the way he's constructed, he's straight and true down his top. I like him in terms of his front 1/3 of his skeleton, the way he matches up from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder into his forerib. Certainly, I think a sheep that does have brighter days in front of him and appreciate the great presentation on this one. Ram that we have here in third is similarly built to the ram that we chose to start off with. A big framed, big outline kind of a sheep, and a sheep that certainly has some weight per day of age and growth and performance at this stage. A sheep that you can appreciate the natural thickness in this animal. One that certainly has some width and thickness to him, certainly offers a lot of pounds and growth at this stage of the game. A sheep that we just need to make better in terms of his structure. I'd like to see him straighter and truer down his top and make him better right behind his shoulder. A ram that we've got here in fourth, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep, and the young lady does a great job getting this ram presented. He's long and straight and true down his top. He just runs out of gas in terms of power and dimension and really just sheer maturity as we compare him to the rams in front of him. And then the ram we're going to round out with, again, a very youthful appearing kind of a sheep, and one that you can certainly tell that this ram has brighter days in front of him as well. A sheep that just needs some growth and performance before we can go any higher. Thank you.
On the Montadale ring, unfortunately, you have to place them 1 through 4 because all 4 of them have some quality, okay? Even the slick-sheared buck here in 4, there's a lot going on here. There's some positives for this set of young kids out here. I think the buck that I start with just provides us with the most body and the most stoutness and the most rib. Just a really high-headed buck that, still has some quality. Is he going to be the biggest one out here as a yearling? I'm not going to say that, but this is a really nice sheep. From a Mondadale standpoint, he's opened up in his cage. He's opened up underneath, provides us with some cleanliness up front. His flank and chest relationship are exceptional, in my opinion, for the breed. Just a high-quality one that wins the particular class. The buck here in second, when they get him propped, set, and sitting there, I'll give you he's maybe a little higher-headed. I think this one's shorter-sided. I know he's shorter-hipped, and I know he's a little rounder-hipped, especially when you put him into motion. I know that I feel like his depth of chest, as he matures and comes into as a yearling, I believe that one's going to start to get a little deeper, going to come off in his balance in his flank, but a buck that it does have a lot of quality about him. Here's a real stout, muscled type of a Montadale buck here in third. A little different kind, definitely than most of them that you see, but very wide-based and very wide up over his top line. Provides us a lot of hip and a lot of loin to him. This guy just, to me, needs to be a little cooler. He gets a little more shorter necked, a little more jammed up, a little straighter off his front end. We end up with a slick-sheared Montadale, really a nice one for a slick-sheared Montadale. There's not much wrong with him. I just don't think that he has the look and the style and the eye appeal of the ones ahead of him. But for a slick-sheared Montadale, kudos, that's a real nice one. Congratulations, kids.
Hampshire ring, another really good class, and one that I guess just falls together pretty handily for this judge. Young man brings us one up front that, again, as you start at the ground in terms of foot and bone size and skeletal width, certainly has that. But from there up, in terms of his height, the shoulder, and the way he's built through his front third, he's got the class advantage. I think he's plenty good from there back, and certainly one that, again, as you project him forward in terms of filling into his belly line as maturity comes, that one only gets better with age. The next one's just green as a gourd again. Skinny sheep that's exceptionally good in terms of his length of neck. Really like his body shape, and certainly his hip and hind leg design is as good as anything in class. To me, he maybe just needs to transition a little smoother from the base of his shoulder into his forerib. Doesn't come with quite the same stoutness and just burliness of feature as that one that leads off. Biggest footed, stoutest featured one is the one that's in third, and from this angle right here, there's a lot to appreciate about that particular sheep. I can get on board with his top line, his hip and hind leg, and certainly head and neck on that one I think is exceptionally good. To me, he gets just a little bit flatter and certainly more closed up underneath, and one that as we compare him to those two ahead of him, maybe just doesn't come with quite the same look as we work through the front end of his skeleton. One that rounds out the set is extremely big-bodied, very practical. I like that kind of sheep. Ultimately, in a class of this caliber, his front end's got to be designed just a little bit more attractive to move further up in this class. Congratulations.
In addition to Compeer Financial as one of our overall ring sponsors, we'd like to thank Alf Hampshires as our ring sponsor for the Hampshire show today here in the White Ring. Results from the White Border Leicester class of February Ram Lambs. First place to Josie Baird of Canfield, Ohio with J. Baird 0050. Second place, MJD 2302 Starfield, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Third place, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. Fourth place to Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And fifth place, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the Montadale class of February Ram Lambs, first to Jacobson, 2333, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. Second place, Corzat 2363, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. For the Hampshires, for the February fitted Ram Lamb class, first place to Mum 2308, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 2324, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third place, Dylan Klug, Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. 4, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri.
Over here on the Montadale side, this one falls together pretty quick for me. A sheep that starts at the top of the class. It's very angular, about the front 1/3 of his body, really high-headed, long-necked. You know, he's straight enough down his top, and he gets around the ring and enough structural correctness. You know, is he the soundest one I've seen today? I'm not going to say that, but he's one of the cooler ones, and we'll evaluate that one and bring him back out. Buck here in second, you know, a buck that probably, if you can just get a little more fill in this guy, get him to drop down in his flank, get him a little fuller in his body type, you know, get some more weight on him. I think that buck's got a lot of qualities, very good headed. Fairly sound. This sheep needs to blow apart in his body width and give me more dimension. And maybe he is that sheep, and maybe just needs more time. But I do find quality in that one. The buck we end up in the end of the class, a cool-fronted one, high-headed one, just got some structural issues. You put him in motion both off of both ends on his front and back legs. So nice class.
Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Montadales, first place to Corzat 2392, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to Burks 63, Dallas Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana. Third place to J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Now ready for pair of Ram Lambs, Montadale pair Ram Lambs, and then we'll show for champion and reserve champion Ram.
Super fancy Ram Lamb to lead off our March class here in our Border Leicester show. I think a sheep that just offers a lot of quality in terms of structural correctness and volume. A sheep that certainly when you look at him from the profile here, he's really attractive through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He certainly carries that width and thickness into a big wide square hip, and a sheep that's got some outward turn to his rib cage. He's dropped in deep in his rear flank, and a sheep I really like him in terms of his type. One that's certainly uniform in his fleece from front to rear. Just an easy winner to lead off here in our March Ram Lamb class. A more youthful appearing kind of a buck comes at us here in second, where I think his big advantage comes is when we talk about just overall structural correctness and structural build in this sheep. One that's straighter and truer down his top than the ram that we've got here in third. I think a sheep, as we talk about this one in terms of his overall makeup, he's really attractive, certainly profiles up and balances nice from the side. I think his brighter days are in front of him as we talk about this one's growth and pattern. I think as we talk about this sheep in terms of his base width and bone, he's one of the stouter featured rams that we have out here, and I think logically falls into the second place hole real nicely. Ram that we've got here in third, I think a sheep that we can appreciate his growth and performance, and when you get your hands on this one and really study him, he's got some width and thickness down his top. He's carrying that width and thickness throughout his hip and into his pin set. A sheep that I really appreciate in terms of that extra length of body that he has from his 13th rib back. Where we need to make this one better is right behind his shoulder in terms of his structure and the way he moves. A sheep that I do like the fleece on that one. Ram that we have here in fourth, a ram that I really appreciate that added length of body in this one as well. Certainly a sheep that I think has some growth and performance left in him, one that's very youthful in the way he looks. A sheep for me that we need to make better in terms of his structure. I'd like to change the way he handles himself off his hind legs, especially when we set this one into motion. A really neat featured Ram Lambs comes at us here in fourth, and certainly a sheep that's at us in a little more moderate build. One that I really like him in terms of the way he's constructed, in terms of his bone work. One that I really like in terms of his features. A sheep to me that I think has some future in this one as we forecast him forward. I like him in terms of his type. He just runs into some rams that have some more growth and performance at this stage of the game. Certainly might be a factor of immaturity at this standpoint, but I think that's a neat one here in fourth. And then fifth, and then into sixth here. A ram lamb that's just really young and youthful. A ram that I think does offer some structural correctness and quality about him. He just runs into some bucks with more growth and performance. Thank you.
Over in the white ring, move into the March Hampshires, and I think again, another judging class, if you will, 4 at a time, and I think one that just kind of comes together pretty handily. We've got a couple of bucks up front here that, in my opinion, probably put just a little bit more look and balance and breed character together. The one that is up front, to me, is just a little neater at the base of his shoulder. He's a little neater in terms of his head and his neck shape and his body line. And with that, I think as you set these sheep in motion, he probably stays just a little bit neater in motion. I can like and appreciate everything about the one that comes in second. He's bigger footed, heavier structured. Like that sheep a great deal in terms of his top line and hip and hind leg design. Again, he's one that maybe just doesn't come with quite as much look through the front third of that one's skeleton as the one that leads off. He's maybe just a little bit deeper in terms of his shoulder, maybe just doesn't come with quite the same presence as that first place sheep. Little different speed as the one that comes in third, and kind of a tweener, if you will, or a weather type, if you will. I mean, that guy's got a big shape behind his shoulder, really, really big in terms of his loin, really big out of his hip. Like all of those things about him. He obviously, up front gets just a little bit coarser. He's just a little bit shorter and more compact, and probably just needs to be a tick darker. The one that comes out in 4, big extended sheep, and certainly upon maturity will be the largest sheep in this particular class, and I can dang sure appreciate that. That sheep's got to get out and move just a little bit more freely, particularly out of his front end as we compare him to these ahead of him. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of March Ram Lambs for the White Border Leicesters, first place to Gargis Girls, 214, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place to MJD 2302, Starfield, Maria Decker. Arundel, Maine. Third place, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Fourth, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Aiden Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire class of March Ram Lambs, first place to Mum 2392, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 7 Mile 23089, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Third, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 4, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. For the pair Ram Lambs over on the Montadale ring, we had first place Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. And third place, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois.
So over here on the Montadale side, let's put our hands together. I think the kids brought out a nice enough set of bucks to look through today. I think there's some options out here in terms of, some young people to have some nice bucks to put into their flocks and maybe move the Montadale thing a little more structurally correct, a little sounder footed, a little better bodied type of sheep. I think that when you study these, they've all got some growth and they've got some look about them. And yeah, there's one out here that's just a little bit different than the rest of them in terms of just being a little bolder ribbed, soggier middled, and yet still puts together a lot of good things. And then you got some others that are a little more freaky, a little more up and out. But I think when you really study them, I think when you start to put together quality, when you turn a buck out, I think you need to start to think about how many good things that buck can offer, and size is not the thing, and this soul thing. I come from the Dorset world before I had club lambs and totally understand that big is better in terms of if you can make a good big one. But when you have a big bad one, to me, I just can't appreciate those kind. I think my champion buck's really big, bold, opened up in his rib, good under his undercarriage, has a little more to offer in terms for the Montadales. And then my reserve's a little more freakier made in terms of some things, but yet still has some potential to go out there and grow out to be one of those yearling bucks that I think might have a lot of options. So we'll go out and pick your champion reserve. Congratulations to the kids out here.
Champion Montadale Ram goes to the first place in the February Ram Lamb class, Jacobson, 2333, Jasmine Gates, Caro, Missouri. The reserve champion was our January Ram Lamb class winner, Miller, 23C13, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. Now ready to move into yearling ewes. Montadale yearling ewes will be your next class. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the white border Leicesters, first place went to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Third place, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. And 4, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Hampshires in the fitted division, first place goes to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 4, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky.
Nice set of Ram Lambs out here in our white border Leicester show. I think we've got 6 high-quality individuals out here that certainly fit the bill in terms of quality, and certainly rams that I think have some usefulness and function to them when they go back and work as breeding pieces in their respected flocks. I think as we analyze these 6, we found 6 individuals that have some high-quality fleeces about them, but also rams that have some natural thickness and power to them as well. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like the best. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Champion Ram for the White Border Leicester Show goes to our February class winner, Jay Baird, 0050, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve champion, our March Ram Lamb class winner, Garges Girls 214, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania.
Well, over on the Hampshire side, nice way to start the day, get into select champion buck over here, and I think a lot of selections to work through, and certainly started with good quality up in the falls, and definitely did not disappoint as we worked into the Januaries and some of the juniors over here. At the end of the day, it's certainly my just subjective opinion today, and there's a couple of them that just suit me a little bit better. I thought they came out of the toughest class of the day so far that we've seen. I think both are extremely high quality. The Januaries are going to be grand and reserve.
For the fitted Hampshire show today, our champion ram goes to the first place January Ram Lamb, 23-11, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve champion was second in that January Ram Lamb class, Peterson, 23132, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Well, the Mondadale breeders brought out 5 really good ones. They're big, they're high quality. You know, are they perfect? I'm not going to say that, but in terms of just extreme quality and femininity and still able to move good enough, we can talk about the differences that I see out here. I think the ewe that wins, I think she does so rather handily. I moved her back there to the third, just trying to give this ewe an opportunity to see something in front of her, see if she'd kind of put herself back up and together, and she does. This one's really feminine to her design. I'm very confident in terms of if you get out there and handle her, she's the best topped one. She puts the most right things from front to rear down her top line. She's really laid in about her shoulder. She's good in her underline in terms of her chest floor relative to her flank. And I think that's why she wins this class is just her totals. The ewe here in second, if you don't have to move her, I'm going to tell you there's a lot I like about her. She's big and bold in terms of her rib. To me, she's a little deeper than she is in her flank. For me, they've done a great job of trimming her and presenting that you do not see that as much, but she's not as good in her top line. She's not quite as good in terms of her front 1/3 of her body as the ewe that wins. The one here in third is one of those that challenges me just a little bit because I think she's a lot like the class winner, but yet I don't really read her that way because I start to read her as being another one of those that's going to get a little deeper in her heart, a little deeper in her body relative to her flank. I don't think she's got as much natural width as when you really get your hands down her top, particularly when you come back into her hip and she gets a little shorter in her hip, and I think she gets off just a little bit in her hip relative, but no one that maybe moves better than the 1 and 2, and I'll give you that. The one here in 4 is one of those that's, you know, to me, I'd maybe trim her a little tighter up into her breastplate just a little bit, pull a little more off of her chest floor, but one that's high quality, a little shorter sided than the 3 that are ahead of her in my mind. Doesn't set her neck quite up as high up on top of her shoulder as the ones ahead of her. And I think when you put her into motion, she doesn't move quite as nicely. The 1 and 5 looks awesome, again, when you set her still and you don't move her. But when I start to move this one just starts to give me too many issues off both ends in my mind in terms of from a structural standpoint. Really a high-quality set from front to rear, top 5, real nice in this class. Congratulations, kids.
For the Montadales, now ready for slick Shorn yearling ewes. Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Montadales, first place to Gorman, 1742, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second place to Temple, 2202, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third place, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4, Jasmine Gates, Caro, Missouri. And 5 to Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Here in the blue ring in our white border Leicester show, this was a big yearling ewe class, and it was fun to sort, to work through all these individuals that we have out here, and I think the quality ran incredibly deep, and it was really a pleasure to work through these females. The ewe that we're going to start off with, I think, wins the class pretty easily. I just think she's a sheep that just offers so much good in terms of her build. One that I really like, this female, in terms of her type and kind, and certainly when you get your hands on this sheep, she doesn't disappoint you whatsoever. One that's just really wide top, she's wide hip, she's wide pinned, one that's wide based when we talk about this one at the ground. She's big footed, she's big boned, but yet she's still ultra feminine through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She balances up nice from a profiling standpoint. She's certainly presented to us well today, and one that I really like her in terms of her fleece as well. I think that's just a high quality individual to lead off with. Ewe that we have here in second is really similar in type and kind to the sheep that we chose to start with. Again, one that's really straight and true down her top, one that sets down nicely on all 4 corners, and I think as we talk about this one in terms of her type as well, just a high quality individual, certainly one that we definitely need to talk about here in our top pair because she offers so much structural correctness and structural integrity when we set this one into motion. Really nice female there in second. Ewe that comes at us here in third, a real youthful appearing ewe, one that's certainly really smooth and fresh in the way she's presented today, and certainly one that I really like her in terms of her femininity quantity and quality through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. A sheep that just balances up so well when we look at her from the side. Certainly there's really not even a hole in this sheep in terms of her structure. One that just moves about the ring on a sound set of feet and legs. She just maybe doesn't have the true power and mass compared to the 2 ewes that stood in front of her, but I think a sheep that just offers a high percentage of quality, and I like her here in the 3rd spot. Big outlined ewe comes at us here in 4th, and one that we can appreciate that growth and performance. Presented to us in a little longer fleece than some of the ones that stood in front of her. The young lady does a nice job getting the sheep showing. Just a lot of mass and dimension in this sheep. Certainly we might make her just a little sounder when we set this one into motion, but I think a sheep that offers a lot of good from a breeding standpoint, and certainly one from a brood ewe standpoint. And same holds true with the ewe that we've got here in 5th. A sheep that I certainly really can appreciate when you get your hands on this sheep. A lot of dimension, a lot of mass. Maybe like to change her just a little bit, the way she handles herself off her hip and into her hind leg, but a sheep that I think offers too much good not to talk about in our lineup. Congratulations.
In the slick-sheared Montadale class, certainly better than you would think, in my opinion, when you slicked them. But I think the one that I start with, I'm not going to tell you it's the biggest one. It's obvious from the outside of the ring. It's not the biggest one, but I think it's the one that collects the most good in terms of being one, if you're going to slick them off, it's got a lot of shape and a lot of rib cage, some muscle to it, straight down its top. Feminine enough fronted for me in terms of to go out here, but I think it's the one that has the most totals out here. The 1 and 2 is a little cooler in terms of maybe being a little bit better about its shoulder. I know it's better in its hip and it's better in its hock than 1 and 3. Neither one of these two have enough shape to me when you get back in their hip and back into their leg, but I think this one's just structurally more correct than the 1 and 3. The 3rd place one's the big framed one, that's for sure, but she's also the high condition one that if you pulled some of the cover off of her, I think you'd really start to see the imbalance of this particular female, particularly back into her hip. When you put her into motion, she just wants to get pretty off in her hip, just doesn't have as sound a hawk as the 2 ahead of her. Congratulations, kids.
Placing on the class of white border Leicester yearling ewes, first place goes to T. Johnson, 0158, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second, H. Barkley, 2207, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5, to Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. Placing on the slick shorn yearling ewe class for the Montadales, first place to Triple K 0058, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Second to Letman 1300, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. And third place to Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. For the Montadales, placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Now ready for fall ewe lambs. Following fall ewe lambs for the Montadales, we will select a senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
Over here in the white ring, I've been looking forward to this, and it certainly did not disappoint. Hampshire yearling ewes exceptionally good, and there's a lot of them that we sent out that are certainly national caliber type sheep. And so if you got sent out of the ring, I certainly commend the quality that we had all the way through. And so Hampshire, don't take lightly the competition that you've got out here. And I think you can do a lot of things within this top 5 depending on where you put your priorities. In my opinion, the one that just has the combination of look and balance and stoutness and build and dang sure on the standstill is just so good is the young ladies up front. I love her head. Her front third assembly, I think, is exceptionally good. Very good in terms of some topside mass. Her body shape and her underline quality is just so good. Big-footed, stout-boned. Her knees and her feet all are square and point the right direction, and just a really nice place to lead off, in my opinion. We go into 2. And we increase size a little bit, no doubt about that. That is a big, extended, really high-quality sheep that's exceptionally good up front, very good down her top line. Again, one that you love a great deal from this angle right here. I don't know that she matches just in terms of quite the center body shape as the sheep that leads off. She's just a little bigger and a little longer, and as a result, I don't know that she balances quite as good as that sheep up front, but boy, those two are awful good. Then we switch speeds completely into the Stoudian class. Again, in terms of chest width and body shape, stoutness and power up high and from behind, all of that is exceptionally good. And if you could take that ewe from her forerib back, she's probably in contention to win. As we set these sheep in motion, she just struggles a little bit more up front, gets a little bit more vertical in terms of her shoulder angle. As a result, her neck comes out just a little bit more horizontal as we go in motion, but I think that's a high-quality sheep as well. Again, switch speeds completely, and I guess I don't exactly care what kind or type that sheep come in. I just like high-quality ones, and so we jump around a little bit in terms of type and kind, but I think the quality is certainly there, and that's represented in the young man's that sits in 4th. The biggest and longest sheep of this particular 5. She's very tall-fronted, exceptionally good in terms of the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Like her a great deal from that standpoint. I thought as we set these sheep in motion, she gets just a little tight in her top line, just a little bit more uncoordinated in terms of her hind leg, and doesn't really collect herself quite as well as maybe these 3 ahead of her, but that's an exceptionally good one, particularly on the standstill. Nice sheep that comes out in 5, and she continued to just work her way further and further up within this class because I do think that she's just kind of a no holes type sheep. She doesn't wow you in any area, and that's why she sits 5. To me, she's maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of the length of her shoulder, in terms of her front end design. Not quite the wow factor that we've got in these top 4, but I do think in terms of foot size and bone structure and skeletal width and movement, that's why she gets herself into this top 5. Just needs to come with a little bit more show ring presence out here. Congratulations.
On the Montadale side, only 2 entries, and I just told Dennis Beckmeyer, I said, you could probably challenge me. Maybe next year I'll be wrong as yearlings, but this is the way I like them today, and I just think the sheep that wins the class is just better in terms of down her top line. I think she's just a little bit better in her underlying quality. I think she's a little sounder. I'm pretty confident the 1 and 2 is going to be the bigger yearling ewe. She's real high-headed. She's taller at the point of her shoulder. I just get a little concerned about what her feet and legs might look like as she continues to mature. If they can keep her feet and legs in her, I might be wrong in this class, but congratulations to the kids.
Placing on the Mondadale Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to Jacobson, 2313, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Second place to Pete Fish, 2032, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. We'll now show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe for the Montadales. For the Hampshire show in the fitted yearling ewe class, first place to 2228, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to BMWM 261, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third place, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5th, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of pair yearling ewes for the White Border Leicester Show. First place to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third place, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. 4, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. And 5, Corbin Reister, Washoga, Washington. For the Hampshires in the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
On the Montadale side for senior champion, let's put our hands together for all the kids that got to come out. Nice set out here. I think we got it. We had some contrasting in terms of when you throw the slick in the middle of there, but I think our first places out here all have a lot of quality in them, and from that standpoint, for me, you know, the decision is one of those deals when you start to line them up, and you got to have an awful good ewe lamb to be able to get around the yearlings. I like that one, but we're staying in the yearlings straight through champion and reserve. Congratulations on this pair of yearlings.
Here in the blue ring in our White Border Leicester Show, we've got a really exceptional ewe lamb to lead off with. Certainly one that, when we talk about this one in terms of her build, just put together so well. A sheep that's just so straight and true down her top, one that's so pretty and elegant through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, and one that just comes together with so much class and style. Certainly a sheep that I can appreciate in terms of her fleece. Certainly a high-quality individual with a high-quality fleece. Love her in terms of her type and breed type, and certainly I think as we talk about this sheep going forward, there's just a tremendous amount of quality in that individual, and I think she wins the class pretty easily in my opinion. Lamb that we've got here in second is really similar in type and kind to the sheep that wins. Maybe when we talk about this one and we study this one, she probably offers just a little more length of body and length of spine when we talk about this sheep. Certainly she handles longer from that 13th rib back, one that's really also very attractive and feminine in the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Maybe as we compare her to the ewe that wins, she just gets a little higher in her rear flank in comparison to her chest floor as we talk about our class winner, but those are two exceptional ewe lambs to lead off with. Ewe lamb that we have here in third, a long-bodied kind of a sheep, and one that you can really appreciate the femininity and youthfulness in this one. One that's just really pretty when we step back and look at her from the side here. Sheep that maybe just gives up a little bit of the growth and performance that we have of the sheep in front of her. We'd maybe like to change her in the front 1/3 of her skeleton. We'd like to make her more extended and have her run uphill. She just gets a little out of balance for me from the side here, but I think a sheep that offers a tremendous amount of good and fits logically into our third spot. deep-sided, bold-sprung kind of a ewe lamb here. One that's a little more stout in her features. Certainly a sheep that when you get your hands on this one, she's got some width and thickness down her top. She's really straight and true in terms of her hip design. A sheep that maybe just gets shorter from front to rear and maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice when we look at this one. But certainly I think a sheep that offers a tremendous amount of quality. And I think as we forecast this one forward, she's going to come together and to be a nice, pretty yearling ewe. And then another young, youthful appearing sheep comes at us here in fifth. And certainly we can appreciate a lot of high quality things about this sheep. One being that she is ultra feminine. I love her in terms of her type. We just need to power her up and give her some more growth and performance to run with the ewes in front of her. Thank you.
For our Montadale show, our senior champion ewe was the first place fitted yearling ewe, Gorman, 1742, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Temple, 2202, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the White Border Leicester show, first to Jay Baird, 0044, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to Jay Baird, 0052, also Josie Baird. Third place, Corbin Reister, Washougal, Washington. Fourth place, Kaya Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. And fifth, Kaya Farrington.
on the Montadale side. I'm not starting with the biggest one, but I'm pretty confident this is the best one in the ring. This is a high quality ewe that's not one of them big jacked up ones, but really, really good structured, really, really good in her design, really well presented, just real feminine and very complete in her body type. Got a lot of stoutness to her. Really appreciate that ewe lamb to win the class. The ewe that's going to be one of the bigger ones is in 2 for sure. She's up and out from that standpoint. I'd just like to straighten her in her top line just a little bit, give her a little more strength. I do grant you that I do believe that her underline has real good quality for a big ewe and has good potential as a yearling ewe. Another one that's real attractive from the side here is in 3rd. I just don't think her hock set's quite as sound. I don't think she's as opened up in her true body cavity from front to rear as the 2 ahead of her, but another one that I think will be an exceptionally nice looking yearling ewe as we go down the road. The 1 in 4 is just getting a little too harsh gutted for me in terms of being a little bit too up in its flank, a little too harsh in its overall body type, but I'm sure as you continue to put some flesh and make her grow, she might end up being one of those real up and out type yearling ewes as you go down the road. Similar comment to the 1 in 5. This one just gets a little bit odd in terms of on her hock for me, particularly on the show side here, but one that's really feminine and has some look about her.
Hampshire ring. Get away from that speaker. Hampshire ring, exceptionally good class of falls here, and we start with one that I think is pretty out there and very good, obviously very well presented, and certainly a big sheep for a fall. That thing's got a lot of grow, but yet, like I said earlier, we can make them bigger as long as they're good, and I think she fits that mold. Very good up front, very good in her top line, and certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of just look and design. That's the advantage she has over the young man's in 2nd. Height to shoulder, just look and presence out here. Stouter sheep that's very proportional that comes in 2nd. Love her body shape. I think that ewe's got a ton of future. She'll be an exceptionally good one as that one progresses, or as she progresses. Just up front doesn't come with quite the same look and design, particularly at the base of her shoulder and her neck shape as the one that leads off. She is better in motion than the one that's in 3. I think she's more comfortable in her movement and certainly more comfortable in her top line. I like a lot about the one that's in 3rd on the standstill. Boy, that sheep really props up correctly. Young lady's got her presented extremely nice. As we set these top 3 in motion, she's the one that probably loses herself the most, starts to lose her chest and her lower shoulder and get just a little heavier fronted as these guys get out in motion. Nice sheep that comes in 4, and that's just kind of what she is a very nice sheep. She's proportional and certainly very good in terms of just length of body and size of body. Just gets a little bit plainer as we compare her to 3 really good ones up front. And then we round out with one that's very similar. Again, a nice sheep in terms of body shape and certainly size, height to shoulder. I think she moves plenty good. She's a little plainer off both ends, particularly as you study her in her breastplate and out of the top side of her hip. Just gets a little bit more round out here, but really nice set of falls. Congratulations.
Here in the white border Leicester ring here, we've got a tremendous ewe to lead off here in this class. Certainly one that I think as she came into the ring, she was one that we were going to tie to right away. Just a sheep that's so good in the way this one is built and the way this one is constructed. She certainly moves about the ring on the soundest set of feet and legs, but certainly when you match her in terms of her skeletal build and quality, there's just so much good right there in that particular individual. A sheep that when you really dig in and handle this sheep, she's the wide-topped one. She's the big pinned one. She's the one with the most base width and stands on the most circumference of bone. One that I like her in terms of her fleece and fleece quality. Certainly the uniformity and character from front to rear. A sheep that just really, really puts all those pieces together and I think is an exceptional female to lead off with. Ewe lamb that comes out here us in 2nd, and really in 2nd and 3rd was probably the closest placing for me when we really had to decide what we were going to do. And as I think the sheep that we've got here in 2nd is just better in terms of her structure. A sheep that when you lay your hands down her top line, she's straighter and truer. She's better right behind her shoulder. She ties neater from her neck into her shoulder. And I think a sheep that just balances balances up better from the side. I like this one in terms of her fleece as well. Certainly a high-quality individual, and I think as we forecast that one forward, she's going to continue to grow and be a high-quality yearling ewe next year as well. Ewe that we've got here in third, one that we really do appreciate that added length of body and length of spine. And certainly, I think as we talk about this one in just terms of length of body and length of hind saddle, she has the advantage over the ewe that stands in second. A sheep that does set down nicely on all four corners. Where I need to fault this female is when we set this one into motion. She just needs to handle her spine just a little bit better. She likes to get high in her spine and certainly a little more restricted when we set this one into motion. But certainly, I think as a sheep that when we get her stuck and we get her set up and we get her looking at her here, she really paints a really attractive picture from the sidelines here, and I think she logically falls into our third spot. A little more different built one here that we've got here in fourth, one that's a little stouter in terms of its features, one that we can appreciate that outward turn to her body, one that's got some more natural thickness to her, maybe gets a little shorter from front to rear, maybe doesn't move quite as well as the sheep that stand in front of her. That's why she's going to end up fourth today, and then same holds true with the ewe lamb that we've got here in fifth, one that I can appreciate that growth and performance for this stage of the game. Just need to make her better in her overall structure in terms of her hip design. Would like to see her a little more freer, easier moving when we set this one into motion, especially the way she handles herself in her rear hocks. Thank you very much.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Montadales. First place to Corzat, 2315, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to Sims Reisner, 747, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Third, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4, Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. 5th, Kelsey Patterson. Placing on the fitted Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to FSF 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Second to Basting 22100, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Fourth place, Katie Hansen. And fifth place to Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the February ewe lambs for the White Border Leicesters, first place to J. Baird, 0051, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to MJD, 2107, Starfield, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Third place, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. And fifth place, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois.
On the Montadale side, we got a difference in contrast, at the top of the class. I think this one, though, that wins, I just feel like this one's a lot longer sided. I think she's in terms of more feminine fronted. I just feel like this one's got the go to become a yearling ewe that's going to be big up and out and still be good looking and hold her chest into her and her flank relationship. She just got added length of side, particularly in her hip structure from flank to flank. There's just more sheep here, and I think it comes in a feminine enough package. The ewe here in second, a little quicker, a little shorter sided one, but real high quality one. I'm not going to tell you that she isn't good and she doesn't handle well and her fleece isn't beautiful and isn't presented well. I just see this one as a little bit shorter sided, shorter hipped, more jammed up, and I just don't know if I see this one's got the go to be that yearling ewe. The third place ewe is the biggest one, probably the highest headed one in the class. I just find this one, when you put her into motion as you watch her walk out of the ring, she just doesn't have enough structural correctness to go up higher in the class. And then we end the class in fourth and fifth on the two that are a little bit smaller frame, just a little more jammed up and not as extended and as feminine. Don't think they've got the grove to go out to be the big yearling ewe. Congratulations to the kids.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Montadales, first place to Jacobson, 2331, Jasmine Gates, Caro, Missouri. Second place to Corzat, 2328, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. 4, Hazel Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. and 5 to Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. We do want to thank our major sponsors at the show this year. They are Seidel Equipment, Purina Honor Show Chows, Combach Feeds, Stock Show Secrets, Tractor Supply, Select Livestock Services, Unique Products, Compeer Financial, the Wisconsin Sheep Breeders Cooperative, and Destination Madison. We also want to encourage you to go and visit our vendors that we have at the show this year. We have several of them, probably one of the largest vendor contingencies that we've had in a number of years. They are Profiles from Wisconsin, Unique Gifts from Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, Honor Show Chows, Stockyard Style from Pennsylvania, Corner Post Farm from Illinois. Thiessen Designs, our official All-American Junior Show clothing provider and embroidery, and also they do our silk screening. Showstock Gear from Tennessee, Seidel Equipment Company, the sponsors of a lot of the awards and also all the shirts that the kids got as well as staff. Horse Creek Outfitters of Illinois, Warren Finder, Wisconsin 4-H Foundation, and Zolo Show Halters.
In the Hampshire ring, the competition continues to be strong and the quality is exceptionally good, and I think that's certainly seen in the one that we lead off with. That is an upstanding female that's extremely good from the side, very good as we set her in motion, just so good in terms of just the way that she's assembled through her front third, and yet still as good as she is from the side. Big-footed, heavy-structured sheep. Nice place to start. Exceptionally good presented sheep that comes in next. Love her in terms of her top line, her body shape, hip and hind legs very good. At times, I think she can get just a little bit more upright in her shoulder and maybe drop her neck just a little bit in terms of the way she ties in. Sheep that comes next, I love a great deal about. I don't know that she puts it all together in just the smoothest blending package, but I think that one, in terms of her center body shape's probably the best of the top three. Love her four-rib shape. She probably opens up to as much mass in her top side as the top three here. Again, maybe gets just a little bit smaller footed, a little bit frailer as we study her out here compared to these two up top, but nice set there. The fourth place sheep is easily the longest patterned one, one that you like a good deal in terms of her length and her size and her grow. Her breed character I think's good, and certainly one as we set in motion, she maybe just gets a little too loose in terms of her top line. Just strengthen her up in her top line a little bit and add for just a little bit more power from behind that sheep as she closes up just a little bit. The fifth sheep on the standstill I can see getting significantly higher in this particular class. Unfortunately, as we set her in motion, that's where she struggles the most of this top five in terms of just her shoulder angle and the tightness of her top. But that's a really, really good one on the standstill. Congratulations.
here in the blue ring in the Border Leicester show in our late ewe lamb class here. We've got an exceptional ewe lamb to lead off with here. One that is, from a profiling standpoint, I don't think we've got one out here better. A sheep that just balances up so well. And I think as we talk about this one in terms of her build and her overall structural integrity, just a big-footed, high-quality individual, and certainly one that I think as we forecast this one forward, I think she's got brighter days in front of her. But I think as we talk about her here today, just so much quality in terms of the way she comes together from the front 1/3 of her body. She's straight and true down her top. She's big hip. She's big pinned. Sheep that I can appreciate in terms of her fleece. Really easy class winner here to start off with. Ewe lamb that we have here in second, and we compare her to the ewe lamb in third, probably was the closest placing or the closest decision that I had to make in here. And I think the ewe lamb that we lead off with in second here is just one that has more balance when we talk about them from the side. She's a sheep that's better in the front 1/3 of her skeleton, the way her neck and her shoulder come together. I think a sheep that has the advantage of length of body and length of side in comparison to the ewe lamb that stands in third. The ewe lamb that stands in third is a sheep that, when we talk about this one in terms of her features, she's wider topped than the ewe lamb that's in second. She's wider hipped and wider pinned than the ewe lamb that we have here in second. But I think as we compare her directly to the sheep in front of her, she gets shorter from front to rear. I'd like to see her just more attractive in the way she comes together in the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She gets a little straighter in her shoulder, thus making her neck come out more in front of her body rather than up on top of her shoulder. But I think that she offers a lot of good in terms of her build and mass and fits here nice in the third spot. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in fourth, a real attractive, very feminine kind of a sheep, one that certainly blends smooth from her neck into her shoulder, a sheep that doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her and run your hand down her spine. I just need to make this one better in the way she comes together on the move, a sheep that just doesn't maybe handle her top quite as well, a sheep that likes to drop her pins just a little bit, and therefore she just gets more restricted in her overall motion. And then the ewe lamb we're going to round out with here, a real youthful kind of a sheep that just doesn't have that overall maturity as the ewe lambs that stand in front of her. I think as we talk about this one going forward, she's got brighter days in front of her. She just runs out of gas in terms of power and mass to run with the ewe lambs in front of her. Thank you.
Out here on the Montadale side, we finished up on the last ewe lamb class. I think we start with one that's extremely high quality. She's not very cooperative in terms of helping the girls and present her, but I think she's the best one. And, certainly awesome fleece, really good down her top line, gives us some dimension, still shows us some growth and femininity to the front 1/3 of her body. I'd loosen her up in her skeleton just a little bit off of both ends. The one here in two is really good in his lines in terms of being real long-sided, long hip, handles real long. I think it's one that, as you continue to feed on that one, has some potential as a yearling ewe to grow out and still be well balanced as we look at it. The one here in three is one of those that's a little more feminine fronted, maybe a little more like our class winner. I just think this one gets a little shorter sided. I think it gets a little tight on its hock, gets a little steep in its hip relative to the two ahead of it, but another one that'll grow out and be nice. Similar comment that we had on this ewe lamb is the one when he had a yearling ewe. She just needs more body, just need more feed, need more guts in this one, but I think there's some quality in that one. Just need to make it just to be a little bit softer in its middle, and we end up with one that's a little quicker in its kind, a little shorter sided, not quite as structurally correct off both ends, might get a little too straight in its shoulder for me. Thank you.
What do I? Placing on the class of white Border Leicester March ewe lambs, first place to Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine, with MJD 2301 Starfield. Second place to Price Wamsley, 88, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Third, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Fourth place, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 5, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to Klug, HH2326D, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Second place to 23-09, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Montadales, first place, Corzat 23090, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second, 3J Kurz 1061, JC Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Third, to Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. 4, Dallas Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana. And 5, Hazel Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota.
Slick sheared Montadales out here. There's 3 of them. All 3 of them have quality. They should be commended. That certainly really doesn't deserve to be a last place one at an All-American because they all have something good to give. I think the one we start with is the boldest and the most open in its rib, upper center rib. It really shows us some quality there. Has some thickness from front to rear. Definitely has the most hip and most dimension from behind. It shows us some leg shape. Still really good underneath. The one here in 2 and 3, I think it's a little bit closer in my mind. I just think the 1 and 2 is just a little better when you put her into motion. She holds her tail up in terms of her dock more level than the one here in 3rd, and I just think she's a little bit better in her front 1/3 of her body. So just that extra added dimension in her hip and levelness of design gets her over the 1 and 3. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn ewe lamb class for the Montadales, first place to Triple K 0073, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Second to Letman 1541, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Third, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the White Border Leicester show, first Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Third, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. And 5, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois.
Let's put our hands together for our White Border Leicester exhibitors that we've got out here. We've got a set of females out here that I think are exceptional, and if you're not familiar with this breed or been around this breed, there's a lot of high-quality sheep here that I think are going to be competitive on any level. Certainly, I think as we get in here and we look at the 8 females we've got a high-quality set that's certainly uniform from the way they're built and the way they're constructed. I think we've got sheep that are high quality in terms of their fleeces. I just think this is an exceptional set of females, and it's been an enjoyable show to go through and sort. I'll go out and show you which 2 I like the best. Let's put our hands together one more time. Congratulations.
For the white border Leicesters, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, T. Johnson 0158, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve champion, first in the February ewe lamb class, J. Baird 0051, also Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Now ready for young flock. Placing on the Montadale pair ewe lamb class, first place goes to J.W. Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Pardon me. First place goes to Mallory Corzat of Berwick, Illinois. Second to Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Third, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4, Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. And 5, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois.
On the Mondadale side of the ring, let's put our hands together for the kids that are out here for junior champion. Nice set of ewes that are out here. They're high quality in terms of, I think, in terms of balance, rib shape, some look about them, and still have femininity to their design. To me, it's between the first and second and that first class and this ewe lamb right here in front of me in terms of where we're at. So naturally, the first class, that ewe's going to be our champion. I know she's not the biggest one out here. I'm pretty confident of that, but I think she's the best one. We talked about that in class. I think that one's really good. She'll be your champion. If you can step out and let that other one come up, I'd appreciate it. When you start to compare this pair then up here in second and then this other first place one, I think when you start to study them in terms of which one's the more feminine designed and just a little bit better looking and might be the better looking yearling ewe in terms of having some length of side and levelness to her design, I'm going to use this ewe lamb here in front of me for reserve.
In the Hampshire ring, we drop down in age group, but certainly don't drop down in quality whatsoever. And in fact, young ladies that leads off might be one of my favorite sheep that we've seen so far today. I think, again, in terms of just structure, skeleton, foundation, she's very good. That allows her to build up from there in terms of just her build. design, look through her front third. I think a ton of future. I think her size is right, gets out and moves good, and that's probably her biggest advantage over the one that's in second, which I love a lot about. First and foremost, body shape, stoutness, and power is in the second place ewes' favor, and yet with that, still has a very long, extended front end. In my opinion, she could get out of her shoulder just a little bit more athletically. She gets just a little bold at the point of her shoulder there, and that throws off her look a little bit as we compare her to that really high-quality one that leads off. I love a lot about the one that's in third, and the young lady brings us one that I think just has a ton of future. She is just skinny as all get out. I think that one, as you project her forward, gets really, really good. She is extremely tall-fronted, very good in terms of her top line, paints a very, very good picture from the outside. She's just a little juvenile in terms of her look, in my opinion. Doesn't come with quite the same bloom and just show ring readiness as those two ahead of her. Kind of the opposite story. The most show ring ready one's maybe the one that comes in 4 here. Love her center body dimension and just the ewiness and broodiness that she projects with. And again, one a lot like that second place one that we talked about. I like her a good deal in terms of stoutness and power and still having that length of neck. She's, again, one that I think in terms of her shoulder, depth of shoulder, and just how she gets out in the move, just doesn't collect herself and hold herself together quite as comfortably as we set them in motion. Round out the set with a nice sheep here in 5 that I think, again, from a future perspective, you can see a lot in. That one runs uphill, very good in her head and her neck, and just front third assembly in that one. As we set these sheep in motion, again, just a little tight in terms of her spine and her top line, wants to be a little bit more uncoordinated in terms of those rear two, but that's being critical in a class of this caliber that I think is really high quality. Congratulations.
For the Montadale show, our junior champion was first in the January class, Corzat 2315, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The reserve champion was first out of the March ewe lamb class, Corzat 2390, also Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
Let's put our hands together for the 4 out here for champion Mono. That's a high quality set of ones out here. We talked a little bit about earlier in one of my comments, I'm one of those guys that when you get a pair of big yearling ewes and they have a lot of quality, or if you have a big yearling and she's really, really good, it's really hard to get around those when you got to predict that ewe lamb. You can think you might see it, get there, and this and that. We talked about how good our ewe lamb was in terms of quality, but we also talked about her. She wasn't the biggest one. I'm staying with the pair of yearling ewes. Really a nice pair. Congratulations to these kids.
Champion ewe for the Montadale show overall goes to the senior champion, first in the yearling ewe class, Gorman, 1742, J.W. Sims, Reisner, Albion, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, second in that yearling ewe class, Temple, 2202, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Now ready for young flock. Placing on the white border Leicester Young Flock class, first to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Third place, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. And 5, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Placing on the class of fitted February ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First place to 2325, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to Mum, 2350, Beaumum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Beaumum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the class of best forehead of ewes for the White Border Leicesters, first place to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third place to Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. 4, Mackenzie Adams, Hampshire, Illinois. And fifth place to Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. For the Montadale show, placing on the young flock class, first place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Third place, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Fourth place to Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. And 5, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the class of best forehead of ewes for the Montadales, first to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. For the best fleece in the White Border Leicester show, the award goes to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, on a senior ewe lamb.
On the Mondadale side, we finish up our classes here with our market lambs. I think the one that wins does so rather handily. It's easily the one that's got the most stoutness down its top line into its hip. Shows us some real natural shape, and yet still shows us some rib cage in that one. Still laid in about its shoulder. Underlying qualities there. It might level it up just a little bit in its hip. The one here in second, a little bit looser up here today, so we put it back, but a good underlined one, good top line, good behind its shoulder. A lot greener, needs more time on feed to be more competitive. This one here, I could actually see maybe push the one that's in class winner if we get some more feed in it. We end up on a lamb that's got some quality in terms of muscle, just have a balance problem and a structural problem, and wants to get high in its top, right behind its shoulder, a little bigger in its breastplate, but a nice set of Montadale wethers. Congratulations.
Hampshire class, I think, offers a little bit more give and take. With that said, I like the sheep to lead off up front. Young man's ewe lamb, in my opinion, is just the combination sheep in this particular class. I do think that from a stoutness and power standpoint, she has the advantage over these 5 in terms of chest width and body shape, backside dimension and dimension from behind, and yet with that really props her neck up nicely, and I think is one that actually, of these top 3, as we get them out in motion, she's probably more comfortable in terms of her top line and her hind leg posture as we get out in motion. I love this one in second on the standstill. There's a lot to like. That one, first and foremost, again, breed character and just presentation on her is impeccable. I like her a good deal in terms of her neck length, her top line length, and then ultimately on the standstill, I think she paints a very, very good picture. It's in motion. I don't think she collects herself as nicely as the young man's up front. Wants to get a little bit heavier in terms of her front third, get her back leg up under her a little bit more than I'd like to see. As we move to 3, again, a sheep that I think has a lot to offer. Great in terms of her body shape, great in terms of her hind leg and her top line. In fact, of these top 3, I probably appreciate her hip and hind leg design and posture as much as any of them. It's up through her front third that I think that she needs to be assembled just a little neater. I think you can take her neck and set it a little higher. I think you can take her knee and push it back in her just a little bit to get her up and compete with those elite looking ones in 1 and 2. Really a pretty one that comes in 4 that's just very juvenile and very skinny. I think that one's got a ton of future. She's so good in terms of foot and bone work, in terms of look and design from the outside. Just got to be more sheep there as we compare her to, a really high quality set of contemporaries. Round out the class in 5 with a really big bodied one that comes with some power. I like that about her. She just comes in more pieces, I think. A little bit more shoulder, gets a little tighter in terms of her loin, maybe a little bit more off out of her hip. Really nice class here. Congratulations to this crew.
Placing on the Montadale class of market lambs, first place goes to 0089, 132-pound lamb, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Second place to 0062, 113-pound lamb, Jenna Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. Third place to Rylan Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. That does conclude the Mondadale show. We're ready to begin the Southdown show. We do want to announce that they have done their random DNA testing draw. So in the fourth place animal in the February Ram Lamb class will be tested. Third place in the Class 3 January ewe lambs will be tested. Fourth place in Class 2 February ewe lambs will be tested. And fifth place in Class number 1 of the March ewe lambs will be tested. Placing on the fitted March ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to Mum 2371, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to 2340, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. And 5 to Sage Hunke, Lena, Illinois.
Here as we get started in our natural colored Border Leicester show, we've got a really nice ram lamb to lead off with. I think his advantage comes in terms of growth and performance. And when we compare him to the ram that we've got here in second, a sheep that's just got some mass and dimension about him, and one that I think as he steps down on the ground, he moves about the ring with a big, wide, square hip. A sheep that certainly we can appreciate the overall quality in this individual. Ram lamb that we have here in second, certainly one that we can appreciate in terms of his lines. Maybe gives up a little bit of size and scale compared to our class winner. I think a sheep that we can certainly appreciate the uniformity of the fleece in this one. I think as we talk about this one in terms of going forward, certainly there's a lot of quality in this one as he continues to grow and mature. Ram lamb that we have here in third, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep that just needs some more time and some more time to grow and add some pounds and weight. But I think a sheep that you can appreciate some of that youthfulness about it, and certainly some high quality pieces. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Border Leicester Natural Colored Senior Ram Lambs, first place to Echo 2302, Guido, Roman Yard, Wattage, Illinois. Second place to J. Baird 0042, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And third place to David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of fitted Hampshire pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And fifth, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
Natural colored Border Leicester Ram Lambs out here, and we've got a real nice Ram Lamb to lead off with. I think a sheep that just puts the most pieces together in the way he's built. One that I really like him in terms of his overall skeletal extension. I think a sheep, as we study him, he's really attractive through the front 1/3 of his body. A sheep that really is smooth in the way he comes together in terms of his lines. A sheep that I think, as we talk about him in terms of his fleece, he's got the highest quality, best uniform fleece that we've got out here of our rams. And I think he certainly has a bright future in terms of in front of him being a breeding piece. A bigger outline kind of a ram comes at us here in second, and I think one that we can appreciate that length of body and length of spine. For me today, I think we just need to make this one better in terms of his structure. I'd like to make him more uniform in his fleece in terms of front to rear, but I think a sheep that has some quality about him. And then a ram lamb that we're going to round out the class with, one that's really youthful and certainly one that we can appreciate the uniformity of fleece in this one. He just needs some more growth and time to compete with the rams in front of him. Thank you.
Placing on the class of natural colored Border Leicester February Ram Lambs, first place to Hayes 309. Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second place to Hayes 318, also Hunter Hayes. And third place to Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
It's sure been a pleasure to be able to sort through the type of quality that we've seen in the fitted Hampshires, and congratulations to all of the exhibitors, the producers on the outside of the ring on bringing just a tremendous set of really high quality sheep. And I think as we get the champions back out here, if you want to, I guess, an indication of the type of sheep that I gravitate towards, I think you can certainly see that out here in terms of build and balance and ultimately symmetry, and certainly sheep that all do that. That's why they rise to the forefront of their classes, and so it's no surprise with me on the mic that these type of sheep get back out here. And so with that, I've talked to all of them. I won't spend a whole lot more time out here. I think there's a couple of well, there's several very good ones. There's a couple of them that are just ready for show and ready to go. And so with that, I'll set the mic down. I'll go get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations to all of you. This is an outstanding set of sheep.
For the fitted Hampshire show, our champion ewe goes to the first place fitted yearling ewe 2228, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve grand champion ewe goes to the fitted fall ewe lamb, FSF 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Now ready for fitted young flock, followed by fitted best for head of ewes. We do want to thank another ring sponsor, KDK Southdowns, for being our ring sponsor for the Southdown National Southdown Show today.
Here in the natural colored Border Leicester show, we've got a nice ram lamb to lead off with. I think that a sheep that wins today in terms of his structural correctness and integrity. A sheep that we set this one into motion. He's the soundest ram that we've got out here. One that's really straight and true down his top. I really appreciate that outward turn to the center portion of his body. Certainly a sheep that we can appreciate in terms of his fleece. It's certainly uniform from front to rear. Just a high quality individual to lead off with. A bigger outline ram comes at us here in second, and one that probably has the competitive advantage in terms of length of body and length of spine. A sheep that handles a little bit longer from this 13th rib back. Maybe a sheep that doesn't balance up quite as well in comparison to our class winner. He gets a little deeper in his chest in relation to his rear flank, but certainly I think a ram that we can appreciate that overall growth. And then a real youthful appearing kind of a buck comes at us here in third. One that certainly I like him in terms of his fleece. We just need to make him better in terms of his structure, give him some more growth and performance to run with the ones in front of him. Thank you.
Southdown yearling buck class certainly bring out the heat right out of the game, and certainly appreciate the quality of my class winner. I think he's the one where we're going to try to find all day long. He's the balanced sheep. He's the one that's really good about his shoulder, but yet brings us a lot of product and brings it in a really nice package. I think that buck, when he put him into motion, I think it's obvious that he wins in terms of his chest floor. I think it's obvious that he wins in terms of his top line and the way he runs right out of his shoulder. He's the levelest. He's the best designed. He's the soundest this one. The decision comes between 2 and 3, and I opted to go ahead and use the stoutness of muscle, the feature of this buck. This buck's really big forearmed. He's got a tremendous amount of shape to him. He just comes in a little bit deeper package than our class winner, but he's one that's really muscled up, shows us a lot of product, and I like those things about him. I just like to make him a little cooler. The 1 and 3 is the cool sheep of the whole class. I give him that. He's really good in his bone work. He's really sound in his feature and everything from that standpoint. It's just one of those things that, to me, this one just doesn't have as much power as it's ahead of him. But if you needed to make your sheep better looking, I think this sheep can do a lot of different things. He's kind of in the middle of them. I really like that sheep also. Then we run into a pair of bucks that are powered up and certainly have a lot to them. I opted to go with one that I just think's a little better looking. I think he's a little bit better in his depth of body. I don't believe he's better in his chest floor and his breastplate. He's got a little more breast than the buck here that we end the class with, but both of these sheep have some functionality. I think the buck that we end up at the end of the class, you lean that one up, and I think it would change the shape of him. I don't think you can change his depth of body, but the depth of body he brings is in a well-balanced form, and there's a lot of product in that sheep. Congratulations to the kids.
Placing on the natural colored border Leicester class of March Ram Lambs. First place goes to Woolly Rose 2321, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second, Hayes 327, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And third place to David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs for the natural colored border Leicester. First place to Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second place, David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of yearling Rams for the Southdowns. First to Oldenburg, 2074, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second, Knettle, 2235, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Third, Clay Schoen, Jeromesville, Ohio. 4, Gage Gulkikson, Fondaroo, South Dakota. And 5, Wyatt Wiersbecky of Orick, Missouri.
Nice set of Rams out here in our natural colored border Leicester show. And I think as we look at the 6 that we have out here, I think we found a high quality set of Rams that in terms of their breeding value to go on and make an improvement in a breeding program, I think they've got all the pieces in terms of the way they're built, in terms of their overall quality. I like these sheep in terms of their fleeces. I think we found ones that are uniform from front to rear that have some luster and character about them. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like best. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Champion natural colored border Leicester Ram goes to the first place March Ram Lamb. Woolly Rose 2321, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Reserve to the first place February Ram Lamb, Hayes 309, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the young flock of the fitted Hampshire show, first place goes to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 5, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. For the fitted Hampshire Best Forehead of Ewes class, first place to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 5, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
quality runs incredibly deep here in our natural colored Border Leicester female show. And I think as we get into this set of yearling ewes, we've got 5 high quality individuals here. And I think the quality ran even to the sheep that were in the second lineup here. We really got a high quality sheep to lead off with, one that's just put together so well in the way that she's constructed. A sheep that when we look at her from the profile here and the vantage point that I have, she just balances up so well. A sheep that is just so elegant and feminine through the front 1/3 of her body. Certainly when you get your hands on her, she's straight and true down her top. I like her in terms of her chest floor and in relation to her rear flank, and certainly a sheep that you can appreciate how sound she is. I like her in terms of her type. Certainly a high quality one in terms of her fleece with a lot of character and luster and uniformity from front to rear. Just a solid sheep to lead off with. Ewe that we have here in second is really similar in type and kind to our class winner. One that I think is also very elegant and very neat and tidy in the way that she's built and constructed. A sheep that she too is really straight and true in her lines. Maybe just gives up that overall length of body and overall style and eye appeal compared to our class winner. Maybe not as stout in terms of her features, but I think one that's just so pretty and attractive from a profiling standpoint here. That's where her big advantage comes over the ewe that we've got here in third. The ewe that comes at us here in third, one that's certainly really long from front to rear, a sheep that you can appreciate that overall length of hind saddle when you handle this one, a sheep that I really like in the way this one sets down on the ground. She certainly moves about the ring on a sound set of feet and legs. Where I need to change this one today is when we talk about her in terms of balance. A sheep for me today that just gets a little heavier in the front 1/3 of her body in comparison to the rear 1/3 of her body and just doesn't balance up from a profiling standpoint here. But I really like this one in terms of her fleece as well. High quality individual right there. Also the same story with the one that comes at us here in fourth. One that's a little bigger outlined and one that maybe offers a little bit more stoutness in terms of her features, where this one just needs to get better again is from a balance standpoint, but also from a structure standpoint. I want to see this one better in terms of her hip. I'd like to raise her into her pin set as we compare her to the sheep in front of her. But I think a sheep that offers a lot of high quality good in terms of her fleece and in terms of just overall quality. The ewe that comes at us here in fifth, real attractive appearing kind of a sheep and one that's just really extended and elevated through the front 1/3 of her body. A sheep that's just very attractive and feminine in the way that she's put together. I want to see this one longer from front to rear and maybe change the fleece on this one just a little bit. But again, a really high quality set of ewes from top to bottom. Thank you.
On the Southdown side, we've got some differences in types and kinds, and I'm not going to tell you I'm going to go to the smallest one all the time, but I'm pretty confident I maybe just did. But I know that in terms of a collection of quality of all the balances of traits of a sheep, I think this one wins this class, and it does so pretty easily for me. He's really good in his rib cage. He's really good underneath. I think he's well balanced. He moves around the ring in a collection that's very nice, holds his top line, holds his head up nicely. Breastplate's right. Length of blade is right. Bone works right. I think that one's a real nice one. He's just not the biggest one. The next one in class, to me, if you could take some condition off of this one, I think this one just pushing plenty of condition on him in a form or in a shape that, to me, it takes away from him just a little bit. And the fuller you get him, sometimes you want to pop their tops in him a little bit, and he wants to pop his top. Makes him look like he breaks in him, and it breaks him just a little bit. But I know confidently he's the next best one that combines shallowness of body, some body and some width, and darn sure get behind him, and he shows us some width of hip and some stifle and some leg in him. He just doesn't come in terms of quite as tidy a package as the one ahead of him, but I think he is a little bit bigger frame. The one here in three is one that does have some shape to him. I won't disagree with you there in terms of in his rack. I just think this guy wants to come apart in pieces, particularly when you get out of him, particularly when you put him in motion. I don't think he collects as well as the two ahead of him, but I do believe that this one is one of those sheep that shows us a lot of bone, stifle, and muscle in it, and still comes at it with a package that has some underline. The big frame buck's sitting here in fourth, and I appreciate his style and the balance of the sheep. I just think this guy needs a lot more rack in him. He needs to open up more in his upper center rib. He gets too shallow up there in that area, and that's what really changes the way that sheep looks. He gets a little flouted in lower 1/3 of his leg, but he's by far the cool, up-headed one in this class. We end the class on one that's really stout. I mean, a muscle piece in terms of rack, hip, leg, lots and lots of shape. He's easily the best handling in terms of muscle from the top five. This one gets a little short on his, or a little long in his pasture, wants to move a little bit odd when you put him into motion. But in terms of muscle, shape, rib cage and all those pieces, I think that guy's got a tremendous amount to offer. Thank you.
Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester yearling U class, first place to Little Falls Farms, 2208, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second, J. Baird 0036, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 4, Hunter Hayes. And fifth place, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Placing on the early fall ram lamb class for the National Southdown Junior Show. First place to Fleener Club Lambs 2281, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place to Beckmeyer Brothers 2251, Molly McCullough, Alhambra, Illinois. Third place, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. 4, Bohm Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester pair of yearling U class, first place, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. 4, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware. And 5, David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. In the Southdown ring, we're currently showing late fall ram lambs. Your next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram.
Getting started on the slick show in the Hampshire division, and I think again the basics of what you look for have not changed, and so we send some out the gate that perhaps have more stoutness or perhaps have more length, but these are the sheep that cover the basics. And you know, the sheep up front would win quite easily if he would just get out and go. Unfortunately, he's just a little tentative out of his front end. I read him right in his shoulder angle, and I read him right at his knee, so I don't think it's a structural issue. He's just a little tentative to the lead, but boy, that guy is really robust in his cage. He has got a great big back, really good loin edge, big high pin set in him, and then I think still where he's got the advantage over two is I think he balances better. I think he's more proportional. I think he's longer hipped and leveler hipped. And that's where I see is the advantage. Stout sheep that comes next, big in terms of rack shape, big over his loin, very hard handling. He's upstanding. Get these sheep in motion, and he's the one that probably gets just a little bit further horizontal in terms of his neck. Like to take his neck and set it on the top side of his shoulder. Probably could be just a little bit longer on the top side of his hip as well. That's the difference in the top two. Those of you that have watched me judge before know that this is the type of pattern that I'm looking for. This is a great built sheep. He's extremely sound structured, really, really mobile, and so good from the side. At the end of the day, you step in behind that sheep, there's just got to be more in his pin set. There's got to be more in terms of his lower butt and in his thigh in order to really balance correctly and stouten up correctly to run with those two up front. Really a stout sheep that comes out in 4, and I can appreciate a lot about this guy. I mean, he is productive and sound and really, really robust. He just needs to come with more look. He's a little bigger necked and a little bigger shoulder. Just comes in a few more pieces, in my opinion. Kind of the same thing as the sheep that rounds out the top 5. I think he's got structural and performance advantages over some of those that we sent back, and that's why he sits in here. Unfortunately, he does get just a little bit plainer from the side and just a little bit plainer from behind as we compare him to a really high-quality set. Congratulations.
Nice set of fall ewe lambs here in our natural colored Border Leicester show. We've got a real easy winner to start this class off with, a sheep that I think as we've analyzed this one and really studied this one, there's a lot of phenotypic good in this one. A sheep that we can really appreciate how straight and true she is in her line. She's really straight in her spine. A sheep that's just really attractive and feminine through the front 1/3 of her body. And certainly where her big advantage comes is when we set this one in motion. She's the soundest ewe lamb that we've got out here. Really easy class winner. Ewe lamb that we've got here in second, a very youthful appearing kind of a sheep, and I think is one that when we talk about this one in terms of her fleece and fleece quality, one that's really uniform and has a lot of character to it. She just runs out of gas in terms of overall growth and power and mass to run with the ewe lamb in front of her. Thank you.
Placing on the class of natural colored Border Leicester senior ewe lambs, first place to Jay Baird, 0041, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to Lauren Thompson with 2329. Lauren is from Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to Storms, 1201, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to Flanders VIP 2658, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And 5, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
Southdown ring, we got a really pair of sheep up here at the top that I really, really like. Both of them, I think they both provide a lot of good. I think when you got to break them down, you got to really watch him walk. You really got to study him, and you got to really break him apart from those things. I think the one that wins is more true, and in terms of his body cavity, he's more opened up under his chest floor. And I think you see that when you put him into motion, and I think I also just see it when I stand outside the ring. He's not the shallower of the two sheep, but I think he's very good in his depth of body. I love the flank in him and the side profile that he gives you, because he gives you a very good look from the side, but yet when you think about how does he look up front, he's laid in his shoulder. I think he's short in his blade. I think he's good in his forearm. Shows me a lot of stifle from behind him, and I just think that sheep, there's just more real sheep in that one, in my opinion, as we start to study him. The better looking one's in 2. If you just want to sit here once he gets him propped, I'm pretty confident that he's shallower in his chest floor, and I like shallow sheep, as most everybody in the world knows. I just don't see this one. When you put him in motion and walk him at him, he wants to close up. Young man does an awesome job of setting his front leg out on him quickly. I think that opens him up, and I think when you get on this angle right here, it makes him look like he's a little more open in his forerib down low, and I appreciate that. But when I put him in motion, I think he closes up. Both really, really good sheep, both unique in their right. After that, it becomes a lot more challenging in the entire class for me, okay, from there. But I think the buck that I put in 3rd falls there because I think he's the next best sheep in terms of having some muscle, some body, and some look. And I think that that's important, that we got to continue to try to put some muscle in these sheep, but also have some look about them. The buck here in 4th is a really good-looking dude. I'm not going to argue that, but that sheep is truly flat in his rib cage, in my opinion, and he's just doesn't have the shape, the spring rib. He doesn't have that forearm and width up underneath of him that I'd like to see. But boy, he is a good-looking dude, and he walks around the ring very nicely. Just need more muscle in that one. We end the class with one that has a lot of shape and some muscle to him, and I think he's one of those that's a little cooler fronted than the one that walked out in front of him. I would be remiss if I didn't comment about the one that went out in 6th. That dude was stout muscled, big back. He just too little, in my opinion, for where we need to be.
Nice set of ewe lambs here in our natural colored Border Leicester show, and we've got a little give and take as we talk about the 2 ewe lambs here on the top end. And I went ahead and chose to use the ewe lamb that just excels in terms of performance, a sheep that I can really appreciate her weight per day of age, a sheep that when we really get in and study this one, she's really attractive from the profile here. Certainly one that I really like in the way she's built at the ground. She's got some outward turn to her rib, and certainly we talk about her hip structure and her design. I think where her advantage came is when we set this one into motion. I think she's a ewe lamb that's just more sound in the way she meets the ground and the way she gets out and moves about the ring. I think she's our logical class winner. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in 2nd, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep, and I think where her competitive advantage happens over the ewe lamb that wins is she's just more uniform in terms of her fleece, and certainly a little more higher quality in terms of her fleece. But certainly a sheep that I really like in terms of her youthfulness and overall look and style and balance. Maybe she just needs to she gives up just too much mass and dimension and power compared to our class winner, and that's where we had to weigh those advantages and disadvantages of each. I like her here to fit in the 2nd hole quite nicely. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in 3rd, again, one that is really, really feminine and really, really attractive in the way she's put together through her front 1/3, through her head and neck. A sheep that I really like in terms of her top line and spine. One that I can certainly appreciate the way she just balances up from the side here. She just needs to be more powered up in terms of her overall structure. A sheep that just gets a little finer in terms of her features compared to the 2 that stand in front of her, but I think fits logically into the 3rd spot here. Same holds true with the ewe lamb that comes at us here in 4th, a real long-bodied kind of a sheep, and one that really, when you step back and look at this one, she's one of the longer-bodied sheep that we have out here. Maybe a sheep that just doesn't balance up quite as nice in terms of the front 1/3 of her body in relationship to the rear 1/3 of her body. And then a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep that comes at us here in 5th, one that I really like in terms of her fleece quality, one that's really uniform and soft from front to rear. Certainly a sheep that I think we just need to make better in terms of her top line, and certainly make better when we set this one into motion. Really nice class of ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Southdown late fall ram lambs. 1st place, George Brothers, 23005, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 2nd place, Knettle, 2310, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 3rd, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. And 5, Emma Haiti, Muskota, Wisconsin. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the natural colored border Leicesters, first to Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Second place to Echo 2314, Hester, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, Roman Yard, Wattage, Illinois. 4, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And 5, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
Let's put our hands together for senior champion Southdown. They've got a really nice set of bucks out here. I think most of all of you guys can appreciate some of the quality that we have out here in our first and second place bucks. I think there's a lot of value in terms of studying the ones that were at Sedalia and what's here, and I think certainly we see a tremendous amount of quality sitting here at the All-American. I anticipated and expected it. I think when you really start to study these downs today, in my opinion, and that's what they paid me to do today, was bring my opinion to you. You know, they got to be good looking. I still think we can make sheep that are wide-based, shapely, good-bodied, good in their flank, give us a lot of design, and then try to hold their top line together and really put themselves in a balance, put a short blade on them, really put some chest floor in them, and also open them up. Sure, if I can get one that's freak shallowed and does all those things, that's where I'm going to go today. You know, but at the same point in time, I can always appreciate a sheep that has a tremendous amount of rib and has it in a really, really good package and still has enough muscle tone. There's 2 sheep that hit me the most, and when they hit the ring and probably got me excited so far in our show today, we're staying with the pair of buck lambs, 1, 2 here in the last class.
Our senior champion for the Southdown show for the Rams goes to our first place late fall Ram Lamb, George Brothers, 23005, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve senior champion, Knettle, 2310, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois.
Hampshire class here, and one that I think comes together pretty handily. I guess in my opinion, there's not one that you just as a judge land on with 100% confidence, because I do think there's some different things that you can do all the way through this particular class. And I guess I'll start and preface this discussion by saying the young men's sheep that we lead off with is not the hardest handling. He's not the biggest backed one, but I do think he's the best made one. I like that one in terms of his body length, his proportions. I think his hip and hind leg and shoulder angle is more desirable than the sheep that's in second. I think he certainly props up and paints a better picture than probably the sheep in third, and so that's why he winds up winning. I do wish he had just a little bit more back in him, but I think this angle right here is why that one wins. Bigger racked and certainly better loin sheep that comes in too. That guy's got just a little bit of lower shoulder. I wish he was just a little bit smoother from his shoulder into his forerib, and then as he ties back into his hip. Sheep that comes in third is kind of intriguing when you get your hands on him. Boy, he's really hard to the touch. I like his loin edge, and I like the top of his hip. He just comes in a few more pieces, in my opinion. His lower shoulder to forerib ratio is a little off. He's just a little bit more horizontal in the way he sets his neck into his shoulder, and then from behind, that one just needs a little bit more thigh in order to really balance correctly. Nice sheep that comes in 4, really sound structured, just a little bit plainer as we get off to the side of him. I do like his top line in motion, probably a little bit better than the sheep that's in 5. Girls bring us one in 5 that I think runs uphill and certainly has a muscle advantage over some of these in class. Unfortunately, as we set these sheep in motion, he's the one that probably struggles the most to just maintain himself and maintain his build as we get him out on the go. Congratulations.
Real nice class of late ewe lambs here in our natural colored border Leicester show. I think we've got an easy winner to start off with here today. Certainly one that when we get in and analyze this female, she's the most powerfully built one. One that's the straightest and truest down her top, one that blends the best from her neck into her shoulder. I think as we forecast this female forward, she's going to be an impressive yearling ewe next year. The young exhibitor should be commended. Ewe that we've got here in second is really similar in type and kind compared to our class winner. A sheep that I think also has some natural thickness and power about her. I think for me today, as we compare her to the ewe that wins, she just gets shorter from front to rear. Certainly one that maybe is a little bit shorter in terms of her handle. I don't think she's as high quality in terms of her fleece as the ewe that we chose to start with, but I think she fits nicely in here in the second spot. Ewe lamb that comes at us in third, again, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep that has the advantage over the ewe lamb in fourth in terms of her top line and overall structure. I think this ewe lamb's just more sound than the ewe lamb that we have in fourth, and that's why she ends up number 3 today. And then the ewe we're going to round out the class with, a ewe that does have a competitive advantage in terms of length of body compared to the sheep that stands in third. This one just needs to be made better in terms of her structure before she can go any higher. Thank you.
Placing on the class of March ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Border Leicester Show. First place to Woolly Rose, 2322, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second place to Woolly Rose, 2320, also Kevin Kitchen. Third place, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Fourth place to Roman Yard, Wattage, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to Fleener Club Lambs 2318 Silver Dollar, Sawyer Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Second to WF 797 Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Third to Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Exhibitors, don't forget to visit the backdrop at ringside with Emily Adcock Photography. They are here to cover all your photo needs. We do need class winners as well as champions and reserve champions, junior, senior, and overall for Rams and ewes. All photos can be purchased online from Emily Adcock Photography. The link can be found on Ringside Facebook page, the All-American Facebook page, and the All-American Junior Show website. Placing on the Natural Colored Border Leicester class, a pair ewe lambs. First place goes to Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. And 4 to Roman Yard, Wattage, Illinois.
Here in our natural colored border Leicesters, we've got a nice lineup of females out here, and I'll be the first to say I think this has been a real enjoyable show to judge. The white sheep and the natural colored sheep have been fun to sort through. I think we've got a set of individuals out here that are really high quality. I think we found some uniformity in these sheep, and as you look through, I think we found a set that they look the same, and I think we found those that came to the top of their classes pretty easily in terms of their overall build and structural correctness and quality. But yet, as we get in a closer inspection on these, we found sheep that are really uniform in terms of their fleeces and sheep that have some overall quality in the way they're built and the way they're constructed. So with that being said, I'll go out and show you the two that I like best in terms of our champion and reserve champion natural colored border Leicester ewes. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
In the Hampshire ring, we drop down an age class, and I think one, again, that just kind of sorts together. The sheep that leads off, I think first and foremost in terms of just body shape and stoutness and power down his backside and from behind has a huge advantage within this particular class. But within this top pair, he's just so much better in terms of his forerib and his spread right in behind his shoulder, and then his pin set and thigh as you get in behind that sheep. Now, there are advantages for two, and if you want to tell me those, I'll listen to them all day. I do think that one is shallower shoulder. He's more elevated, which is probably where I would, modify that one. That wins is just pick him up in his front end a little bit. And that's what I like about two. He's up-fronted. He's extremely long and thin in terms of his neck. His shoulder length is probably more appropriate. Like those things about him. I think his forerib could be opened up a little bit. The way he hooks his loin into his hip could be just a tick better. And then as we study him in motion, he's maybe just a little bit more upright off both ends. Doesn't be it quite as comfortable in terms of his stride, particularly out of his shoulder. The sheep that comes out in three, I like a lot about. He, in terms of just basic build, stout-featured, big-boned, and certainly one that looks the part from the outside. I listen to all of those things because he does. You get your hands on him, his hide needs to be a little bit better. He's a little low-setted at the edge of his loin. Just needs to handle a little bit flatter and fresher as we study him out here today compared to them top two. The one that comes out in four has an advantage there. I actually think there's more true muscle shape, chest width, and certainly boldness in the sheep in four. Unfortunately, again, as we study those sheep in motion, his length of shoulder and just his heaviness of front end is what hinders his ability to really balance as we get out and go. The one in five is a hard handling sheep with some muscle shape. Kind of gets a little bit outperformed out here from a size perspective. Just needs to be a little bit bigger and bolder as we study him in a class of contemporaries that have quite a bit of quality. Congratulations.
Our natural colored border Leicester show, our champion ewe, was the first place yearling ewe, Little Falls Farm, 2208 Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Reserve champion ewe was our first place senior ewe lamb, J. Baird 0041, also Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on our class Slick Shorn February Ram Lambs for the Hampshires, first place to Metro 2362 Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Second place to Everhart 2311 Deborah Smith, Carlisle, Indiana. Third place Taylor Svinston, Argyle, Wisconsin. Fourth place to Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to Anna Mickelson, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the young flock class for the natural colored border Leicesters, first place goes to Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second to Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, Roman Yard, Wattage, Illinois. 4, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
in the Hampshire arena, a fairly logical place to start, in my opinion. I guess as we've been through the bucks, he's probably as close to combining kind of a unique look with some stoutness and power, and obviously still real young. He's real juvenile in terms of the way he's presented, but certainly massive enough in terms of muscularity as well. But this is his advantage. That guy, very, very neat in terms of the base of his shoulder, his forerib shape, and underline quality is exceptional in my opinion, particularly at this stage of the game. Really good handling quality as well. Nice sheep to lead off. A real hard handling sheep that comes out in two with a little bit more size and grow, in my opinion, and certainly like that about him. We need to open him up in his forerib, and then as we get off to the side of him, just doesn't match the look of that one that leads off. In 3, we've got a unique one that's really, really big featured and really big boned, and if you're trying to moderate your ewe base, that's the guy that will do it, because he is going to be wide, he is going to be stout, and very, very good in terms of pattern. He comes in a little bit shorter package. I wish he hooked his loin into his hip just a little bit more effectively, but certainly a sheep that's got a ton of future as well. Congratulations.
On the Southdown side, we got a pair of bucks up here at the top that separate themselves from the rest of them. I just think the total quality of soundness and just the way the buck moves around the ring, the way the rib shape in the flank and the underline, and just the straightness of his top line. When the buck puts in motion, he's really short-bladed. His breastplate's up underneath of him. Is he the biggest racked one? No, he's not the biggest racked one, but he's the most collection of the quality that I think that deserves to win the class. The buck in 2, he's the extreme piece. He's up-fronted, but when you put this one in motion is when you start picking on him. He really wants to pop his top. Just has a very odd shape in terms of the way that wants to come together up there, but a sheep that when you get him set and he looks nice, I just like to see the buck move better. Similar comment as I can say the buck in 3, he's truly the best racked one of the top 3. He's just one that when you put him in motion, he's just too tight on his back end for me. Wants to tuck his tail, just as too tight on his hock. The buck here in 4 is one that I really, really liked when he hit the ring. He was one of those deals where when you start to see this sheep, though, when you break him down, there's just not enough muscle in terms of when you really study him from behind. Gets too flat in his lower leg, but he's really cool and very sound. We end up the buck down here in 5th. He moved himself up a long way. This is a kind of sheep that, you put him on a treadmill, you put some effort in him, tone him up and really shape him. He might be able to move even further, but he just kind of has a soft look, a soggy look to him that just doesn't have that wow factor that I'd like to see. And we end up in the buck at the end of the class. He's tall fronted and all those pieces, gets a little harsh in his flank relative to his chest, gets a little flat in the lower portion of his leg.
Placing on the class of Slick Shorn March Ram Lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to Metro 2371, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Second place to JDB 2306, JC Brown, Pinckney, Michigan. And third place to Mason Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the natural colored Border Leicesters. First place to Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Third place, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of January Ram Lambs for the Southdowns. First place, Ryan, 2324, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Second place to Ryan, 2329, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 5, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placing on the best fleece for the natural colored border Leicesters, our winner was the February ewe lamb of Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That does conclude our Border Leicester show. Remember, Border Leicester exhibitors, they need you to gather on the outside of the show ring for a group photo, both white and natural colored. We're moving right on into our Horn Dorset show. First class for the Horn Dorsets are fitted early and late fall ram lambs.
Really an impressive way to start the Slick Hamps over here. I've certainly been plenty happy with our class winners, and again, finding ones that have squareness of feet and legs and soundness of skeleton, and then ultimately we build the extras from there up. I think there's ones out here that do that. Don't need to take any more time than we have to. I think really the decision gets close for reserve, but place to start up here with our eldest age ram. He'll be your champion in the Hampshire division. It gets just a little bit closer, but one that I'm more comfortable with, see just a little bit more future in. We're going to drop down to the February for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Slick Shorn Hampshire show, our champion ram goes to the first place in the fall ram lamb class, Storms 1201, Olivia Porter's, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second, and our reserve champion goes to our first place in the February ram lamb class, Metro 2362, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Hampshire's, first place to Ty Thorson of Columbus, Wisconsin. What's that?
Here in our Horn Dorset show, we've got two exciting bucks to lead off with, and certainly a really close placing as we get in and start analyzing these two. And I think as we really get down and study these two, the buck that we that we have on the top here is a sheep that just puts more of those pieces together when we really study this one. I think as we get in and handle this sheep, he's a sheep that's just powerful down his top, a sheep that when you get on top of him in terms of his loin and hip, he excels over the ram that we've got here in second, and certainly a sheep that I think when we set this one into motion, he's just a notch more sound when he meets the ground, and certainly in the way he handles his spine when he gets out and moves. But certainly he's the kind of sheep that you can really appreciate the front 1/3 of his skeleton and the way he blends together. Just a lot of nice pieces in that sheep to lead off with. I think as we get in and study the ram here in second, I think a sheep that when we analyze him from a profiling standpoint, or when we get back from a 3/4 angle, you really appreciate the added length of body that this ram brings. Certainly one that when you handle him from the 13th rib back, he handles with probably a higher percentage of hind saddle compared to our class winner. A sheep that's just really, really elevated through the front 1/3 of his body, and certainly one that really runs uphill in the way he's constructed. Maybe as we compare him to the ram that wins, he just isn't quite as sound when we talk about him in terms of his movement. I'd certainly like to give him a notch more base width when he sets down at the ground and meets the ground when he gets out and moves. But that's a high quality pair of rams to lead off in our Horn Dorset show. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted early and late fall ram lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to Gadsby 22108, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Frog Hollow 1, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
here as we get in the slick version of our Horn Dorset buck. So we've got a pair of rams out here that I think we've got some give and take as we talk about the two rams, but I think the ram that really we're going to lead off with is the sheep that is the best combination sheep of the ones that we've got out here. A sheep that when these gentlemen get him set up, he's certainly one that's really attractive from a profiling standpoint, one that's really straight and true down his top, and one that you can really appreciate that extension he has through the front 1/3 of his body. And then really where his big advantage comes over the ram that we have here in second is when we talk about him just in terms of his center body. He's pulled apart through the center portion of his skeleton, which therefore he's wider in his loin and wider in his hip, and certainly gives us more rib shape and volume. And then I think as we step back and look at him from the side here, he balances up better in terms of his shoulder and his rear flank. I think he's the sheep that we can lead off with pretty easily. Ram that we have here in second, I think when we talk about him in terms of his build and his type and kind, he really does come at us with more length of body and length of spine compared to our class winner. I think a sheep is when we get digging and handle him from that 13th rib back, he handles with a higher percentage of hind saddle, and certainly I think we can appreciate those things, but where we need to make this one better is in terms of his structure. A sheep that just needs to be sounder and straighter and truer behind his shoulder. We need to make him better the way he handles himself off his hip and the way he moves about the ring, but certainly two high quality slick shorn Horn Dorset bucks. Thank you.
Placing on the class of slick shorn Horn Dorset early late fall ram lamb class, first place to ALAM 393 Logan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Sink Paget 1898 Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana.
Out in the Southdown class, certainly a nice class winner to start with. You know, he's a big, stout-made one. He's opened up underneath of him. He's really good in his cage, shallow in his breastplate, tucks up into him good. Appreciate the shallowness of his rib. If I was going to change one thing, he carries his top too high. You know, other than that, he's the sheep that wins the class, and it's not even close from there. But I'd like to get his top line to come down. But he's sound in terms of his movement. It's just a top line problem. The one here in second, you know, he grew on me. I didn't pull him right away. He doesn't have the collected mass in his rib cage in terms of just spread to him, but he's got the right shape, and I think when you really study him and you put him in motion, I think he just continues to crawl his way up in this class. He's really shallow-bodied. He's short-bladed. He's level in his design. He's level in his hip. I just like to see him more mature. He could be just one of the youngest ones that's out here and needs more time on feed, but I really appreciate the quality of that one, especially when you put him into motion. The one here in 3 is a big outlying sheep, long-sided. He's shallower-bodied than the one in 4. I think he's a little better in terms of the way his breastplate tucks up into him, and he's shallower in his breast, particularly in his breast himself. But a buck, when I study him, he starts to funnel off in the lower portion of his leg, doesn't blow apart in his upper hip as much as the 2 ahead of him, but a sheep that has some nice quality and falls just in the 3rd for me. The one in 4, when the young man's got him up and driven, I think he looks really, really good when you put him in motion. I don't like him as much. He gets a little deeper. He doesn't collect himself as nicely, but a buck that falls nice into 4th place. 5th place hole is one that's really shapely. I mean, that guy has got a big rack, very shapely in his back. I really appreciate that about him. He's unbalanced underneath of his body cavity. He's too deep in his heart relative to his flank, wants to get a little too straight in his hock, but a sheep that you really have to appreciate from a touch, tone, and muscularity standpoint. We end the class with one that's big frame, tall fronted. He just doesn't have enough touch, tone, and is starting to get a little deeper in his heart for me than relative to the ones that are ahead of him, but a sheep that's got some growth to him and some production, just need to see more shape and expression.
Just a single entry single entry here in our Horn Dorset Ram Lamb division, but I think we've got a high quality one out here. A sheep that when you study and analyze this one, there's a lot of power and mass and just sheer muscle shape and dimension in this one. Certainly, we can appreciate that added length of body and length of spine. We'll look forward to seeing them out here in our champion lineup. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place to Route 854, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing over there on the Southdown February ram lamb class, first place to Knettle 2353, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Second to KDK 2320, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. 4, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio.
Just a single entry here in our Horn Dorset fitted division in our spring class here, but I think we've got one that could stand a lot of competition. It's kind of a bummer we don't have more of them out here for us to compare them, but I think as we really study this sheep, when you get in and analyze this guy is really, really good. A sheep that when you get your hands on him, he's straight and true down his spine. A sheep that meets the ground certainly with a lot of squareness, and one that when you really analyze this sheep, he's really straight and one that we can really appreciate a lot of the quality in terms of his build. I really like the front and extension and elevation in this ram. We'll look forward to seeing him in our champion lineup. Congratulations.
On the Southdown ring, we're currently showing March and later ram lambs. Your next class will be pair ram lambs, then junior champion, reserve junior champion ram, followed by grand and reserve grand champion ram. Placing on the class of fitted spring ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to Frog Hollow 10, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Well, quite the class to get started off in the Hampshire yearling ewes. I mean, there is some heat in here, and if you exited already, do not feel bad because this is an awful good class. Young man brings us one up front that is pretty darn intriguing. That thing is wild in terms of her body shape. She has got a great big back, huge pin set, lots of inner leg and thigh, and yet still as we get out in motion, she's maybe as comfortable as anything in this top six. I think an outstanding sheep to lead off with, really fun way to get started here in the Hampshires. In my opinion, the decision kind of lands between 2 and 3. The second place ewes just more massive. She's dang sure bolder in terms of her foreribs. She comes out of her pin set bigger. She has more inner leg as you get in behind her and just more broodiness. She's not near as neat looking as the one that's in third, and that's why she's in second. Behind that ewe up front. She just needs redesigned at the base of her shoulder, needs to be a little neater there and in her breastplate, and then that one probably gets up in contention with that sheep that leads off. I love everything about this sheep from this angle right here. If you want my kind of balance and symmetry and pretty white legs and a really white face, that's right up my alley. Absolutely love her from the side. Extremely good pattern. Get in behind her. There just needs to be more sheep there to go up against those two. She's just a little plainer at her dock and at her pin set, but boy, she is wildly good from the side. Really a nice sheep that comes out in 4. Love a lot about her. The boys got her handling really, really good. She props up well from the side. You get your hands on her. She's probably of these top 4. Well, not probably. She is. She's the heaviest conditioned one of these top 4. A little softer up in her foreribs, starting to show the effects of maturity up in terms of her breastplate. Kind of the same story as the one that comes next. Big, and there was a time when this ewe was probably very, very good. Not that she isn't now, but she's built right. She's just a little old looking, a little bit more mature in terms of the shape of her neck and the base of her shoulder. More youthful sheep that rounds out our top 6, and those girls flat out have that thing handling exceptionally good. She is rock hard in terms of her top and out of the top side of her dock. She's plainer in her foreribs. She's plainer in terms of the base of her shoulder than this set up ahead of her. Really nice way to get things started here in the Slick Hamps.
On the Southdown side of things, it'd be a real easy decision had the buck that wins maybe had a little prolapse issue, but high quality one, short bladed, stout muscled, big hipped, and really big in his loin and edges, soggy in his middle, and yet still has a very good ring appearance when he moves around the ring. Nice class winner. The second falls in there very easily for me just in terms of quality, in terms of situation, where you got a sheep that's really up and out and cool and shallow. This one just gets a little rough in his top for me, and it's probably a maturity thing, and give him some time. He'll probably fill it all in, but it's one of those things as it sits today, I have to evaluate what I'm looking at. He just doesn't have the power and the muscle ahead of him. Really love the design of that one sitting in 2. Here's one that's really, really cool in a really small package, in my opinion, but one that's really, really shaped right. His ribs really good. Been a fun weather for somebody to cut and had a lot of fun with. Would make him a good buck if you're just trying to collect things and make them better, but that guy's really good design. He's just a little bit too short in his cannon bone for me to move up, but I really, really appreciate the quality he has. We start to run into some challenges from there on out in the class. The one here in 4 doesn't balance up as good as the one, isn't as smooth, gets a little high in his top line, but he's got some shape and some muscle to him. And we end the class on a big frame, jacked up one that just doesn't have enough shape from front to rear, not only in a muscle standpoint, but underneath of his body, he gets too narrow off both ends. Thank you.
Little give and take here in the Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, and I think if we could take parts and pieces from these top 3 bucks and assemble one sheep, I think we'd have one that we'd be pretty excited about. The sheep that's going to win for me today is the one that just kind of puts most of those pieces together for me. I think as we talk about the sheep in terms of length of body, he's probably got the advantage of the 3 that we've got up here in this trio. I think certainly when we talk about him in terms of structure and soundness, he's probably the sheep that also puts those pieces together. One that's just really sound when he sets down in motion, one that when we get out on the move, we can appreciate how he sets down on all four corners. Maybe if we'd change him a little bit, we'd make him a little better in terms of his top, but certainly I think he's the one that puts those most pieces together, and the exhibitors do a nice job getting them presented to us. Then we've got two very contrasting rams in second and third, and like I said, I think if we could take pieces of each one of these, we would have a sheep that we could really tie to. The ram that's going to be here in second, yes, I'll be the first to admit he gives up some size and scale and some muscle and dimension compared to the ram and stands in third, but I think when we talk about him and analyze him in terms of a structural standpoint, he's just better in the way he's built. A sheep that moves about the ring on a sounder set of feet and legs. A ram that I think is, when we talk about him and the way his foot hits the ground, he's better than the ram that we've got here in third. Would we like to see him more powerful and have some more dimension of muscle? Absolutely. Is he adequate in the way he's constructed? Yeah, I think he is, but I think it's just that structural integrity standpoint that's so much better here, and that's why he's going to be in second place. The buck that we've got here in third, when he first hit the ring, you have to be ultra impressed by the overall sheer and mass that this ram brings to the table. A sheep that when you get on top of him, he's wide down his top, he's wide through his hip. He certainly has some natural thickness and muscling when you step back and view this guy from behind. I just need to make this buck better in terms of his structure, especially down his top line. And then more specifically, when we set this one into motion, I need to change the way he handles himself throughout his hip and his pin set, and the way he handles himself off his hind too. Ram that we've got here in fourth is a ram that's really similar in type and kind to the ram that we've got here in second, just from a sheer skeletal standpoint. One that's really straight and true in the way he's built, one that we can appreciate him in terms of his bone work, a ram that just gives up too much muscle and mass to run with the ones in front of him, and that's why he's going to be here in fourth. And then the ram that we've got here in fifth, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep, one that's ultra long bodied, one that's really extended and elevated through the front 1/3 of his body, a sheep that just doesn't have enough muscle and dimension to move up any higher. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Winter Spring Ram Lambs, first place goes to Hunt Club Lambs 2108, James Cole Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. Second place to Sarge 478, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third place to Jenna Cone. Fourth to Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. And 5 to Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Southdowns, first to Oldenburg 3073, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to Longnecker 2324, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Third place to Lewis Hick, Redbud, Illinois. 4, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, and 5, Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Slick Shorn Hampshires, first to 36, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Second place to Hogger 22004, Matty Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 5, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset Pair Ram Lamb class, first place, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the Pair Ram Lambs of the Southdowns, first place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. 4, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin.
Let's put our hands together for our ram exhibitors in the Horn Dorset show. I think we've got a really high quality set of rams out here, and I think we've got rams that come at us that are either fitted or slick, but I think the quality ran incredibly deep between the entire show. We had some classes where we didn't have a lot of numbers, but we had quality that ran all the way through in each one of those. And I think as we get out here and we study these rams, we found rams that certainly have some usefulness and function about them, and sheep that are going to go on and make an impact in breeding programs. Let's put our hands together one more time. I'll go out and show you the two I like the best.
Out here on the Southdown side, Southdown enthusiasts, let's give the kids a round of applause for champion, junior champion buck out here. Nice set of bucks, got some options to work through. Certainly from a breeder standpoint, I see some value in terms of some sheep out here. I think my champion has a tremendous amount of value in terms of being really shallow-hearted. He's opened up in his rib cage. He's certainly really shapely and very muscular made. I think he's the one that moves around the ring very well. He's very fault-free and tremendous amount of quality in that guy. Young man right in front of me will be your champion and junior champion. Bring that one up. Next, the second place comes up. He's a really cool made one. We talked about how he really is structurally correct, just not as much muscle and mass, and just doesn't have as much product in him. I think the next natural thing to go to gravitate to the next one that has the most quality in terms of muscle. Talked about the fact that maybe prolapse. This young man will be your reserve.
For the Horn Dorsets, our champion ram goes to the first place out of the fitted early/late fall ram lamb class, Gadsby 22108, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve champion to the first place out of the slick sheared early/late fall ram lamb class, ALAM 393, Logan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. For the Southdowns, our junior champion came out of the February Ram Lamb class, Connettle 2353, Cole Connettle, Downs, Illinois. The reserve junior champion from the March and later Ram Lamb class, Oldenburg 3073, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Southdown Ram. Remember, before we go into yearling ewes, we are going to take a short break to water that ring down, and then we'll go right on into them. But you do need to be bringing those first class early yearling ewes up ringside and ready at this time.
Hampshire ring just continues to impress. Young ladies bring us one up front here that pretty darn good. That sheep is exceptionally good from the side, very, very elegant through her front third. She's tucked up in her chest, big in terms of her back and her pin set. Handles with freshness and thinness of hide, and certainly one that has those big white fluffy legs and show ring presence, and just a nice sheep to start off with. Young ladies bring us 1 and 2 that of the rest, I think certainly has a leanness advantage. I like her size, soundness of structure, and certainly hardness of handle in terms of her back as well. Just doesn't match quite that look of that one up front. Try to ride this sheep as far forward in 3 as we can, because I do like her handling quality and her youthfulness in this particular set. She's so much trimmer than some of the others in this particular set. Maybe works to her disadvantage against these two up here. Needs probably just a little bit more age and bloom to contend with those two. But I do give her the credit as we work compared to some of these that maybe don't handle their maturity or fat content quite as well. young man brings us one next that, again, and I've said it before, at one point this was a really high quality sheep, and not that she isn't now, but her neck shape, base of her shoulder and forerib are just a little chubbier, and certainly starting to show the effects of age a little bit. But I do like that one a great deal in her hip and hind leg design. I like how she gets out of her front end, and I like her body shape. The stoutest sheep in class is in 5. If you want to see a big backed one and a big butted one, this is her. She has got a monster back, really, really big glutes, and just stout everywhere. With that, as we set her in motion, she's probably the one that comes apart the most of anything in here in this top 5. Just need to set her neck on top of her shoulder a little bit, and certainly peel her back just a little bit from a maturity perspective. I do like the youthfulness of the one that comes out in 6. Very, very good in terms of her top line. She's a little leaner than the one ahead of her. Unfortunately, she just doesn't have enough stoutness and power, particularly from behind, to run with this crew up here. Congratulations.
On the Southdown side, we want to put our hands together for everybody exhibiting for champion Southdown. I'll sleep well with my head on the pillow tonight to know that I found the best 2, in my opinion, in the down show, that if I had to breed something to my ewes at home, that I would pick one of these 2 bucks. They're different. I'm not going to tell you they're exactly the same, but they both, I think quality comes in a lot of different shapes and forms. I think the buck out of the senior division is one of those that's just extremely sound. I think he really has a good hawk. I think he moves around the ring exceptionally well. He's really opened up in his chest floor in a way that's very good. To be that short-bladed and that good in his breastbone in itself, I think he puts together a lot of good things in terms of the way he wants to put himself together. Really like his flank line in relationship to his heart. Love the levelness of his design as he carries around the ring. Is he more shapely than the little one? You could argue that one way or another. Does he have enough muscle? In my opinion, I do believe he does. I really like the way he's high-headed. I like the way he travels in terms of when he gets around the ring and his front 1/3 of his body. His blade's really short. His lower part of his shoulder is probably 2 to 3 inches above his chest plate, and I like a lot of things about that sheep. The little guy here, there's no doubt this is a shapely dude. He's very terminal in terms of the way he wants to put his muscle shape together. I like all those things about him. Does he move around the ring as smooth as that one? No. I think he's a little more tougher on his back legs than what this guy is. Is he opened up in his body cavity? Absolutely. I think they're both very, very good quality sheep, and it's one of those decisions that I have to make in my life and be satisfied with it. To me, though, when you start to study them all and which one's the most fault-free, the one that probably puts the most ease of character and the easiest one to breed to, I'm going to use the fall buck and then come back and get the January or February for reserve. Congratulations. Nice sheep. Nice sheep. Congrats.
For our grand champion ram for the National Junior Southdown Show, it was our senior champion ram out of the late fall ram lamb class, George Brothers 23005, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the February ram lamb class, Canettle 2353, Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Again, we're going to take a short break, get that ring watered down, and move right on into our yearling ewes. Placing on the second class of yearling ewes in the Slick Shorn Hampshire show, first place goes to Johnson, 22-215, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Hogger, 22-104, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4, Hayden Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. And fifth place to Dina Young, Manhattan, Montana.
Here in our fitted class of our Horn Dorset yearling ewes, I think we've got a set of 5 out here that are really high quality. And the ewe that we're going to lead off with, I think, has the advantage in terms of length of body. A sheep that when you really get to back and study this one, especially from a profiling standpoint, she's one that balances up the best in the way she's put together. I think a sheep that when you talk about her from the front 1/3 of her body, and then as she blends to the middle portion and then out through the last 1/3 of her body, she puts all those pieces together in terms of overall structural quality. Certainly a sheep that I think we can appreciate the elevation and femininity she has through her front, but also she doesn't disappoint you when you really study her from a broodiness standpoint. A sheep that's got some outward turn to her body. She's pulled apart through the center portion of her body cavity and certainly carries that width and thickness into a big wide square hip. Just a really logical sheep to lead off with. Ewe that comes at us here in second, I really like the sheep and the way this one's built. One that's just ultra feminine through her front. I really like her the way their neck and shoulder come together. A sheep that maybe just gives up that sheer length of body from front to rear and length from flank to flank compared to the sheep that wins. But I think a sheep that offers a lot of structural correctness and soundness. And when this one gets out and moves, she's certainly really correct in the way she's put together. A ewe that we've got here in third, a little more moderate in the way that this one is built, but one that's just built so well in the terms of her structure and design. A sheep that is straight and true down her top. She runs uphill. One that's really elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, but certainly then drops back into a big, deep rear flank, and one that just comes together with so much good. It doesn't bother me that she's not the biggest ewe out here at all, but certainly she's one that's really good in terms of her build and overall structure, and that's why she needs to be out here. A ewe that comes at us here in fourth, a real big outline kind of a sheep, and one that we can appreciate for that size and scale. One that's probably more similarly built to the ewes that we have 1 and 2, but one that I think as we study this one, she maybe just gets a little shorter from front to rear. She's maybe not as straight and true in her hip structure as we have in the sheep that stand in front of her, and that's why she ends up where she's at today. And then a real complete kind of sheep comes at us here in fifth, one that you really appreciate that extension she has through her head and neck, one that you really like in terms of her lines, a sheep that I just need to maybe make better in terms of length of body from front to rear, and maybe change her off her hind pasterns when she gets out and moves. Really high quality set from top to bottom. Thank you.
Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Horn Dorsets. First place to Gallagher K243, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to Pollard Castle W8767, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana.
Well, we kind of hit that stage over here in the Hampshire ring where it's game on. We have some exceptionally good critters that make this top 6, but particularly as we work through this top 3 or 4, they are exceptionally good. I like the one that leads off a great deal. To me, her size is right. She is big and stout and has a ginormous back. And with that, still proportions very good through her front third, upstanding. Where she has the advantage over the sheep in second is just through her front third. She's more upstanding at the top side of her shoulder. She particularly ties her neck in better at the top side of her shoulder. And then as we get out and get in motion, I actually think she's got more range of motion out of her hip because of the length of her hip, and probably maintains her top line a little bit better. Now, that's nothing taken away from 2, because there's probably people that would start this one. I wouldn't argue with them. That's a really, really big loined one that is very flat-backed and very big out of her hip. She is wide-chested, bold-bodied, and really, really, really round at the top side of her cage. Needs to get out of her front end a little bit better. Needs to tie her neck a little bit more neatly into the top side of her shoulder. Again, this sheep right here, this angle, absolutely love her. And she's not devoid of muscle by any means. She's got a big back in her. It's just as you compare her, and I hate to be a compare judge, but as you get into a class of this quality and this caliber, this sheep out of her hip and out of her pin set or upper hip just does not compare with those 2 that lead off. Just needs to be bigger there. She sits third from a muscularity standpoint, sits third in terms of hip dimension. That's why she finds herself in third in this particular class. Love the build, balance, and touch and handling quality of the 1 in 4. Exceptionally good. Little flatter bodied, not quite as pried apart in her skeleton as we work further up. Kind of an interesting one that comes in 5, and I think there's a lot to like here. I think she's got a lot of breeding potential. Again, a hard handling one, very, very shallow in terms of her chest, big in terms of her midrib and flank, and then certainly like the hip and hind leg on that one. Again, in my opinion, she's a little plainer in terms of her forerib shape. She's one that ultimately, as we start to balance when they're in motion, maybe doesn't handle her front end quite as naturally as some of the ones up ahead of her. Stout, powerful sheep that rounds out our top 6. Like that one a good deal. A little bit older looking, a little more mature, and just a little heavier conditioned out here in a class of this caliber. Congratulations.
Placing on our Class 3 of late yearling ewes, these animals born 3-3 and later. First place goes to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with 22-143. Second place to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with 22-101. Third, Ty Fort Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4, Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Horn Dorset exhibitors, just so you know, once we have shown the slick shorn early and late fall ewe lamb class, we will select a senior champion and reserve senior champion.
Lots to talk about in this particular yearling ewe class of the Slick Shorn Horn Dorsets, but I think as we talk about the 3 ewes up on top here, we've got 3 very different types of sheep, and I think it's really kind of where your preferences lie, and if you're a person that has a preference for a different type or kind, we can certainly have that discussion on how you would place these. This is how I see them here today. I think the combination ewe wins the class here for me today. A sheep that when you get back and really study this one, she has that advantage in terms of length of body. She's got the advantage in terms of growth and performance. I think you can appreciate the overall balance and eye appeal in this sheep. Is she the heaviest muscled one we have out here? No, she's not. But certainly I think she's adequate in terms of her muscle shape. I like her in terms of her build. I like her down her top. I like her in terms of her hip design. Certainly I think a sheep that puts all those pieces together and just really, as we flush this out, she's the sheep that I wanted to tie to, and she's going to be our winner here today. The ewe that we've got here in second, she's the most different of any that we've got out here in class, and certainly there's a lot of good things in this sheep that you can appreciate. Certainly one that, when we talk about one from just sheer muscle shape and power and dimension and performance and just a stoutness and stout feature, this is the kind of sheep that you can appreciate, and I think she brings a lot of good to the table, and that's why she's here in the second spot. I think she's a sheep that certainly deserves to be talked about in the way that she's built and the way that she's constructed. Super moderate in the way she's built, but when you step back and look at her, she's straight and true down her top. She's got some width and natural thickness about her. She's got some power in terms of her hip structure and design, and when you get back and view her directly from behind, she's the widest pinned, widest hip one that we have out here. Does she give up a little bit in terms of length of body? Absolutely. Is she a little more quick in terms of her maturity pattern? Yes, for sure. But I think as we talk about the 2 or 3 ewes that we've got here up on the top end, there's so much good in that one. She needs to be in the conversation. Ewe that comes at us here in third is probably the more terminal looking type sheep that we've got out here. One that when you get your hands on her, she's super fresh in terms of her handle. She's hard in terms of her handle. A sheep that you really like, that added length of body and elevation and extension to her. A sheep that's really clean in the front 1/3 of her body and drops in deep into her rear flank. Where this sheep needs to be better is when we talk about her in terms of her features. She just needs to be bigger footed and bigger boned. I'd like to see her better the way she handles herself off her hind two when we set this one into motion. But I think she too offers lots to the conversation and the depth of this class, and that's why we like her here in 3. Ewe that comes at us here in 4th is really a sheep that doesn't have any holes in her. One that's really straight and true in her lines. One that I like her in terms of her underline. I like her in terms of her chest and front and body. But does she wow you in any way? Probably not. But certainly a sheep that we can appreciate by how sound she is. One that's straight in terms of the way she's built. I just think she fits in nicely here in this group of 4. And then the ewe that we've got here in 5th is a long-bodied sheep and might be one of the longer-bodied ones that we've got out here in terms of our lineup. A sheep that's probably the most extended and most elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, and a sheep that I think we can appreciate those types of things. She just runs out of muscle shape and dimension to run with the ewes that stand in front of her. High-quality set of ewes from top to bottom. Thank you.
Placing on the pair of Slick Shorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires, first place to Maddie Hogger, to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third place, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Four to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to Dina Young, Manhattan, Montana. Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling ewe class for the Horn Dorsets, first to ALAM 352, Logan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Hope Dorsets 2507, Jenna Cohen, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to James Cole Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. 4 to Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana. And fifth to Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset pair yearling ewes, first place goes to Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And fourth place, Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana.
Really a good class of falls, and started with the first one in the ring that I thought really set the tone for this class, and I think all the way through here an exceptionally good set of females. Again, young man that leads off, I think it's just this angle right here that one is absolutely outstanding in terms of her build, exceptionally good in terms of her body shape, very, very good in terms of her front third assembly, and yet still, as we set her in motion, probably has an advantage over most of these in class. She's not the biggest topped or the hardest handling one. She's very female in terms of her muscle pattern, in my opinion, but certainly not one that I would call soft or flat from that aspect. Nice sheep there. Absolutely love this sheep in second from the outside. Just so good in terms of her balance, her proportions, and her lines. Where she has the biggest advantage over the sheep in third is just her assembly through her front third. That sheep is naturally taller fronted. She's naturally better in where she sets her neck into the top side of her shoulder. Again, not the stoutest or the most powerful sheep in class, particularly from behind. That sheep could be bigger pin. That sheep could be wilder from behind and in her body shape. But I wouldn't ever call her flat and light muscled. I think really a good picture from this side. Just could be a little bit harder handling and more massive to get up around that one that wins. The one in third is definitely the power sheep in class. That's the biggest rack, the flattest loin, biggest hipped one. Really, really big legs, and certainly like all that stuff about her. It's from her forerib forward, her shoulder, her neck attachment, particularly in motion. Adjust those things. We could get her up and compete with those two that beat her in this class. Really like the sheep that comes next. She's one that you like a good deal in terms of just her feet and legs and proportions. She's not the hardest handling one in class. She's one that's maybe just a little bit softer at this stage of the game. Could fill her in her wool cap just a little bit as well. Really a sheep that comes out in 5 that you like a lot in terms of firmness of handle, thinness of hide. In my opinion, she just comes in a few more pieces, a little bit more lower shoulder. She's not quite as attractive out of her hip, and certainly one that you like in terms of her levelness. We get her in motion. She moves good. She's just got to come with a little bit more look and smoother through her front end to get up further in this class. Congratulations.
Class 1 Southdown yearling ewes, certainly you expect them to be good, and I expect all 5 classes to have some really good sheep in them. I think the one that wins here does so rather handily, and then it's after that it's trying to sort them. She gets around the ring well. She's big-bodied. She's really good in her underline. Her flank's right. She's got a very proportional, just in terms of her underline skeleton, got base width, bone work, like that one quite a bit. The one here in 2 and 3, I think you can probably toss a coin if you want. I'm going to opt to go ahead and stay with that shorter bladed, better breasted one, particularly when you put her in motion. I know she's better in her top line. She keeps her top down a lot better. That's all about the fact that she's shorter bladed and she's better in her blades and the way her rack blends off, and she just blends in a smoother package. The one in 3 is big frame. She's a high-headed one. I'd just like to smooth her up in her top line just a little bit, take a little condition off of her rib cage. And then we got the one in 4 here. That's a stout-backed one, big ribbed one. Just is a little bit softer in her top line, maybe a little higher in her tail head, but one that's really bold and sprung, and her rib cage is cool, and I really like all those things about her. Got another big, long-sided one down here in 5 that's tall-fronted. Just gets a little harsh on her underline, gets a little bit lacking in terms of back into her leg and back into her hip, but one that you appreciate the length, the skeleton that she's got at the point of the shoulder being that tall.
Fall ewe lambs over here on the Horn Dorset side. I think we've got a really exceptional sheep to lead off with. I think she's the best combination sheep that we've got out here in terms of her build. One that I really like in terms of her top line. I think as we study this one, when you get your hands on her, when you step back and look at her here, either way you can appreciate how straight and shoe she is down in terms of her spine. A sheep that I think when we talk about her from a balance standpoint, one that's just really elegant and extended through the front 1/3 of her body, but then she comes at us with being so pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton and comes into a big rib and deep flank and wide hip and all those things that we can appreciate for a female that's going to go on and make a brood ewe eventually in her life. I really like this one, and we study her in terms of her bone work as well. I like her in terms of her type. I just think she's the logical sheep to tie into and lead off with. ewe lamb that we have here in second is a real long-bodied, very attractive kind of a sheep, and one that when we talk about her in terms of future growth, I think she's probably going to be one of the bigger yearling ewes when it's all said and done. One that's just so elegant and attractive in the front 1/3 of her body, and certainly one that we can appreciate her in terms of her hip and design. She comes at us, presented to us in pretty short fleece as well, so what you see is what you get with this kind of sheep, and certainly where her advantages came over the ewe that we've got here in third is how well this one tracks about the ring. She's so much sounder when she gets out and moves. She's more athletic on the drive, and I think she fits nicely into our second place spot. A lot of things about the ewe that we've got here in third that one has to appreciate from just a sheer sheep standpoint. One that you really like the natural width and thickness that she has down her top. You like her in terms of her hip structure and design. Certainly one that's just deep-sided. She's bold-sprung. She's got a lot of internal capacity about her, but yet she blends together nice through her neck and shoulder area. She certainly lays in nice the way her head and shoulder come out on top of her shoulder. But I think as we talk about this one, it's pretty obvious when we set this one into motion, she just doesn't handle her spine very well. She likes to get high in her top and certainly doesn't move about the ring as free and easy as we really would like her to. Ewe that we've got here in fourth was probably the biggest framed ewe that we've got out here, just in terms of sheer length of body and size. A sheep that's just really elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, one that runs uphill when you look at her from a profiling standpoint. A sheep for me today that I think as we talk about this one in terms of her structure, we need to make this one better, especially the way she connects from her loin into her hip, and then how she handles her pins when she sets out and moves. She maybe meets the ground at a more narrow base than the sheep that stand in front of her, but a lot of nice things in that ewe here in fourth. Big rib, stout featured one comes at us in fifth, and certainly one that you can appreciate in terms of just her mass and broodiness and power, and certainly one that when you look at her from the side, she's deep-sided, she's bold-sprung, she's big-ribbed. She just gets a little shorter-necked and not very balanced when we look at this one from the side. I'd like to see her change the way she comes together from her neck into her shoulder. Certainly just gets a little coarse in her overall makeup, but I think a sheep that we can appreciate her in terms of her breed type. And then the ewe we're going to round out the class with, a more moderate built one, one that does give us some evidence of muscle and dimension and power, just a sheep that maybe runs out of gas in terms of just sheer size and performance compared to the sheep in front of them. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted early fall ewe lambs. First place, Oberholzer, 2214, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to Paul R. Castle W, 8859, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third place, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to Blake Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. Placing on the first class of slick shorn fall ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to 23015, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to Everhart, 2205, Deborah Smith, Carlisle, Indiana. Third place, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And 5 to Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the first class of yearling ewes for the National Junior Southdown Show. First place to George Brothers, 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Coon Mills, 2138, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Third, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Fourth place to Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. And 5, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. In the Hampshire ring, we have late fall ewe lambs in the ring. Following this class, we will select a senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
A little more variety here in our late ewe lamb, fall ewe lamb class here in our Horn Dorset side of things, but I think we've got a really nice one to lead off with. Certainly a sheep that, as we've been talking all day, is finding those sheep that just put all those pieces together in terms of structure and design, and I think this is the kind of sheep that does that for me. One that's really long-bodied, and that's really where that advantage comes from when you get in and handle this sheep from her last rib back, when you talk about her in terms of the elevation and extension she has through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. And then when we set this one in motion, she's the soundest of the trio we have here up on the top end. I think as we analyze this one, she puts all those things together, and that's just really kind of an exciting ewe. I think actually as we talk about this one going forward, she's probably got some brighter days in front of her when she really just puts the pieces together in terms of overall growth and maturity. That's an exciting one. Ewe that we've got here in second, a little more moderate and a stouter featured one in terms of her build, one that's maybe a little more quick in terms of her pattern. A sheep for me today that I like that overall spring of rib and depth of side and capacity about her. Maybe for this one, though, she just doesn't balance up nearly as well as we talk about the ewe that won. Certainly one that gets a little deeper in terms of her chest in relation to her rear flank. One that's maybe not as attractive or feminine through the front 1/3 of her body, but one that offers a lot of power and dimension here in the second hole. Ewe that comes at us here in third, long-bodied kind of a sheep. And again, if we're going to talk about just the fundamentals and mechanics of making a good one, this ewe certainly has those. When we study this one at the ground, she's a sheep that we can appreciate the base width about her, one that we can appreciate the bone that she stands on. Certainly one that when we talk about her in terms of just balance, we like that one. A sheep that maybe where we need to change this one the most is when we get in and view her from behind and we get in and handle her from behind. She's the one that just slightly likes to narrow in terms of her pin set. She just gets a little bit narrow in terms of her hip design, but I think a sheep that when we talk about this one moving forward, there's probably some brighter days ahead of her as well. Ewe that comes at us here in fourth, again, one that's just really attractive when we step back and look at this one from the side. And when she's standing still and the young man gets her gathered up and put together, she's really attractive from this standpoint. A sheep for me today that when we really get in top of her and really handle her, she just gets out-horsed in terms of true muscle shape and dimension and sheer power as we compare her to the sheep that stand in front of her. Certainly might be a function of immaturity, but that's where she's at in her stage here today. And then the ewe lamb, we're going to round out the class with the more moderate frame type one, one that is straight and true down her top, one that we just need to give some more growth and performance to run with the ewes in front of her.
In the Hampshire ring, a good class again, a little bit more variation in here, and I'm not going to start and say that the one up front is the stoutest or most powerful sheep in this particular lineup, because she's not. But what she is very, very good structured. I foresee that one as a really good sheep down the line. Just so good in terms of skeletal angles and structure. Very, very small in terms of her neck, and everything just kind of fits together right. She's got the right kind of touch and handling quality. As that one progresses and matures and starts to come apart in her skeleton, she'll be a handful long-term. Just a really, really good one from the side. Sheep that comes in second, more raw power in that particular sheep. I like that a good deal about her. To me, she comes in a few more pieces. It's her lower shoulder and the way she ties her neck in, that if we could make that just a little smoother transition, because she's really robust in terms of her forerib shape. She's really, really good in terms of her underline quality. Big feet, big stature down low, and certainly handling quality is very, very good as well. Just need to be a little smoother in her front third. Sheep that comes out in three is one that I like a good deal in terms of her proportions and her lines. She's one that I like a good deal on the standstill. When we get her in motion, she's just a little short-strided out of both ends, needs to get out, just be more athletic when we get out and go. Stout power sheep that comes out in four, and I like her rack shape, her loin, her upper hip. Very, very good in terms of underlying quality as well. Again, one that as we set out in motion, to me, she comes apart just a little bit more at the base of her shoulder, and in terms of her hind leg design, probably just has a little bit more set there in terms of just getting out and flowing with an attractive hind leg. The one that comes out in 5, really good pattern sheep. One that as you get in and start to analyze gets a little flatter, a little more closed up, particularly at the top side of her hip and her pin set. The one that we're going to round out with, I think, has some neat pieces, big feet, stout structured. She's upstanding up front. She's just a little more vertical off both ends, a little rounder in terms of her top line. Nice class there.
For the Slick Shorn Hampshire show now, we're ready to select Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Placing on that second class of fall ewe lambs, first place to Hogger 22150, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place, Grandview 2303, Lindsay Poole, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third, Hannah Reamer, Mequon, Wisconsin. 4, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Placing on the class of fitted late fall ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first to Paular Castle, W8877, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second, ALAM 394, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third, to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 4, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. And 5, to Jenna Cohen, Janesville, Wisconsin.
Next set of Southdown yearling ewes. There's some differences in terms of fitting, in terms of just in touch and tone, and that out here in the top 3. But I really think the ewe that wins, I think when you really start to get this one propped up, get her legs under her right, get her moving around the ring, she carries herself exceptionally well. And there's so much of her, and I understand she carries more condition than the 1 and 2, but she's tall-fronted, she's big-ribbed, she's opened up in her cavity. When you watch her walk, she opens up underneath of her front end of her body, really deep in her flank, big and massive in her hip, and just a lot of sheep there, and appreciate that. And she still comes in a feminine enough package. The one here in 2 and 3, this is close. I'm going to opt with her. I just think there's this sheep just looks better to me. She's shallower bodied. She's better in her top line. She's smoother in her loin edge, just a little more square in her upper hip and her dimension. She shows me more shape from behind, but one that's definitely not one of the bigger ones, maybe one of the smaller ones in the class, but carries herself down very nicely. You here in third's real feminine fronted, really appreciate that. She doesn't get around the ring very good, and when she doesn't do that, really changes her hock set just a little bit to me. Wants to pop her top a little bit more than the 2 ahead of her, but one that's high quality, just a little shorter sided than the 2 ahead. The one here in 4, again, one of those that's tall fronted, long body. Need to get that flank down in this sheep and to make her a little more proportionate, give her a little more hip and a little more lower leg, but one that's up and good and very good in terms of being tall fronted. One that we end the class on is very terminal in her look. This one's just out of balance. She's too deep in her heart relative to her flank, just doesn't proportion up very well. You get behind her, she got a ton of shape in her. I mean, big hipped, lots of shape from a muscle standpoint. I just need to pull her down in her flank in relationship to her chest.
Placing on the second class of yearling ewes for the National Junior Southdown Show, first place goes to Howe Farms 2202, Bow Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place, Burns Stock Farm 1860, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 5, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Nice lineup of slick shorn ewe lambs here in our Horn Dorset show, and I think we've got a real powerhouse to lead off with. I think a sheep that really, when we study this one, in terms of her size, in terms of her scale, in terms of her build, she puts all those things together. I think when you get your hands on this sheep, she's wide top, she's wide loin, she's wide hipped. Certainly one that we can appreciate in terms of her base width. I like the way she meets the ground in terms of her foot, in terms of her bone. I like her in terms of her breed type as well. Certainly a sheep that offers a lot of good, and certainly one that, as we forecast this one forward, I think there's some nice pieces in that individual when she puts them all together as a nice yearling ewe next year. Ewe lamb that we've got here in second is really similar in type and kind to the sheep that we chose to lead off with. I think where her big advantage comes over the ewe that we've got here in second is just sheer muscle shape and expression of muscle. When you get on top of this one, she's wider down her top, she's wider throughout her hip, and then she couples that with being longer from front to rear and longer from flank to flank, and one that we can really appreciate that extension and elevation that she has through her chest and through her chest floor. One that we really appreciate a lot of those things that come together into one package. Ewe that comes out here in third is a sheep that when she hit the ring was one that I certainly thought that we knew we needed to talk about. A sheep that brings a lot of good to the table in terms of look and eye appeal. One that you really like in the terms of her bone work. Probably had the advantage over the ewe lamb that just exited in front of her as having a notch more bone at the ground and maybe just a little bit stouter in terms of her features. Where this sheep disappoints me is when we get behind this one. I'd want to change her in terms of her hip structure. I'd like to widen her out in terms of her pins, give her just a notch more muscle through the lower portion of her leg, but certainly that could be a function of immaturity, and going forward, that might be an exciting yearling ewe next year. Ewe that we've got here in fourth is one the young lady does a nice job presenting for us here, a sheep that's straight and true down her top, one that when you get your hands on her, she's as level as you can make one out through her hip. Where we need to change this one and make her better is when we talk about her in terms of her balance and design, a sheep that just gets a little deeper and bolder in terms of her chest floor in relation to her rear flank. She just gets out of balance for me here today. Maybe change the way her neck and shoulder come together on top. Her neck comes out on top of her shoulder, but certainly a sheep that we can appreciate. And then when we talk about the ewe that we're going to round out this group with, big-bodied ewe, big, stout-featured kind of a sheep, one that's real long, and certainly one we can appreciate the growth and performance in this individual. We just need to make this one better in terms of her structure, specifically when we're talking about her hind pasterns. Nice set of ewe lambs from top to bottom.
On the Hampshire side, this may be collectively as good of a set of critters as anybody gets to see this weekend. If the junior age group is any indication or any reflection of how good the seniors have been, we're going to have a pretty fun afternoon here because this is awful good. I won't spend a whole lot of time talking to them. There's a couple of them that I like very, very well. That are good built. They're wild in terms of body shape. They're ones that have handling quality and certainly quality from the outside. One of them, in my opinion, is a little leaner. One of them's a little bit more honest. And so with that, I will go out and get you a champion in reserve. But in the senior division, this has been an outstanding set. So if you don't make grand or reserve, don't drop your head any, because the quality out here is flat out good. So congratulations to all of you. Our champion's going to come right out of our third yearling ewe class. Outstanding ewe there. We're going to drop up here to the young lady for reserve Hampshire in the senior division.
Hampshire senior champion came from the late yearling ewe class 22-143. Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. The reserve champion came from the intermediate yearling ewe class Johnson 22-215. J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. placing on the class of slick shorn early late fall ewe lambs. First place to Paul R. Castle W8898, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second, Paul R. Castle W8869, James Cole Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. Third place to Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 4, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. And 5, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Here in the Horn Dorset show, we've got a deep lineup of females out here in our senior champion lineup, and you really don't realize how deep the quality was in the show until you bring them all back out here and we get to study them and look at them here. I think as we talk about the individuals out here, I think as we analyze them, we can see some uniformity that runs through every one of these individuals. I think we found sheep that have some dimension, some muscle, some size, but also sheep that are structurally correct and balanced and put all those pieces together. And then we match that with some breed type, and we match that with some usefulness and function. We've assembled a pretty exciting set of ewes out here. I'm going to go out and show you the two that I like best for the senior champion lineup. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
For our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe was our fitted yearling ewe class winner, Gallagher K243, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. The reserve senior champion came from the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle, W8877, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Now ready for fitted winter ewe lambs.
three high-quality ewe lambs in the Horn Dorset fitted division of our winter class here. And I think as we talk about the ewe lamb here that we lead off with, she's the sheep that puts all those pieces together for me in terms of just the way she's built. And I think as we step back and really look at this one and really study this one, she's the longest bodied ewe lamb that we've got out here, and one that I think as we talk about her in terms of her spine, we talk about her in terms of her length of body, and talk about her in terms of the length from flank to flank is where her real advantages come. A sheep that doesn't disappoint you when you get in on top of her and handle her in terms of her top, in terms of her hip. One that you really like in the way she comes together from her neck into her shoulder, and just from a balance standpoint, she's pretty exciting to look at here from the side. Ewe lamb that we have here in second is a very complete kind of sheep, and if you're talking about ones that are certainly those that don't have any holes in it, this is probably your kind of sheep. One that when we study this one at the ground in terms of her features, she's big-footed, she's certainly stands on a lot of circumference of bone, and when you get your hands on this one too, she too is straight in terms of her top. She's straight and square throughout her hip, and certainly I think as we study this one, the way she's built in terms of the front 1/3 of her skeleton, she's probably got a nickel's worth of advantage when it comes to the way she blends together from her neck into her shoulder. A sheep that just runs out of gas in terms of length of body and length of side compared to our class winner, and that's why she's going to be second. You that comes at us here in third, boy, you really have to appreciate the size and scale and growth and performance in this one. A sheep that certainly has those is a pounds heavy kind of sheep, and one when you study her in terms of her features, she's big bone, she's big footed, she's certainly got a lot of just sheer mass when we analyze this one, but we need to make this one better in terms of her overall movement. For me, she just gets too high in her spine and doesn't handle her top quite as well as the other two ewe lambs when we set this one in motion, so that's why she's 3 today. Congratulations.
Fun way to get started in the Hampshire ring. And again, this class should tell you again just I guess the importance that I put on skeleton and structure as we go down in through here. Nice skeleton, nice structured one, stout and powerful that leads off there. Certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of just her rib shape and the way she opens up high in her skeleton. Big pinned and certainly wide in her dock, and I think one that paints a good picture from the side. The decision for me is 2 and 3, and you get them in motion, and that's where 2 takes the advantage. Absolutely love that sheep from the side, and in motion she's very free, very mobile, gets out of her front end exceptionally good, and she's just so youthful. She's a little bit trimmer than the sheep in second. Now, she's not as stout as the sheep in third. She's not as opened up, and if you want to go ahead and use the sheep in third to beat her, I would listen to you every day of the week in terms of stoutness and power and just bloominess. But in terms of skeletal quality and integrity, to me, 2's better than 3 in this particular class. This sheep comes in the ring, and I absolutely love her. I mean, she is big-backed and big-ended and presented to a T. Young men do an outstanding job getting her shown. We get her in motion, needs to get out of her front end a little bit better. Of the top 3, she's the heaviest conditioned one, and of the top 3, she probably needs to set her neck on top of her shoulder just a little bit more correctly than the other 2. Like the sheep that comes in next, particularly from her last rib forward, handles with a good rack shape, opened up in her rib. She's smooth in terms of her top line. Get in behind her, just a little narrower pin. She's a little deeper in terms of her shoulder up front. The one that comes in 5, plenty stout, really, really good in terms of back shape, loin shape, and from behind, it's this angle right here again that I think she maybe just comes in a few more pieces from a balance perspective in a class of this caliber. Congratulations.
On the Southdown side, sorry for taking a little bit longer. I'm not going to tell you I love any of them, and that's probably why my struggle becomes in this class, because I didn't find that one that overwhelmed me like some of the classes. But I think the ewe that starts the class, I think she stays with the trend of being feminine, up-fronted, really laid in about her shoulder, really straight and level down through her top line. She really carries herself very nicely around the ring, and she's in a really good body condition score, and I think that changes just a little bit if you put a lot of condition on them. The ewe in second, she's kind of the big-bodied one, but to me, she's carrying a lot of body, and some of that's adding to what her real depth of body is, in my opinion. I think it's a very challenging top pair. They're different in types and kind. That might be the class that bothers me the most throughout the rest of the day. The one here in 3 just falls in third because she's the next biggest, longest spined one. She's got some base width underneath her when you watch her walk. I'd like to change her in her dock, and in her hip, she needs more upper hip and just needs more look from behind. Really a nice balanced one here in 4, a little smaller in her kind. I'd like to open this one up. When you really watch her walk, she gets pretty tight up front and in her front legs. She just doesn't have as much natural width, but the muscle shape and the balance of the sheep, I appreciate her and got her up here even though she wasn't one of the bigger ones. Another big one here at the end just needs to be bigger footed, stouter made. Maybe a little better management of the wool might have helped that, but she's a little dark in her color, but one that you appreciate some of the good things about her.
Fancy ewe lamb to lead off here in our spring Horn Dorset ewe lamb class here. I think this is an easy winner for us today as we get in and really analyze this one. A sheep that just runs uphill in the way she's built. From the front 1/3 of that skeleton of this one is just so attractive, and when we talk about her in terms of her shoulder design, we talk about in the way of her neck placement, and then when you get in and really study this sheep in terms of her top line, she handles her top so well, and she's wide hipped and she's wide pinned, and then we couple that with a sheep that's got some stoutness of bone and base width, and when we set this one into motion, she just puts all those pieces together in terms of an overall sound package. Really logical place to start with here. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in second, one that I think has the advantage over the ewe lamb in third, is just from a length of body standpoint, one that certainly comes at us with just more extension through the front 1/3 of her body, one that's a little more elevated through her chest floor, through her front end. Sheep that when we study this one from behind, I think is better in terms of her hip structure. She's wider in terms of her pin set as we talk about the one that stands here in third. Maybe not as sound on the move in comparison to our class winner, but I think a sheep that offers some growth and performance and volume and depth, and that's why she's going to be second. One that comes at us here in third is one that we can really appreciate that depth of body and width and power that this one brings to the table. A sheep that you can appreciate that outward turn to the center portion of her skeleton, and she carries that width and thickness throughout her hip, and certainly gives us some expression of muscle through the lower portion of her leg when we really study this one. Where I need to make this one better in terms of her hip design, a sheep that just gets a little more steep in terms of her hip. She gets a little bit lower in her dock and narrower in her pin set, but certainly a sheep that we can appreciate that growth and performance at this stage of the game. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first to Sink Paget, 1938, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place, Frog Hollow 2, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Joe, don't put... Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first to Frog Hollow 5, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to Route 862, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Third to Libby Hashdire, Sauk City, Wisconsin. Placings on Class 1 of our January ewe lambs in the Slick Shorn Hampshire show. First place to 23-032, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to L018, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. 4 to Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 5 to Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of yearling ewes, this would be class number 3. First place for the Southdowns, that is. First place to Howard 2041E, Brady Brant, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second to Gemstone Southdown 669, Emily Nold, Brookings, South Dakota. Third, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. 4, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio.
Slick Shorn ewe lamb here in our Horn Dorset show, and we've got a pretty exceptional one to lead off with here. I think as this one came into the ring, it was one that I knew that I was probably going to levitate towards right off the bat. A sheep that is just so sound, and when we put this one into motion, and then a sheep that when you couple her with her expression of muscle and get your hands on this one, she's wide down her top, she's big back, she's big hipped, and certainly one that really has the most expression of muscle when you step back and view her from behind. Then we match that with a beautiful, elegant front end, and she certainly ties neat from her neck into her shoulder. Certainly a lot of pieces in that one that we can appreciate. She's going to be your easy class winner. Then we got a pair of ewe lambs here in second and third where I think there's a little bit of give and take. And as we talk about these two, the advantage comes with the ewe lamb here in second, one that's just longer bodied and more extended. And I think that's where really truly her advantages are. A sheep that's longer from flank to flank. She's longer in terms of her hip. She's longer in terms of her neck and extension that she brings to the table. Certainly, I think she's a piece that we can appreciate for those types of reasons. Ewe lamb that we've got here in third is one that's probably straighter and better down her top than the ewe lamb that we've got in second. A sheep that's probably better in terms of her hip design than the ewe we have in second, but a sheep that maybe just doesn't have that overall length of body that we have in the ewe that stands in front of her. One that maybe isn't as nearly attractive through the front 1/3 of her body, but certainly I think a sheep that we can appreciate those things about her. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in fourth, one that is a little more moderate in terms of her makeup, a sheep that when you study this one and analyze her from a structural standpoint, one that is really straight and true down her top. She's one that really sets down on all 4 corners in terms of her feet, one that's just really sound when we set this one into motion. Maybe one that when we talk about this one, just a function of immaturity probably is where her biggest challenge is when we compare her to the ewe lambs in front of her. I think she's got brighter days in front of her. I think as she continues to grow and gets on feed, she's going to certainly put those pieces together. She's just not there right now today. And then the ewe lamb we're going to round out the class with a real long-bodied kind of a sheep. And as we talk about her in terms of length of body compared to the one that stands in front of her, she is the longer-bodied sheep. And then when we dig in and handle this one from the 13th rib back, she is the sheep that has a higher percentage of hind saddle, but she's the one that we need to make better in terms of her structure, change the way she moves off her hind two before she can go any higher.
Placing on the class of Slick Shorn, winter and spring ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place to Gadsby, 2323, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to ALAM 405, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place to Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana.
Hampshire ring just continues to get better and better. A lot of quality out here. Nice sheep to lead off. Young lady brings us one that very good balanced and matches that with some power and some handling quality, and certainly props up well from the side. Like that one a good deal from that aspect. Really a good pattern sheep that comes out in 2 with some handling quality. Her advantage over 3 is in motion. She gets out of her front end better. She's thinner in terms of her neck, and I think long term that one stays together probably better than in 3. The power sheep's in 3, the biggest back, the biggest loined, and certainly the biggest one from behind. As we get her in motion, she's just a little too straight in her blade. She just kind of falls apart a little bit more, a little heavier in terms of her front end as we get out in motion. Just needs to get out more athletically. Kind of the opposite end of the spectrum is the one that comes next, a big, pretty one that I like the build in. She just needs to be a little bit stouter as we study her out here. Real stout, powerful one, good body shape that comes next, extremely good handling quality. Little low tying in her neck, a little bit more shoulder and a little plainer from this angle. Sheep that comes next is one that I like in her top line. I like her hind leg design, like her underline quality. Needs to be a little better to the touch, and then ultimately, as we get these sheep in motion again, she needs to get out of her front end a little bit better. Congratulations to that set.
Class 2 of our Hampshire Slick Shorn January ewe lambs. Results are Schroyer 29.96, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio first. Second place, Hogger 23.036, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. And 5, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. placings on the Horn Dorset pair of ewe lamb class. First place goes to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Fourth place, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Here when we bring the ewe lambs back together for our junior champion lineup in our Horn Dorset show, we've got 6 individuals out here. We've got 2 classes of fitted and a class of slick, and I think we found a really nice set of females out here that certainly fit the bill in terms of what we've been looking for all day. We've been talking sheep that have been sound and structurally correct, but also been finding some sheep that have that show ring presence about them, that show ring savvy, as you might want to say, some ones that really have some quality about them in the way they look and some eye appeal. And I think as we get out here, we found some sheep that, as we forecast these forward, they're going to go on and continue to make outstanding yearling ewes next year. They show us some evidence of growth. They show us some evidence of youthfulness and femininity yet, but also still couple that with some dimension and some muscle and overall structural correctness. So let's put our hands together. I'll go show you the 2 I like best.
The other fit.
Southdown yearling ewe class again, where we have some challenges and we're trying to find that one that combines the most right things. And I think this ewe that wins, I think she's the most feminine fronted, the cleanest breasted one. I think she's the best in the shortness of her blade, and I think yet she's tall fronted, level in her design. She isn't the massive muscled one, but I'm not sure any of the 3 of them, if you take the cover off them, are massive muscled that are in the top 3. I think she's the one that's collected the most in terms of quality in her underline. I think she's very confidently the best chested one in relationship to her flank. The ewe here in second, there's a lot of things that you like about her, but I think if you peeled some of the condition off of this female, I'm not sure she's as shapely in her appearance as what she looks right now. But I think a ewe that very, very nicely falls into second for me in terms of being the next ewe that has the most hip and leg shape that follows my class winner. The ewe here in third, you know, she's tall fronted and she tucks her chest right. To me, she gets a little higher in her flank than she is in her chest floor. Then she wants to funnel off. I think if you peeled some of that fat off of her tail head, I think she would just not explode back into her hip, down into her leg as much as the 2 at her head of her, but a very nice one that moves around the ring, high-headed, keeps her bearings about her. She just needs more hip and more leg from behind. A little smaller version here in 4 that the young man does a great job of showing. She's been like almost a pet in terms of what she can walk around the ring. Very sound in her feature. I just need this one to be bigger in her kind, a little bit bigger in her shape. Then we end with the class with a bigger framed one. Just gets a little bit tight on her back end and her hock and back into her back end. She wants to narrow up. Gets a little higher in her flank relative to her chest.
It's really been fun sorting through the Horn Dorset females in our entire Horn Dorset show. I think the breeders should be commended, and the exhibitors should be proud of what they've been able to bring to the All-American for their Horn Dorset show. As we get out here in our champion lineup, I'm really pleased with the quality of females that we have out here, and I think as we talk about these females going forward, they're going to be competitive no matter where they end up going, whether that's out to some state fairs and then eventually ending up in Louisville. I think you've got a set of sheep that are going to be competitive all over. I think as we get out here and we study these 4 females, there's a few that we talked about in class quite a bit with a lot of quality and a lot of certainly nice things about them when it comes together here. I'll go out and show you which 2 that I think are the best 2 here for today. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
For our Horn Dorset show, our junior champion came out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, St. Paget 1938, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. The reserve from the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Frog Hollow 5, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Our overall grand champion was our senior champion from the fitted yearling ewe class, Gallagher K. 243, Caitlin Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion from the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle W, 8877, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Now ready for young flock. Class 4 of our Southdown yearling ewes, first place goes to Howe Farms, 2220, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to FP 2215, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 4, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And 5, Braden Gertz, Richmond, Indiana.
Nice class of Hampshires, and I think it's a little more challenging in this particular set. I don't know that there's one that just completely rings the bell, in my opinion, but I do think that the young ladies up front here is the closest to doing that for me. I like her on the standstill a great deal in terms of just shape, and certainly her view from the side, I think, is as good as any in class. Her body shape's as good as any in class, certainly big-hipped and has some thigh shape. And then as we set them in motion, she has advantages over the sheep behind her, and so I think she leads off, I guess, in that regard, pretty handily. Love the view of this one from the side that comes into just very youthful and very juvenile in terms of her face shape. Still one that you like in her top line. Certainly not quite as stout and powerful as that sheep that leads off. Maybe just a little plainer as we step in behind that sheep. The one that comes out in 3 is the big back, thick-ended one in class, and I like that one a good deal on the standstill. We set these sheep in motion, and she's the shortest stepping one of this top 5, particularly out of her front end. The one that comes next is the most lammy in terms of her appearance, and I guess maybe that works to her disadvantage in this particular class. She's just a little young looking, but I think there is a good sheep there in terms of body shape and handling quality. And certainly her proportions are good. We get in motion, and I think she fights the halter and fights the lead just a little bit, wants to drop her front end. The sheep that comes in 5 on the standstill, I like a good deal. That one is very good in terms of her top line. Her underline quality is exceptionally good. We set that sheep in motion, and she starts to lose her front end a little bit and get a little heavy up in her front end and in her neck. But nice set here. Give them a round of applause. We'll send them out.
Somebody gets on the mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117 Placing on the third class of January ewe lambs for the Slick Shorn Hampshires. First place goes to Ellerbrock, 18111, Kinsey Menon, Walton, Indiana. Second place to Hogger, 23074, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. 4, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Placing on the Horn Dorset Young Flock class, first place, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the Horn Dorsets, first, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. And 4, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
just 3 Horn Dorset market lambs out here, but I think we've got a real powerhouse to win this class. A sheep that when you really get your hands on this one, there's just a lot of muscle and product in this particular individual. A sheep that when you get down and handle him in terms of his rack and handle him in terms of his loin and then out throughout his hip, he's just a sheep that's just so expressively muscled and really doesn't disappoint you when you look at him from behind here. A sheep that's just so wide base, but yet also remains very attractive through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Just a really exciting, interesting Horn Dorset wether to lead off with. Lamb that we've got here in second, I think, does have a competitive advantage in terms of length of body. Certainly a sheep that when we handle this one from the 13th rib back does handle longer in terms of that, but a sheep that for me today just gets a little bit narrow in terms of her pin set, maybe doesn't have the overall muscle shape and expression of muscle as we have in our class winner, but I think a sheep that logically fits here in our second spot. And then the lamb we're going to round out our class with a real long-bodied kind of sheep and one that we can appreciate that in terms of that length of body and length of spine. A lamb for me that just doesn't have enough muscle or product to compete with the ones in front of him. Thank you.
Results of the Horn Dorset Market Lamb class. First place goes to 89204, Riggin Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Second place to 468, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, lamb weighing 131. And third place to Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. That does conclude our Horn Dorset show. We will take a short break to water that ring and then start right back up with our Suffolk fitted show. And we'll start out with fitted fall ram lambs.
Really nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs, and a lot of differences as we work through here, brought to us in a lot of different packages, but nice sheep up front. Young lady's got one that's little bitty through the front third of her body, opens up to a good rib cage, certainly handles with plenty of muscularity, and again, so importantly, as we set these sheep in motion, she has the biggest advantage, even though she doesn't feel real good out of the backside. She still handles movement and certainly motion as good as anything in here. Nice place to lead off. From there, I think it gets just a little bit more challenging what you want to do. I prefer probably the size and range of motion of the sheep that comes in second. Like her a good deal from that aspect. I think she's good in her upper rib shape. She has some touch and some handling quality. Just doesn't match the look of that one that leads off. Stout, powerful, big backed and big ended is the one that comes next. Love her rib shape and love her head and her neck. We get in motion. She's got to be better out of her front end. Just got to be more comfortable there. Stout, powerful sheep that comes in 4 in a really good class. That's the biggest backed one in terms of rack shape. She's maybe could be just a tick better in the way she sends her loin into her hip, but more so than anything, I think out here she gets just a little bit more conventional in her size. I like that she's stout and powerful. Just need to make her just a little bit more big in her kind. The one that comes next, I think, extremely good in terms of just lines and balance. Needs to be a little bit stouter, particularly out of her pin set. Stouter sheep that rounds out our top 6 that just needs to come with more look. Congratulations.
Placing on the first class of February slick shorn ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to Buckland 2310, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second to Hogger 23062, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 Taylor Luchtenschlager, Doniphan, Nebraska, and 5 to Deborah Smith, Carlisle, Indiana.
Really good class of yearling ewes out here in this group. Been missing this for the last couple classes, but there's some really good ones in the top end of this deal. I think the one that wins, she's really long-necked, really laid in about her shoulder. She's long and level down her top line, big in her hip structure, really big in her body and her rib cage, but yet doesn't come away in a coarse package. Is she the leanest ones out here? No, she's not the leanest one. I think the 1 and 2 is probably the best handling one in terms of just rack shape, rib shape, shallowness, and those pieces. I just don't think she's as pulled apart as the one that's ahead of her. She's not as high-headed as the one ahead of her, but I think a real high-quality 1 and 2. 3 and 4 are totally contrasting differences. The third place ewe is that ewe that's the smaller in her kind. She gets around the ring well. She's not as open-bodied, guys. When you put her in motion, she gets a little narrower from both ends. And ewe that's just awesome-bodied in terms of her flank relative to her chest floor. Just like to make her into a little more feminine, a little longer package. The ewe and 4 is the kind of the freak deal. Probably the kind of ewe that can go out and raise something special in terms of you get her bred right, but she's probably the deepest in terms of her blade relative to her flank as the top 5 that are out here, but one that's really high-headed. I give her all those pieces. She's long and level. I just like to change her underneath quality in this particular female, clean her up in her breastplate just a little bit. And we end the class with a ewe that doesn't have the caliber of the top end of the class, but she's big-backed and has some hip and some design. She just doesn't have a length of side and a soundness and as much muscle shape and real width of base like the top end. Congratulations.
Placing on the 5th class of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place goes to Oldenburg 2143, Carson Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place to Coon Mills 2250, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Third place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. And 5 to Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Southdown show, first place goes to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 4, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. And 5, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
Here as we get into our fitted Suffolk show, we've got a trio of bucks out here where I think there's some give and take as we talk about each one of the individuals. We're going to start off with the buck that I think is just the most complete, and I think a ram, in my opinion, he just is the most sound of the three we've got out here. A sheep, in my opinion, that when we really get in and analyze him, I like the way he sets down nice on all four corners. A sheep that I think does have an advantage in terms of bone and foot size compared to the ram that we have here in second. A sheep that when you get your hands on him, he's really straight and true down his top, and yet he matches that with a long extended front and really balances up nicely from the side. Buck that we've got here in second, there's without a doubt he's going to be the biggest buck when it's all said and done. Certainly a ram that I think probably has the advantage in terms of length of body and length of side. A sheep that just for me today, we need to make him better in his overall movement before he can compete with the rams in front of him. A sheep that just gets a little bit more restricted in terms of his hip, therefore making, excuse me, makes him a little more challenging when he gets out and moves. But I think a sheep that you really do have to appreciate that length of body and overall size and scale. Buck that comes at us here in third, a ram that's a little bit more complete in the way that he's built, a sheep that I really like him in terms of his top line. He just runs out of gas in terms of size and scale to compete with the rams in front of him. Thank you.
Good class of Hampshire ewe lambs. The one thing that I never deviated from was starting the ewe lamb that the young man brings us. And again, I think she just fits. She hits the ring as kind of the wow factor sheep in terms of just that body shape, her top line, her substance of bone, and then on top of that, very, very stout and powerful. From there, the decision really comes between 2, 3, and 4, I guess, in my opinion. And the longer the drive goes on, it's just harder to pick big holes in the second place sheep. And there's going to be people on the outside of the ring that tell me that one's too dainty and not stout enough. I promise you, she handles with enough muscularity. Really good built, really good in her head and neck carriage. She's a little lammy. That's probably to her disadvantage compared to that one ahead of her. She could be just a little bit more mature as we compare her to that one up front. But that's a nice sheep, real sound, real good built. The one that comes in 3, I like a good deal for the same reasons. I think she runs uphill, very shallow in terms of her shoulder and her forerib shape. We get her in motion, and I think she's maybe just a little bit comes apart just a little bit more than them 2 ahead of her. It's up in her shoulder, and it's the way she connects her neck into her shoulder that she needs modified. Big handling sheep that comes out in 4, really big rack, big from behind. She just comes in a few more pieces. I love the pieces that she has, but it is that. She comes in a few more pieces, really long-necked and big racked, but comes with a little bit of shoulder, doesn't hook her loin quite right into her hip, and then her back leg is just a little bit, has a little bit extra set when she gets out and goes, just a little loosey-goosey from that standpoint. Nice sheep that comes next, really bold in terms of her center body, nice production type sheep, needs more look to get up further in this particular class. The outlier of the set is obviously old Big Muscles back here. That thing is really, really big backed and really, really big from behind. Size-wise, she just doesn't fit within this particular class. A little more moderate, could use just a tick more grow as we compare her to the contemporaries out here. Nice set.
Placings on the first class of our fitted Suffolk show, fitted fall ram lambs, goes to Arnavik 2258, Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. Second to 4 J's and a T, 2215, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Third place, Jacob Window, Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the second class of February ewe lambs for the Slick Shorn Hampshires. First place goes to Johnson, 2263, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 2324, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third, Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. 4, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, and 5, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana.
On the Southdown ring, I think our class winner wins this class in a smoke. In my opinion, it's just way out there ahead of the rest of them. Really good in terms of the laid in about its shoulder, level down its top line, level through its hip. hip loin junction hooks up. She moves around the ring really nice. I appreciate lots of things about her. The ewe here in second and third, I opted to go with a shallower bodied one, shorter bladed one, just longer in terms of when you put your hands on it and handle that one. I just think that one's better balanced, in my opinion, when you talk about the front 1/3 of the body, how it dives into the flank and combines the most right things. I'm confident that the 1 and 3's taller fronted. I'll give her that. That one really sets its head up on the shoulder. Just need to bring that flank down in that sheep, bring its chest floor up. The one here in 4 is a well-balanced sheep. It just runs out of size to compete with the rest of them. You do an awesome job of showing that sheep. It's good. It's very complete. It just needs to be bigger in a package. We end up on a class where the lamb it's long body, it's got some size, just funnels in its hip and funnels in the lower 1/3 of its butt in comparison to the rest of its body.
Placing on the first class of early fall ewe lambs. First place, Forsey E 22304, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Knettle 2282, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Third, Hope Barker, St. Paul, Indiana. 4, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5, Trinity Young, Glenwood City, Wisconsin.
Here in our fitted Ram Lamb class, we've got a nice buck to lead off with. I think a buck that, as we talk about this ram, just in terms of length of body and length of spine, he's the sheep that has all the pieces that we've been talking about throughout the day in terms of just being balanced and having some eye appeal, but yet also looking at this guy in terms of what he's going to do and it's all said and done. I think as we forecast the ram forward, the future in this one is probably pretty bright. Really where his big advantage comes as we talk about the sheep is when we study this one at the ground, a sheep that stands on more base width and one that stands on more circumference of bone and definitely has a bigger foot in terms of the bone work that we've got compared to the ram that we have here in second. I like this ram in terms of his Suffolk type. I like him in terms of his breed character. Just certainly one that I think is a logical place to start. Ram that comes at us here in second is probably the one that closely resembles the type and kind to our class winner. One that when you really study this one, he is straight and true down his top. Probably even just maybe better in terms of his hip structure and design compared to our class winner. A sheep that's just dead level in terms of his pin set, one that's wide in terms of his pin set, maybe a sheep that just is a little more refined or frailer in terms of his features when we talk about him in comparison to our class winner. One, again, that I really like him in terms of his type. Buck that comes at us here in third, one that is really straight and true in terms of his design, one that I really like in terms of the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder. A sheep that maybe just gets shorter from front to rear when we handle this one from that 13th rib back. He gets a little shorter from flank to flank, and maybe we'd like to clean up that fleece just a little bit in terms of that fiber. Ram that comes at us here in fourth, a real youthful appearing kind of a buck, one that is really straight and true down his top, a sheep that just needs to be better in the way his skeleton comes together. Certainly the way his neck comes out of his shoulder needs to be needs to be changed in the way he's put together, but again, a really nice class of bucks from top to bottom.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to Tom Burke, 2313, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to Bailey's Little Pastures, 2303, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. Third, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. And 4 to Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois.
a little more challenging here in our February Ram Lamb class in the fitted Suffolk show. And I think as we get out here, we've got a trio of rams that I think offers some pieces that certainly if we could put one together, we'd probably find a sheep that we could tie to. I think as we go out here and we study these individuals, the sheep we're going to lead off with is one that just offers the most in terms of structural correctness. A sheep that when you get your hands on him, he's straight and true down his top. One that has some advantages in terms of length of body. And when the sheep gets together, you can really appreciate him from a profiling standpoint. Buck that comes at us here in second, probably the stouter featured one of the two. A sheep that does stand on more circumference of bone and has some more base width about him. A sheep for me today that just gives up that overall length of body, and certainly when you get your hands on this sheep, we need to make him better right behind his shoulder and then also make him better in his hip structure. But I think a sheep that we can appreciate his mass and dimension. Ram that comes at us here in third is a real long-bodied kind of sheep and one that's really straight and true down his top, but a ram that we just need to make him better in terms of balance and change the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder and then change him in terms of his hip structure. And then same holds true with the buck we've got here in fourth, a real long-bodied kind of sheep as well, and one that certainly has some elevation and extension about him, a sheep that we need to make him better in terms of his hip design, which therefore then means we need to change him in terms of his rear hock and pasterns. Thank you.
Hampshire ring, we drop into our youngest class, and certainly the quality does not tail off any. The sheep that leads off, again, the longer that class goes on, you just try and find holes, and that's why she rises to the top. Again, a good-looking sheep, and certainly one that can get out and motor, plenty of muscularity and touch quality, and certainly one that you like from the outside. Really, the good pattern sheep's in too. She just needs a little bit more sheep there, particularly up high. But that's a sheep that you have to like in terms of movement and just quality from the side. A lot of future in that particular animal. The sheep in third is just huge racked and really, really big from behind. Really neat in terms of her center body. From her fore-rib back, I absolutely love that sheep. It's up front that I think she needs to move a little bit better. She gets a little coarse at the base of her shoulder, and her neck comes out just a little bit more horizontal. The one that comes in four is kind of the same thing, absolute stouty that's really good in terms of her body shape. Hip and hind leg design's very good. She's plenty busted open at the base of her shoulder for this guy at this stage of the game. She could be a little smoother there and tie her neck in, be just a little longer up front as well. The one that comes next, I like a good deal in terms of just her youthfulness. Certainly one that has some hide quality. In this particular set, she comes off just a little young and green looking. She's got to have just a little bit more to her as we study her out here, but certainly one you like when you set them in motion. Same story as six comes. That one's really just raw in terms of her back and from behind, plenty of bone work. She's maybe one that up front, I think we could take her neck and set it just a little bit higher, but at the end of the day, she's just a little skinny out here. Congratulations to that set.
Nice buck lamb to lead off in our March class of our fitted Suffolk Ram Lamb class. And I think as we get in and study this one, he's the pounds heavy, stout featured kind of a ram that I think is a logical place to start. A sheep that we can appreciate him in terms of his bone work. He's wide base. He's got some natural thickness about him. A sheep that I like him in terms of his Suffolk breed type. One that just, I think as we talk about him going forward, he's probably got all the evidence that he's going to grow and make a nice, impressive yearling ram. Taking nothing away from the ram that we've got here in second. The young exhibitors do a nice job getting him presented. A buck that's straight and true down his top. He's got some natural thickness through his hip and loin. A sheep that we just need to make better in terms of his hind leg and structure before he can go any higher. Thank you.
Southdown ring, we got a class winner that the young lady's doing a really nice job of showing it, but it really just shows itself off when it goes around the ring, when it hits the ring, and not only then, but when she walks him, she really, that ewe lamb is really high quality. She's really big in her forearm. She's opened up in her rib cage up top. She's got some hip and some dimension to her. Really nice legged. Just really appreciate that one from being a class winner. From there on, you can do a lot of coin tossing if you want. I think the next best feminine one, the best one that's about the blade and the way it blends off its shoulder into its rack and levelist down its top. I think the 1 and 2 is the next shallow-bodied one that has enough dimension from behind. The 1 and 3 is another one of those that's shallow-bodied to me. I don't see it as open in its tail head. I see it funneling down lower in its lower leg shapes, just lacking some in that department. But a long skeleton one that's good shouldered. Then we got a big old pounds heavy type, productive type of female in 4. Appreciate the rib cage she's got her in the depth, but then you need to pull her flank down or tuck her chest up. She gets a little out of balance for me. We end up on a class with one that just is lacking a little more upper shape in its rib cage, a little less rack shape in that one. Wants to funnel from back and from hips, hooks to pins on that one also. Thanks.
Placing on the fitted Suffolk Ram Lamb class for the February born. First place to Bumgartner Suffolk's B2311, Darian Osfort, Worthington, Minnesota. Second place, Van Grow Livestock 2302, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third place to Creed Harker, Oxford, Iowa. 4, Kane Harker, Oxford, Iowa. Placing on the fitted March Ram class of the Suffolk's. First place to Millsid 2310, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Second place to B2317, Kara Bumgartner, Slayton, Minnesota. Placing on the fitted pair of Ram Lambs for the Suffolk's. First place to John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire March Ewe Lamb class. These are March Ewe Lambs and later. First to Johnson, 2330, Keegan Stanky of Janesville, Ohio. Janesville, Wisconsin, pardon me. Second place to 23215, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. And 5, Katie Anderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown class of early fall ewe lambs. First place to Miller E22333, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Second, Howe Farms 2256, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4, Emily Nold, Brookings, South Dakota. And 5, Addison Ship, Keatsville, Missouri.
Let's give our Suffolk exhibitors a nice round of applause as we bring our Rams back out here for our champion lineup. I think as we get in and we study these 8 Rams we have out here, I think we found some Rams that have some quality about them. I think we have Rams that look like Suffolks in the way they're built and the way they're constructed. I think we found some sheep that have some added volume and body to them as well. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like best.
For the fitted Suffolk show, our champion ram goes to first place January Ram Lamb, Tom Burke 2313, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve champion to the fitted fall Ram Lamb, Arnavik 2258, Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. Now ready for early yearling ewes, fitted early yearling ewes. Those animals born 920 through 220.
On the Southdown side, we got a really nice set of sheep out here to start. I think the class winners pretty handily wins this particular class. She's long-bodied, she's shallow-bodied, she's really feminine-fronted. She's got enough shape down her top, and she's really good in her hip. Just a nice, high-quality one. You might square up just a little bit at her hip-loin junction, but that's being pretty critical of a pretty nice one. The ewe here in second is a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of body and some muscle and some shape to her. She's really good in her underline down into her heart. I just like to lengthen her out, maybe extend her like the class winner, but she falls into second for me. The one here in third and fourth, some people might want to flip them. I like the stoutness and the muscle and the bone and just the shape down in the lower part of the leg of the one here in three. I realize that both of them are a little too deep in their blade, too deep in their heart relative to their flank, but I just think there's more quality in the hip and the lower leg on the one and three than it is in four. Four is a real high-headed, just needs more shape from behind in its hip and its lower leg. Then we run into one that's just big frame, kind of soft, and just doesn't have as much balance in terms of when you put her out here and you put her in motion, she kind of wants to pop her top. Just doesn't have this much quality as the top end of the class. Thank you.
Placing on the first class of late fall ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place to Harris, 22157, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place, Bowers, 2297, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. Third, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 4, Katie Hutchhausen, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 5 to Riley Gertz, Richmond, Indiana. Placing on the slick Shorn Hampshire pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5 to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Well, over here to select champion junior Hampshire female. I think I'm the luckiest guy in the barn. Boy, this has been a real pleasure to sort through. The quality has been incredible. And so when you get back out into something like this, you can basically do a lot of different things and be completely comfortable with it. With that said, I think as you come in here, there are some awful good sheep, particularly up here in this front line with national competitiveness wherever they go. These guys would be right towards the forefront. And so I'm plenty comfortable with the class winners out here. To me, they fit the mold of what I came to select. I was really excited to draw the Hampshires. and these slick camps have absolutely not let me down whatsoever. So if you would, this thing's been good enough. I think we should show these kids our appreciation. Put your hands together. I'll get you a champion reserve in this junior division.
Junior champion for the Slick Shorn Hampshire show goes to the first place out of the early January ewe lamb class, 23-032, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. The reserve went to the first place in the late February ewe lamb class, Johnson, 2263, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Some big ewes out here in our lineup in our fitted Suffolk division, our first yearling ewe class here. And I think as we get in and we study these five, I think we've got some give and take and some pieces that we can appreciate in each one of these. And I think as we get in and we take this one further and analyze this ewe just a little bit more, I think she's the one that really just puts all those pieces together. Certainly she's a big-bodied kind of a sheep, and certainly one that where she really excels in terms of that front one-third of her skeleton. She's long neck, she's attractive, she's super smooth in the way she comes together from her neck into her shoulder. And then when we get this ewe set up, she's certainly straight and true down her top, and she's got some advantage in terms of length of body. I think a sheep that just really puts a lot of pieces together in terms of what we're looking for, at least in this portion of the show. I really like this ewe a lot, and certainly appreciate a lot of things about her. Now, as we get into the ewe that we've got here in second, talk about a brute. This is a real big, real powerfully made kind of a female, one that's probably the pounds heavy ewe that we've got out here, and maybe that's where even some of her disadvantages might lie, is just in terms of being just too heavy for us today in terms of the way she's put together. A sheep that when we get her together and we get her set up and we get her put together, she's tremendous when she's stationary. When we're looking at her from the side here, you like a lot of things about her. You like that rib cage, the depth of side, that natural thickness about her. You like her in terms of her breed type. Where we got to change this ewe is when we set this one into motion. She just gets too tight in her spine, gets high in her top, and likes to drop her pins, and then therefore she's walking underneath her when she gets out and moves, and she just gets too restricted in terms of her motion for me today, and that's why she's going to be second. Probably the soundest moving ewe we have out here is the ewe in third, and that's why she wakes her way up into this top trio. A sheep that's super sound when we set this one into motion, one that gets around the ring on the soundest set of feet and legs, one that just glides across the ring when she gets out and goes. But as we compare this one to the two sheep in front of her, she just gives up that overall mass and power to run with those two ewes in front of her, but certainly a ewe that, in terms of her lines, in terms of her underline, in terms of the front 1/3 of her body, she comes together almost flawlessly in terms of her structure. There's just not enough of her when we're talking her in comparison to the two ewes in front of her. Ewe that we've got here in fourth, a big, deep-sided, bold kind of a made sheep, one that's really extended and elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, one that really does get straight and true down her top. We need to make this one better on the move as well, a sheep that maybe doesn't handle her hind legs quite as well as the ones that stand in front of her. And then we're wrapping up the class with a big-bodied kind of ewe as well, one with a lot of outward turn to her rib cage, one with a lot of capacity, one that just has to get better the way she handles herself in terms of her hip and hind leg.
Hampshire ring for champion ewe over here in the slick shorn division, and boy, it's been lights out. I can't speak enough about the quality that we've seen. There is a lot of miles in front of these junior ewes and a lot of success in front of them. But when your seniors are as good as they are and that division was as tough as it was, you keep them things together. That'll be your champion reserve out of the seniors.
Grand champion Slick Shorn Hampshire goes to our senior champion out of the late yearling ewe class, 22-143, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. The reserve champion to our intermediate yearling ewe class winner, our reserve senior champion, Johnson, 22-215, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
Over here in our Southdown U show, we got a really nice class winner, and really the top two, I think they're very similar in their type and kind. I just appreciate the fact that one just really walks really nice, really sound on its feet and legs, really sound on its hocks, just moves around the ring with real elegance and does a really nice job. It's a high-headed one, got some stoutness to it. When you get behind this one, there's a lot more power in that one than you might think. The one here in two is a little long-sided type of looking female. She is shallow up underneath, but when I put her in motion and I walk her right at me, she doesn't open up as much at the ground as the one that wins, but another really high-quality one that sits in second place here. The one in third's a up-fronted type of a female that's tall at the point of her shoulder. You know, where her problem is, and the only problem she really has, is she gets a little weak in her top. She just doesn't want to pull up, and then that makes her look like her hip-loin junction just doesn't hook up quite as right. She isn't as big in her upper pin as the two ahead of her. Here's a ewe in four that's got some soundness in terms of her feet and legs. This one just needs to be bigger in her kind, a little bit longer in her side, but a sheep that you appreciate in terms of muscle shape, just maybe make her a little shallower sided. And we end the class with the one that looks shallow enough body. Watch her when she moves out of the ring. She wants to bust a little bit behind her shoulder there a little bit. Don't appreciate that about her, but other than that, she's a high-quality ewe.
Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class number 2 for the Southdowns. First place goes to Burns Stock Farm 1950, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second to Forsey E22403, Wyatt Wiersbicky, Orick, Missouri. Third, Tate Tysland, Goshen, Ohio. Fourth place, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. And 5, Hannah Reamer, Mequon, Wisconsin. Placing over on the Suffolk fitted yearling ewe class, this is the second class of those. Pardon me, this is the first class of those. First place goes to 2211, Daphne Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. Second, Kay Slack, 2231, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. 4, Olivia Olson, Herman, Minnesota. And 5 to Scarlett Bergstrom, Barrett, Minnesota. Placing on the Slick Shorn Young Flock class for the Hampshires, first place to Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5, Deborah Smith, Carlisle, Indiana.
A little more straightforward here in our second class of fitted yearling ewes, and I think we've got an easy class winner to start off with. A sheep that's just big and bold and stout, and one that we can really appreciate a lot of features in this individual. A sheep that when you get your hands on her, she's round ribbed, she's big bodied, she's got some natural thickness to her. One that I really appreciate her in terms of her hip structure and design, but yet she's one that's really long and elegant through the front 1/3 of her body, and when you get this sheep put together, and certainly from the vantage point that I'm at right now, she's just certainly a high quality animal to look at from the profiling standpoint. You that we have here in second, a bold sprung, deep made kind of a sheep that's got some natural thickness and power about her. I think a sheep that we can appreciate the bone work in this individual. Maybe one that doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side when we're talking about this one through the front 1/3 of her body. But I think she offers a tremendous amount of good in terms of rib shape and capacity. I just like her here in second. You that we have here in third, long-bodied kind of a sheep, and one that's just really attractive, one that's really youthful and fresh in terms of her look. A sheep that's straight as an arrow down her top when you get your hands on her, but maybe one that just shortens up from flank to flank for me here today as we compare her to the ewes that stand in front of her. But a lot of nice things in this particular ewe, and certainly think when she comes together with some maturity, I think that will also be a big advantage for her. Real stout featured kind of sheep here in fourth, and one that's really rugged in terms of her makeup, a sheep that we like her in terms of her bone work. When you study this one at the ground in terms of her foot and in terms of her base width, there's a lot of dimension and volume in this sheep. Certainly one that we can appreciate that. A sheep that also maybe shortens up from front to rear for me today. One that's maybe not as attractive or elegant through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, and that's why she's going to be fourth. And then we've got another big bold outline kind of a sheep here in fifth. One that we can appreciate the added pounds and dimension and weight per day of age. A sheep that does have some natural thickness about her, but one we need to change in terms of her structure and clean her up in terms of her fleece. Thank you.
Placing on the second class of yearling ewes for the fitted Suffolk show, first place goes to Knutson, 22-107, Doreen, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place, Hagamar, 22-22, Mikey Tyrone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third place, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 4, Brianna Toney, Ogilvie, Minnesota. And 5 to Nicole Toney, Ogilvie, Minnesota.
down here on the Southdown end. Let's put our hands together for the senior champion drive. Really a nice set of sheep. You expect it to be good, and then it ends up being really, really good, and it's a lot of fun to go through them. You know, if you're a breeder behind any of these, I would think you'd be super proud of them. There's always differences, you know, with maturity, and there's differences in terms of condition. But I think when you study all these that I have out here on the front of these group, I think they're all really, really high-quality females that have a lot of potential to make some really, really good babies down the road and do some really neat things for our breed from a national standpoint. I think there's one that's just overwhelming in terms of the way she wants to put herself together, in terms of just the rib cage, her underlying quality, levelness of hip, and the squareness and the dimension that she brings to the table in a really unique package. Young man right here will be a champion. For reserve, it gets a lot closer, in my opinion, because I can pick on a lot of them out here. You know, I think when you study this other yearling ewe here, she's very well balanced. She's a nice, high-quality type female. She's not as shallow-bodied as the one that won, but I think she's got a lot of good things going for her. She's pushing enough condition on her that it's hard to totally evaluate her. I'd pull some of that off, and I think it'd give her a more athletic look, but I think she's a high-quality one. You in front of me is the high-headed, long-necked, real freak high-headed type of a deal that you really appreciate a lot about her. Lots of rib and lots of capacity in that female. You really appreciate those things about her. You know, she's not as cool-fronted as this one, but she's very, very good in terms of her femininity, of her front 1/3 of her body. This one looks like $1 million. I'm not going to lie to you. I just think that one's just real, real high quality. I don't know if she's got as much real muscle shape as some of the other ones out here, but I think in terms of just balance and quality, she does do a lot of really neat things out there. I just like to see her with a little more muscle shape. Young lady's done a great job of showing her ewe lamb. I love her when you put her on the move and just walk around. There's just so many neat things about that one that I appreciate. We talked about this last one just being well balanced and everything. You get her out here, I don't think she's as shallow and as freaky as the other ones that are up in here. I think there's one other really stout, big-bodied one that does a lot of good things. This one will be a reserve.
For the Southdowns, our senior champion goes to first place out of the early yearling U class, George Brothers, 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve was the first place out of the late yearling U class, Oldenburg, 2143, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Again, we're going to take a short break, get that ring wet down before we move into our ewe lambs. Placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire class, a best 4 head of ewes. First to Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third, Matty Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5th place to Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the fitted Suffolk show, first place, Brianna Tony, Ogilvie, Minnesota. Second place, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And third place, Creed Harker, Oxford, Iowa.
start the Hampshire market lambs in the white ring, and I think a lot of variation as we work in through here. Certainly differences in terms of what kind of muscle or what kind of framework we're working with, particularly at these lighter weights. And so I think to a certain extent you do have to probably get your glass ball out just a little bit and project forward to a certain extent. The combination sheep is the young man's ewe lamb up front, one that's good in terms of her build, but really big in terms of her rack and the edge of her loin and her pin set. Like that one a good deal from that standpoint. Real muscular sheep that comes out in 2. That's his advantage over the ewe lamb in 3, is he's just more burly, he's more pulled apart, better in terms of his cage shape, and that allows him to have more muscularity up high. His build is what doesn't allow him to beat the ewe lamb up front. A little bit bigger in his shoulder, needs to hook up better in terms of his loin into his hip. Really a pretty sheep that comes out in 3, and I like her touch and tone. There just needs to be more in terms of spread and width down that one's top side to get further up. Really a stout sheep that comes out next. Really big backed and thick ended, a little lower fronted, a little coarser as we work through the front third of that sheep. Kind of the same story as the one that we round out the top end with. Good shape and good muscularity, good body shape. Gets just a little bit piecey on both ends, in my opinion. A little straighter in his shoulder, a little straighter in his hock placement, and as a result, doesn't strike with quite the look as some of the ones up ahead of him. Congratulations.
Nice group of fall ewe lambs here in our fitted Suffolk show, and as we get into this class, I think we've got a pair of ewe lambs here up on the top that I think are tremendously high quality. And as we get in and we start breaking these 2 down and analyzing them, the ewe lamb that we're going to go ahead and use, I think, just puts more of the pieces together that we've been talking about throughout the day. As we get in and we study this one, a sheep that when you get your hands on this one, she's a powerfully made kind of a sheep, one that's got a tremendous amount of body to her, one that's got some width and thickness throughout her loin and into her hip. And then when we take this one further to the ground and we talk about her in terms of her bone work and her foot and her base width, I think she just excels over the ewe that we've got here in second. Certainly like her in terms of her Suffolk breed type. Really nice pieces in this one to lead off with. Ewe that we have here in second, I think as we talk about this one, we get into this one and we can see that she's a little more youthful and a little more feminine through the front 1/3 of her body. Probably has a notch more length of neck as we talk about her, and certainly one that when you look at her in terms of her shoulder structure, her neck comes right out on top of her shoulder, and when you step back and look at her from the profile here, she's got some length of body and some length of spine. Maybe not as good right in her hip as we talk about the ewe lamb in front of her. A sheep, in my opinion, that I think just gets a little bit narrow in terms of her pin set, maybe a little bit more refined in her features in terms of her bone work as we talk about her in comparison to our class winner. But I think a sheep, as we forecast this one forward, has all the parts and pieces to go on and make a really big, exciting yearling ewe next year. Ewe that we've got here in third is kind of the sheep that when she came into the ring, there's a lot of pieces about this one that you can really like. A sheep that certainly is true and straight down her top, and one that is coupled with some muscle, and she's matched with some bone and some structural integrity in terms of the way she's put together. She just gets too short from front to rear for me today as we talk about her in comparison to the 2 that we started with. A sheep that just gets a little bit shorter in terms of her handle, maybe not as extended or pretty through the front 1/3 of her body, but certainly a sheep that's really complete and really balanced and stout in her features and fits here into the 3rd place spot. A real rugged kind of a made sheep comes at us here in 4th, and one as we talk about this one in terms of her bone work and design, a real big-footed, heavy-structured kind of a female, a sheep that you like her in terms of her Suffolk breed type, but one that just doesn't balance up from the side here for me, a sheep that gets a little coarse in the way she comes together from the front 1/3 of her body, especially in her neck and shoulder, a sheep that gets a little higher in her rear flank in comparison to her into her chest or into her chest floor, but certainly a sheep that also, in my opinion, needs to be better when we get this one on the move and tracking. And then we round out this top group of fall ewe lambs here, real long-bodied, very extended, probably the more extreme patterned ewe lamb that we have out here of any when we're talking about this group of 5. One that's really long-necked and one that's really up-fronted, but certainly one that maybe just doesn't have the sheer muscle and mass and stoutness to get along with the ewe lambs in front of her. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted fall ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place to Dombeck family, 3870, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 2294, Drake Noner, Barrett, Minnesota. Third place to Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. 4, Brian Baumgartner, Slayton, Minnesota. And 5 to Scarlett Bergstrom, Barrett, Minnesota. Placing on the first class of market lambs for the Hampshires, lamb weighing 105 pounds, tag 23030, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second, lamb weighing 100, 3061, Tegan Shell, Alpena, South Dakota. Third, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4, Kenna Bowden, Hartford, Wisconsin. And 5, Derek Harmon, Maiden Rock, Wisconsin.
So far, it's been an exciting Suffolk show as we get in here for our senior champion lineup, and as we work through the females, I think we've got a really high quality set of individuals out here, and I think as we look back and we study the 6 that we've got out here, I think we found some uniformity, some sheep that certainly have some value in them in terms of their growth and performance and size and scale, but also they look like Suffolks. They're sound. They've got some body and bone about them. It's really been an enjoyable time to sort this the Suffolk show so far. Let's put your hands together. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like for Grand and Reserve Senior Champion ewes.
Class 2 Hampshire market lambs, and a couple of them up front that I think are both pretty nice. One of them's just a little bit more weathery, I guess, in his build, if you will, his body shape, and ultimately his long-term outlook, I think, is probably just a little bit more market-driven. I like that guy in terms of his touch and his firmness of handle, but really from the outside is where I like him the most. He's a really good pattern sheep, very youthful still, very good in terms of the base of his shoulder and his breastplate. His underline quality is very good, and his pin set's good. He's skinny, He's green. If you don't think he's bulky enough on the outside, you can use the second place one. I'm not going to argue with you. She's definitely more ready. She's stouter and more powerful. She's bigger in her pin. She's bigger in her rack. I like all of those things about her. To me, she comes off just a little ewy in terms of her body style. She's maybe one that's pushing just a little bit more in terms of condition already compared to the weather that leads off. Big top, thick-ended ewe that comes next, really, really burly in terms of her muscularity. Plenty of terminal incentive that she touches with. Little plainer from the side, not quite as neat and tidy up through her front third. Same story in 4. Big back, thick-ended, most muscular sheep we have in the entire class. He's a little too short and conventional in terms of his neck and his front end design for this guy. The 1 in 5, a little bigger and more extended. I think that one, in terms of future, when he gets there, is going to be a nice sheep. He's pretty green, pretty skinny out here. Just needs more bulk and mass as we compare him to these stouter sheep ahead of him. Congratulations.
Placing on the second class of market lambs for the Hampshire show. First place goes to tag 2301, 111-pound lamb, Kendall Herrick's, Tomahawk, Wisconsin. Second place to Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with a lamb weighing 114, tag 2303. Third place, Elizabeth Larson, Northfield, Minnesota. 4, Keegan Stanky, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 5 to Taylor Svinston, Argyle, Wisconsin.
In the Southdown rig, you can argue with me in terms of telling me that this one won't be the biggest yearling, but she's really high quality today. I'm going to reward her as a class winner because I really think this one's really good in terms of just being high quality. Really short bladed, really round in her rib cage, good in her underline. Just really well designed. I understand that she's not going to be the biggest yearling, but I really, really appreciate that one's quality. I think she deserves to win the class. I think the next two, when you study these two, I think this next ewe that's in second, there's no doubt she'll be the futuristic yearling. She's big and tall, high-headed, very good in her front one-third of her body. To me, she just needs more behind from me today. She needs a little more hip and a little more leg, but there's no doubt there's the yearling ewe that probably of the whole group of this particular class that'll grow out to be the big, jacked-up, freaky-looking yearling ewe. Nice sheep here in third that's really stout, lots of muscle and lots of shape. She's very ready today. In comparison to those ahead of her, to me, she's just got a little more chest, a little more breastplate in her that doesn't get her up any higher in the class. The one here in fourth is one of those that's just a little bit softer structured type of a deal, or looser or easier. She moves very good, but when she just gets out here, she just kind of wants to put her head down, pull her neck back into her shoulder just a little bit. Just needs to kind of get up and get out and give me a little more femininity, a little more design, relax some. Ewe lamb here at the end of the class, to me, I'd change her, and her hock is her problem, and she wants to pop her top just a little bit when she puts her into motion because of those hocks.
Placing on Class 1 of the January ewe lambs for the National Junior Southdown Show, first place to Coon Mills 2302, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Second place to George Brothers 23012, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. 4, Harper Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5, to Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana.
Nice class of Suffolk ewe lambs here in our fitted division. And as we get in and we talk about the pair that we have up here, I think we've got two high-quality ewe lambs to talk and discuss. And I think as we really get in and analyze the ewe lamb we're starting off with, I think the sheep that stands on more circumference of bone is the one that we're using, a sheep that when you get in and really analyze this one, she's really straight and level in her design. I really like her in terms of her hip structure. And I think as we talk about that one in comparison to the ewe lamb that we've got here in second is really where she excels the most, is right there under the design in terms of her hip and pin set. A sheep that I think as we look at them from this angle here, we talk about her in terms of her rib shape and volume. She's got so much more through the center portion of her body, but certainly she's the kind of sheep that reads to me that she's going to continue to grow. She's certainly not done in terms of her pattern and growth curve. I think she's the kind of sheep that we can really use in towards the future as well. Ewe lamb that we have here in second is certainly probably the greenest one of the trio that we've got up here. One that's really fresh in terms of her handle, one that's really extended and really long probably one of the more extreme patterned ewe lambs we have in this particular lineup. A sheep, I think, as we talk about this one going forward, she's probably going to be one of the bigger yearling ewes when it's all said and done. Certainly maturity is not in her favor right now, but I think those days are certainly on the horizon for this one. I think as we analyze this female from a standpoint, from a balance standpoint, she just gets a little deeper in terms of her chest floor in relation to her rear flank. Certainly a sheep that maybe isn't balancing up particularly well today. I certainly think she's probably the kind that's going to get there eventually. Ewe that we have here in third is a ewe that's probably more similar in type and kind to our class winner just in terms of sheer build. A sheep that I really appreciate when we look at this one at the ground. The big-footed ewe here in third, she certainly stands on a lot of circumference of bone, and when we study this one from the ground up, there's plenty of things that we can appreciate in terms of her base width, in terms of her overall depth and stoutness and overall features. A sheep that I think probably has a slight advantage in terms of hip width and pin width compared to the sheep that's in front of her, but one that just gets shorter from front to rear, one that's tighter from flank to flank, and certainly one that just needs a notch more length of body to run with the two big girls in front of her. Ewe that we have here in fourth, probably one that fits more towards the two ewe lambs that we started with in terms of her just sheer composition and build. One that's straight as an arrow down her top, one that you can appreciate the extension and elevation she has through her front 1/3, a sheep that you really appreciate in terms of her femininity and youthfulness, but one that just doesn't have enough stoutness to her, one that just gets a little bit more refined in her makeup, and that's why she's going to be here in fourth. And then we get into a real rugged design kind of a sheep here in fifth, and one as we talk about this one just in terms of her overall build, a sheep that's got some growth and performance to her, one that's got some stoutness in terms of her features, just one that we need to make better in terms of her motion as we set her about the ring, but a really high-quality class of ewe lambs.
Hampshire market lambs start out with a couple of really nice ones. Top three really is challenging, but top two come to us in just a little bit different packages, if you will, in my opinion. Obviously, young lady's sheep that we lead off with is just the manly one. I mean, in terms of foot and bone, chest width, roundness of body, rack shape, and certainly out of his hip, he's the biggest. I'd like him to be just a little bit better in his loin. He's flat enough there. He just needs to hook into his hip just a little bit more effectively. You know, he's not the most athletic in terms of his look at the base of his shoulder, but he actually gets out and moves probably a little bit more effectively than our sheep in second. I guess I would have told you upon initial appraisal that that's probably different, because to me this guy comes off in just a little bit more athletic package. He's a little bit more elevated up front at the top side of his shoulder. Really good hided sheep, high quality in terms of handling and touch. Doesn't match just the mass and bulk of that sheep that leads off there, but more so than anything, when we get these sheep out, he's just got to catch a gear and go. Just a little bit too hesitant, needs to get out and really motor. The one that comes in third, I like a good deal in terms of just hardness, a handle, muscularity, gets a little deep and a little plain compared to them high-quality ones that come in 1 and 2. The one that comes out in 4, really good in terms of top line and just hip and hind leg design. He's a little greener than some of the other ones here in class, just a little skinnier. You can tell it up in his forerib and in his back, the way he hooks his loin into his hip. That probably sits to his disadvantage just a little bit. Kind of comes off just a little bit more piecey as we start to compare him to some of the others. Sheep that rounds out the set's really big backed and big ended. He's a little smaller in terms of his foot and frailer in terms of his bone work, but one that can really get out and motor. High quality underline on that one as well. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted January ewe lambs for the Suffolk show, first place went to Knutson, 23-22, Vergie, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to Kay Slack, 23-24, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. 4, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And 5 to Eli Baumgartner, Slayton, Minnesota. Placing on the Hampshire market lambs, this will be the Third class of those, first place goes to tag 3121, 123-pound lamb, Kale DeSive, Atkinson, Nebraska. Second place, a lamb weighing 119, 0389, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Third, Shelby Bays, Ashland, Ohio. 4, Cade Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 5, to Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana.
Southdown side, we got a big old stout maid type of a female that still has enough femininity to her, but man, she's got forearm in her, she's got rib cage, really dimensional in her upper hip and still wide based up underneath of her, and her underline's really good and her rib cage is nice. That's a real nice high quality ewe that I think will grow and still be a big bodied stout one. The ewe here in second's a little frailer in her look, but a very well balanced one. I really appreciate that about the young man. Does a great job of showing her. She just doesn't have the real muscle width as the one that's ahead of her, but she's got better balance and underlying quality and flank in her, and I think she's just truly more opened up in her skeleton when you watch her walk out of the ring off both ends. The ewe here in third is real shallow, real hard handling type of a sheep that's really good in terms of those. I just think this one, when you put her into motion, she's a little more closed up underneath of her body cavity, but she's a nice looking ewe. I don't know if I read her as being a real big yearling ewe. The ewe here in four is a nice, well balanced one. This one gets a little more closed up again when you put her into motion, but in one that's very well balanced. She's long in her top line. She'll make a really nice brood ewe, and then we end the class on one that to me just is a little bit too deep in its heart relative to its flank, wants to funnel just a little bit in its upper hip.
Babydoll Southdown exhibitors, we are on our final individual class on these market lambs. We will have a championship after it. You might want to be bringing those fall ram lambs up ringside for the white ring, as we will go right into the Babydoll Southdown show. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs, this is class number 2 for the Southdowns. First place goes to Kaylin Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin, with KDK 2311. Second place to Burn Stock Farm 1978, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third place to Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. And 5 to Wyatt Wiersbicki, Orick, Missouri.
Another nice class of ewe lambs here in our fitted Suffolk division. And I think as we analyze the ewe lamb we start with here, I think this is an easy class winner for me. One that when we get back and look at this one, boy, you really appreciate all the pieces that this one brings to the table. A sheep that when you study this one, she is dead level down her top, and then when you talk about her in terms of the way she comes together through the front 1/3 of her body, she's just elevated and extended and certainly very youthful and attractive when she comes together. But then I think as we talk about her in terms of some features, she's really stout made. I think that she's probably the heaviest boned ewe that we've got out here as well. Certainly one that's a combination of muscle and elegance and size and scale. And then as we talk about her moving forward, I think she's got some bright days in front of her as well. Ewe that comes at us here in second, a little more different in type and kind compared to the ewe that we won with. One that's a little more refined in her overall features, but I think where this sheep excels over the ewe that we've got here in third is just from a structural integrity standpoint. A sheep that just gets sounder when we set this one into motion. One that I can appreciate the way she sets down nicely on all four corners. She's a sheep that's just really attractive when she gets out on the move. She's high-headed. She's certainly very elegant and feminine through the front 1/3 of her body. She just doesn't have enough mass or power to run with the ewe lamb that beats her today, but I think she brings too much good to the table not to be in our top pair. Ewe that we've got here in third is a real powerfully constructed kind of a sheep, and really if we're comparing her to the two that stand in front of her, she's more like our class winner. She's a heavier structured, stouter featured kind of a sheep, but one that we can certainly appreciate the body and mass that this one brings to the table. One that when you get on top of her, she's got some width through the center portion of her body and carries that width and thickness throughout her hip. One that maybe just isn't made right quite through her hip structure and into the design of her back leg. A sheep that just gets a little bit over in terms of her hock. One that just gets a little bit narrow when she gets out on the drive, but certainly a sheep that we can appreciate her in terms of that growth and performance. Probably the greenest ewe lamb we have in class is going to be here in fourth. One that you can really appreciate the youthfulness in this one. And certainly I think as we talk about it, the brighter days for this ewe lamb are certainly in front of her, especially as she continues to grow and mature. But when we talk about her from just the sheer nuts and bolts standpoint, she's straight and dead level down her top. She's really attractive and elegant through the front 1/3 of her body. A sheep that I think we can appreciate her in terms of her Suffolk breed type. Maybe like to change her just a little bit in terms of her front feet, but certainly one that we can appreciate a lot of nice things about her and really a lot of future in that one going forward. And then as we round out this group of 5 here, we've got a ewe lamb that I feel that we can appreciate some natural thickness and power in this one. But when we look at this one from a balance standpoint, she just runs out of gas for us today. A sheep that just gets too coarse and too bold in the front 1/3 of her skeleton and just gets a little higher and cut up in her rear flank. Thank you.
Well, nice class over here in the Hampshires. And again, there's definitely different things that you can do down and through here. The one thing that I will tell you is the one that I use, Young Lady's Weather, is just real raw still. And that thing, I'll be the first one to admit, his loin needs to hook better into his hip, and I hope that some condition and fat does that long term. But outside of that, I like his size. I like his extension. He's one that's extremely good in terms of being shallow, high-quality underline, big pin set. He has a lot of muscularity. He's actually flat in terms of his loin, too. He just needs to hook it in a little bit better. That's an advantage for the ewe lamb. You want to start her, more power to you. I'd listen to it every day of the week, particularly at this size. That gal is big in terms of muscularity, big out of her hip, really good in terms of proportions, and she moves good. She's a little heavier conditioned, she's a little deeper bodied, and so that's why she winds up in second. But at the end of the day, highly competitive pair there between those two, and I'd listen to it either way. The one that comes out in 3 is, again, very hard handling. He's one that I think as we get set in motion is good. He gets a little deep in terms of his front 1/3 for me, and then as much as anything, we need to hook his loin up just a little squarer, gets just a little narrow as he pinches back into his hip. The one that comes out in 4, I like a good deal about. Very hard handling, extremely good from this angle right here. She's just a little ewe, a little flatter in her foreribs. She's just a little deeper. Just needs to be a little stouter out of her hip and come with just a little bit more in her thigh as well. Sheep that comes next, really good proportions, kind of the same story as the one that we just talked about. He's just a little plain up high and from behind, needs to come with more shape. The one that rounds out the set has that shape advantage. He's just a little bit rounder and more common in terms of his build as we get off to the side of him. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted February ewe lamb class, first place goes to Knutson, 2372, Cosmo, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to 4 J's and a T, 2305, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Third place, Jillian Bumgartner, Worthington, Minnesota. 4, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to Maverick Hawthorne, Barrett, Minnesota. Results of Class 4, our final class of Hampshire market lambs. First place, lamb 0552, 129 pound, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place, lamb 23015, 133 pounds, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third place, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Fourth, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5, Owen Stanky, Janesville, Wisconsin. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb for the Hampshires. Then we'll go into our Babydoll Southdown show.
Nice set of market lambs here to finish out the Hampshire show. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Sure a pleasure working through the Hampshires today, both the fitteds and slicks. Very, very good. And so I don't need to spend much more time here. I think we've got a good set of sheep that ultimately at this stage of the game still have some growing to do. And it kind of looks like that out here in this first line. Second line's kind of the same way. And so good built. Extremely good in terms of touch and handle, and we've got that on all 4 of our class winners here. Really, the decision for me comes down for reserve, and I guess, you can run those however you want, but I do think the most competitive class that we had today and the most competitive pair that we had today came out of Class 3. Those guys are going to be your Grand and Reserve. Congratulations.
For our Hampshire Market Lambs, our grand champion goes to our Class 3 winner, 3121, 123-pound lamb, Kale DeSiv, Atkinson, Nebraska. The reserve was second in that same class, 0389, 119 pounds, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. That does conclude our Hampshire show. We are ready to go into Babydoll Southdowns. We're not going to wet the ring right now. So fall ram lambs for Babydoll Southdowns.
good set of marches here in our fitted Suffolk ewe lamb drive. And I think as we get out here and we analyze this one and we talk about what we've been trying to stick to all day long is find some sheep that have some pattern to them, but also sheep that have some quality. And then when we get into these young ewe lambs like this, there's really some speculation on what's going to happen with these girls as they continue to grow and mature, as certainly immaturity is a big factor of what we're dealing with here. One that we really get into is this ewe lamb here. She is straight as an arrow down her top. She's presented to us in really short fleece, so what you're seeing is what you get with this one. And I think as we talk about her in terms of the front 1/3 of her body, she's long and extended through that neck and into her shoulder. A sheep that when you get behind her, she's got some width and thickness about her, and a sheep that in terms of her overall features, she's just comes at us with a little more stoutness than the ewe lamb that we've got in second. Ewe lamb that we have in second is a long-bodied kind of a sheep, and I think as we talk about this one, she too is certainly immature in the way that she's built. One that I really like in terms of that extension and elevation that she has, but she just needs to be better in the way she comes together down her top line. I'd like to change her in terms of her hip structure, but I think there's a lot of features in this female that we can appreciate. Same holds true with the ewe lamb that we've got here in third. A real long-bodied individual, and as we study this one, she's probably better down her top than the ewe lamb that stands in front of her. A sheep that we can appreciate that extension and elevation she has through the front 1/3 of her body. Where we need to make her better is when we set this one in motion, especially the way she handles herself and her hind legs. Ewe lamb that we've got here in fourth, a real stout, powerfully made kind of one that's a little bit more moderate in her overall makeup, one that's a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern, a sheep that you can appreciate the power and mass that comes with this one, but maybe a sheep that doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the sheep that stand in front of her, a sheep that gets just a little more coarse through the front 1/3 of her body, a sheep that doesn't tie together quite as well from her neck into her shoulder, but one that definitely does have some mass and power at this stage of the game. And then same holds true with the ewe lamb that we've got here in fifth, a big outline kind of a sheep. And I think as we talk about this one going forward, she too is going to be a sheep that's going to be big when it's all said and done. She's just got to put some of those pieces together in terms of her shoulder and loin and hip before we can move her any higher today.
Out here on the Southdown side, we got a pair of them that I think separate themselves from the rest of the group, and I think the one that if you just stationarily put that one right where he's got her right there, that one wins it in a smoke, and it's not even close. I'd like to change her, get her top line down when she goes into motion. Other than that, that's a high quality one. This ewe here in second is a little better in her top line. When you put her into motion, there just isn't as much dimension of sheep in terms of over the spread of her rib cage, back into her hip, down into her stifle is the one that beats her. The one here in third's a real rugged, stout, big boned, rugged type of a sheep with a tremendous amount of rib, lots of muscle. She just needs to be a little more female and oriented in terms of being a little snakier fronted than what she is, but lots of productivity, lots of quality, just like to make her a little freakier fronted. Then we got one here that's nice balanced in four, not a lot wrong with her. Not real big footed in comparison to those that are ahead of her, not quite as big a frame, but one that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape. She just falls into fourth. Then we end the class with the one that's up and out, just doesn't have enough base width underneath or enough width and dimension over its top line or back into its hip.
Results from the March ewe lamb class of the fitted Suffolks. First place to 4 J's and a T, 2307, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Second place to Knutson, 2389, Jolay, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Third, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4, Mikey Terone, Vinetta, Oklahoma. And 5, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlboro, Connecticut. Placing on the class number 3 of our January ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First to Connettle, 2333, Carson Connettle, Downs, Illinois. Second, Rinker Southdowns, 2361, Ellis Rinker, St. John's, Michigan. Third, Alexis Bowman, Palmyra, Illinois. 4, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Babydoll time over in the white ring. Excited about it, and nice way to start. A couple of fall bucks here. I like the build and the design of the one that the young lady to my right has. I like his color as well. But that guy, to me, is just a little bit more extended. He's more appropriate in terms of his top line. Dengshire gets his neck a little bit better out of the top side of his shoulder. I actually like the fleece a little better on the one that comes in two. To me, he's a little more consistent and a little softer to the touch. Really stout sheep. Ultimately, he gets just a little bit shorter and more compact up front. Doesn't come with the look of the one that we start with. Congratulations to those two.
Placings on the Babydoll Southdown class of Fall Ram Lambs. First place to Joyer Link 1056, Tiger King, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. Second place to Joyer Link 1058, Skywalker, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Fitted Suffolk show. First, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Third, Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. 4, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. And 5, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Here on the Fitted Suffolk side, we've got our females out here for our junior champion lineup, and I think as we study the 6 individuals out here, I think we found 6 high-quality individuals, and certainly the quality of the show ran incredibly deep, and as we look at the females out here, I think we found some uniformity and some quality in each and every one of these. With that being said, I'll go out and show you which 2 I like for junior champion and reserve junior champion. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these Suffolk exhibitors.
Junior champion in the fitted Suffolk show goes to the first place January ewe lamb, Knutson 2322 Vergi, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. The reserve junior champion was first in the fitted March ewe lamb class, 4 J's and a T, 2307, John Jacoby, Quasion, Ohio.
Here in the fitted division of our Suffolk show, we've got our females back out here for our champion lineup, and it was certainly an enjoyable show to go through and sort these individuals. And I think as we look at the 4 individuals out here, we talked about them in class and then their respected division champions. For me today, I think the decision gets pretty simple. We're going to use the 2 yearling ewes as our champion today. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Grand champion ewe for the fitted Suffolk show is our senior champion ewe out of the late yearling ewe class, Knutson 22107, Doreen, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion ewe, 2211, Daphne Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. Now ready for young flock.
In the Babydoll division, move into the next age group here, winter ram lambs, and I think certainly some variation as we work in through here, but really a good built buck that leads off. I think one that's certainly masculine and stout, but has a really good pattern and build to him. Like that sheep quite a bit to lead off there. A little closer between second and third. I do think the sheep in second probably props up just a little bit better through his front third. I think he's just a little bit more accurate in terms of his hind leg placement as well, particularly in terms of flex to his lower joints. As you get in, start to part the fleece, he's probably a little better from that aspect in terms of just being softer and more lustrous. The sheep that comes out in third, like him a good deal as well. He's just a little bit shorter and more compact up front. Where I'd change him is in his hip and hind leg. It's just more upright and just more restricted in terms of his lower joints. The one that comes in next really paints a good picture. Like that one a good deal. He's very soft, very lustrous as you get in and look at that fleece. Like that about him. Just needs to be a little bit stouter. He's maybe just a little weak on his rear pasterns as well. One that rounds out the set, like that guy, a good deal on the standstill. It's in motion where he's got to just collect himself and be better, be more comfortable on the move as we compare him to the ones ahead of him. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of winter ram lambs for the Babydoll Southdowns. First place to Scholerman, 23067, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Second place to Joyer Lane, 1066, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. Third place, Riley Joyer. Fourth place, Cheyenne Bodecker, Parkston, South Dakota. And 5 to Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa.
Out here in this class in the Southdowns, I'm confident I didn't use the biggest one. It's quite obvious from that. But more importantly, I think if you really want to get up on top of one and study one, this one's really, really high quality. She is really good in her rib cage. She's tucked up. She is opened up in her cage. She's level in her design. Her underline is just unbelievably good in terms of the way she puts herself together. Feet and legs move around. Her dock stays right. And I think when you study her from stifle to stifle, that is a wide-bodied one. I'm not sure she'll be the biggest yearling. I'm pretty sure she won't, but I think that's the one that deserves to win today. Between the two bigger framed ewes here, I think the number 1 and 2 here is better in its underline. I know it's better in its chest, a little shorter in its blade. I know it's a little bit bigger in terms of its upper hip and a little more dimension from that standpoint, but I think two of really real youthful-looking ewes that have potential. I just think the one ahead of it just had more real shape and more real rib cage in her today. The one here in 4 is one of those that's moderate made, stout made, one big bodied, lots of bone and lots of stoutness to her. She just doesn't have as much extension and to go that's up ahead of her, but she's got quite a bit more muscle and quite a bit more shape from behind, particularly in the lower portion of her leg, and I think she's got more flex in her hock than the ewe that sits in 5th.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs. These are the late January ewe lambs, or class number 4. For the Southdowns, first place, KDK 2313, Kaylin Smirchek of Rosholt, Wisconsin. Second place to George Brothers, 23023, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. 4, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. And 5, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Placing on the fitted Suffolk Young Flock class. First place goes to Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. Second, John Jacoby, Wauseon, Ohio. Third place, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. And fourth place, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes. First place, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. That does conclude the fitted portion and the fitted show for the Suffolks. We're now showing slick shorn fall ram lambs.
In the Babydoll arena, I think competition certainly increased. Nice class as we worked through there. A lot of differences all the way through. From point A, when young lady's buck lamb hit the ring, he was the class winner, and it really never wavered. That's a good sheep. I don't care if he's a baby doll or what version of livestock you make him. That's the right kind of livestock in terms of just stoutness, structure, build, design, balance, all in his favor. And on top of that, I do think that, you get into him, and he's certainly very consistent from that aspect of fleece and softness. A little bit better fleece comes in too, and I like this little guy. Really, really good in terms of just his build and balance. He's just a little obviously shorter and more compact than that one that leads off. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but he is just a little narrower as well as you step in behind him. The one that comes in 3, I think you can like a lot about. First and foremost is fleece quality. I think is probably the best best within the top 5 here. When she gets his head up, he's really a good pattern buck, just a little more common up through his front third than them two ahead of him. Nice sheep that comes out in 4, and I think just a ton of future. Little smaller in terms of feet and bone work. He's maybe just a little bit more closed up underneath. Gets a little tighter in his top as we get out in motion. One that rounds out the set. Really stout, powerful, probably as stout as anything within this initial 5 here. Just gives up some of the look and balance that we see further up the line. Congratulations.
In the white ring, we're now ready for a pair of ram lambs. Babydoll Southdown pair ram lambs will be your next class.
Here as we get into our Suffolk show in the Slick Shorn division, we've got some give and take on this first class of fall buck lambs out here, and I think as we go through and we start analyzing this particular set, the sheep that I think we're going to land on is the one that I think just puts most of those pieces together. He's been kind of more of a challenge for the exhibitors to get shown here, but certainly when we get this one put together, we can appreciate the added length of body in this sheep. One that when we study him at the ground, he's the stoutest in terms of his features. A sheep that I really like in terms of his bone work. I like him in terms of his base width. Certainly I can appreciate this guy in the way he comes together in terms of his type. I like him in terms of his Suffolk breed type. I like him in terms of the white pelt that he has. Certainly one that we can appreciate those features about this individual. Certainly one that when we talk about him in terms of overall growth and performance, he's the one that checks all those boxes. Ram that we have here in second, a little more elevated kind of a sheep through his front chest floor. One that you can really appreciate when you get your hands on this guy. He's a firmer, harder handling kind of sheep. And when we talk about this one in terms of his hip structure and design, he's probably just a little flatter and a little wider in terms of his hip. Certainly a sheep that we can appreciate. Maybe he just runs out of gas in terms of length of body from front to rear. But I think in terms of overall mass and power and also some cleanliness of fleece, we like this guy here in second. Ram that we have here in third, a long-bodied kind of a sheep, and he too has some expression of muscle when you really get on top of this guy. A ram that really is powerful down his top. He's powerful through his rack and into his loin and into his hip. But where we need to make this one better is in terms of his hip structure and his design, especially as this ram gets out in terms of motion. A sheep that gets a little more restricted in the way he handles himself off his hind two. A sheep that gets a little softer in terms of his pastern. Ram that comes at us here in fourth, certainly one that we can all see has some quality about him in terms of his build. A sheep that's just tremendously powerful and down his top. A sheep that's got some natural thickness about him. A sheep that's got some outward turn to his rib cage and design. One that I really like in terms of his rear flank and the way he comes together. Where I need to change this sheep is certainly in terms of his pelt and in his hide. Certainly too much black fiber for me today. I know wool's not worth a lot, but when we talk about breed type, we still have to make sure that we're falling into some of those standards and some of those ideas about having a clean fleece. Same thing with the ram that we've got here in fifth, a real big outlined kind of a sheep and one that we can admire for his growth and performance, one for that added elevation and extension, but certainly a sheep that just needs to be better in terms of his hip structure and design before he can go any higher.
Out here in this class of Southdowns, we got every type and kind in the top 5 that you can imagine, but we're going to talk about structure and whether they can walk. I think the one that wins, I think, does so rather easily in terms of being the one that's the highest headed when she goes around the ring. She's got enough shape to her. She's angular in terms of femininity to her design. and she's up and out, and I think she's a ewe that I think when you study her as a yearling, I think she'll be extremely high quality. Young man's ewe in second, a real high, really good, awesome one in terms of underneath skeletally. I think that one's really good into its heart. I think it's opened up, it's good boned, it's very sound on its feet and legs, level in its design, and it's very good in terms of its length of body. The 1 and 3 is the stout made one. This is the one that needs to pull its head up out of it and be able to walk and get around the ring better in terms of off of both ends. Gets pretty straight off its front and off its back legs. The 1 and 4 is sounder and a really cool made one. This one's just too hard gutted for me. Just gets a little up and it just needs more guts, needs more width and dimension from behind. And then we end up with a class with one that's real pretty from that standpoint. Just doesn't have enough body to it, doesn't have enough muscle to it to get any up higher in the class.
Placing on the Babydoll Southdown Spring Ram Lamb class, first place, LR Livestock 23021, Lily Rowe, St. Angstar, Iowa. Second place, Big Woods 0564, Dodge, Destin Milroy, Glendive, Montana. Third place, Jovi Mesner, Ransom, Illinois. 4, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa, and 5, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Maine. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to Lily Rowe, St. Angstar, Iowa. Second place to Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. Third, Adelaide Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa, and 5, Braden O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lambs for the Suffolks, first place to Lazy 5, 4349, Vivian Stephenson of Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place, Macaulay 5945, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. Fourth place, Gunnar Shank. And fifth place to Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois.
Champion Babydoll selection, Babydoll Ram selection over here. Nice set of sheep. Commend all the exhibitors. There's 2 of them that just in terms of style and balance probably surface just a little bit quicker and probably meet my kind just a little bit faster than the rest. A nice set of sheep all the way around. Should certainly be proud of the projects that you have. Youngest age buck's going to be our champion. We're going to pull the winter buck there for reserve. Congratulations.
For the Babydoll Southdown, our champion ram went to the Spring Ram Lamb, LR Livestock 23021, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second place, or reserve champion, goes to the first place Winter Ram Lamb, Scholerman 23067, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on class number 1 of our February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place, George Brothers, 23026 ET, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to Schrock, 23026, Cade Beckmeyer, Morrisville, Illinois. Third, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 5, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana.
real nice class of buck lambs as we get into our slick shorn division here in the Suffolk side. And I think as we come together and we work through this class, I think this was the combination sheep that just put all those pieces together for me. I think as we get in and analyze this ram, he's the one that has the added length of body, and certainly and we couple that with enough muscle, enough power. I think a sheep, as we study him at the ground, he's the biggest boned sheep that we've got out here, and certainly one that has the most base width. When this one gets out and tracks. I think as we talk about him in terms of the way he comes together through the front 1/3 of his body, he just puts all that together into a nice, attractive, sound package. I like him in terms of his breed type. I think he's the right one to lead off with. Ram that we've got here in second, a ram that comes at us with a little bit more stoutness in terms of his features, one that's more bold sprung. He's a little more rugged in terms of his makeup. A sheep that when you get right on top of him, he probably has more outward spring and outward turn to his rib cage, certainly as we talk about him in comparison to our class winner. But where I did get fault on this ram is when we come back and talk about him in terms of his hip structure, a sheep that just gets a little bit narrow in terms of his overall pin set and doesn't have the true muscle shape or expression to run with the ram that stands in front of him. Ram that comes at us here in third, one that you really appreciate the expressiveness of muscle that this ram has when you get right on top of him. A sheep that you like him in terms of his rack, you like him in terms of his loin, a sheep that you can even appreciate in terms of his hip design, a sheep that just gets a little more shallow for me in terms of his rib cage, a sheep that gets a little soft, a little flatter in terms of his side, a sheep that doesn't have that outward turn to his rib or that overall body capacity or dimension in comparison to the two rams that stand in front of him. But I think a sheep that if you like him in terms of attractiveness and flashiness and some style and eye appeal, that's probably a ram you're really going to like. Then we get into a ram here in fourth, one that I can appreciate the rugged features in this buck, a sheep that when you get your hands right on him, he's got some width and thickness about him. He's got some natural thickness down his top. A sheep for me gets shorter from flank to flank. He gets shorter from that 13th rib back and even a little bit shorter in terms of his hip design. A sheep that you can appreciate in terms of his bone and the size of foot that he stands on. He just gets too short from front to rear for me. And then the ram we're going to round out our top five with, a sheep that when you talk about this one at the ground, he's a big-footed, heavy-structured kind of a ram that offers some stoutness to him, a sheep that just needs to get better when we put him together on the move, especially when we talk about him in terms of his hip and rear hock.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Weigard 2304, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. Second place to Hickory Lane 2247, Autumn Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Third place, Hudson Horhetz, Zephyr, Texas. 4, Zach Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania. And 5, Zach Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania.
On the Southdown side, we've run into a class here that I'm not sure I found that one that's just super crazy, exotic in terms of that long neck, freaky made one, but I think the one that wins is the best balanced one. She's got really good rib cage in terms of being open and stout and very open in a rack and still being short bladed. Gives us a good look from the side. She's sound around the ring. I think she holds herself together very nicely to win the particular class. The ewe in second's a little shorter sided than the ewe up here in the top end of the class. She just funnels out and from her hooks to her pins a little bit more than the one our class winner, but she's up fronted. She's level in her design. I appreciate the rib cage underneath that she's got. She just needs to be longer sided. The one here in 3 is a longer sided type of a female, but to me, when you put her in motion, she wants to really narrow up from behind. She doesn't have as much width and dimension in the lower portion of her leg. She doesn't have as much pin width up there at the top end, and she just kind of has that look like she's getting a little more mature looking than the ones that are ahead of her. Here's a real green one that's got a bright feature ahead of her. The trouble is when you put this one in motion and start to walk her, to me she looks like she's busting down behind her back, just a little bit behind her rack there, and it could just be a function if she needs more time to feed and eat and bloom up, but she's definitely one of the greener, more immature looking ones that's out here. And we end up with a class with young ladies showing a ewe lamb. She's long-sided. She's got a good rack in her. To me, she just needs to be a little shallower in her breastplate, maybe a little bit square at her hip-loin junction.
Placing on class number 2 of the February ewe lambs for the Southdown show, first place to KDK 2316, Catherine Cordes, Stratford, Wisconsin. Second place to KDK 2317, Kaylin Smearcheck, Rashal, Wisconsin. Third place to Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 5, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky.
Another nice class of slick shorn ram lambs here in our Suffolk show, and we'll start with the ram lamb here that we're leading off with, I think, is the combination sheep, and he's probably been the most challenging for the exhibitors to show, and really the best look that we've gotten on this buck is when he's been walking about the ring, a sheep that really just puts all those pieces together in terms of structural soundness and correctness, one that when you get your hands on him, he's straight and true down his top, one that's really wide and square throughout his hip, and when we talk about him in terms of his bone work and design, he's a sheep that's big-footed. He stands on a lot of circumference of bone. I like the testicular development in this buck. I think there's just a lot of nice pieces in this particular individual that logically works his way to the top. Ram that we've got here in second, again, that buck that's real similar in type and kind to our class winner, a sheep that you can appreciate that overall muscle and expression that this guy's got. When you get on top of this guy, he does have some outward turn to his rib cage. He's pulled apart through the center portion of his body. He's got some width and thickness throughout his hip and into his pin set. Where I really need to change this buck is when we look at him from a profiling standpoint, especially the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder into his forerib. He likes to get just more out in front of his shoulder rather than his neck coming out on top, and therefore it really challenges us from a balance standpoint. But certainly I think a sheep that we look at him in terms of his bone work and design, we like those things about this guy. Ram that we've got here in third is the longest bodied buck, the longest spined ram that we've got in class. And when we dig in and handle this ram from the 13th rib back, he's the sheep that handles with the highest percentage of hind saddle, a sheep that's really attractive and tidy through the front 1/3 of his body, and one that really is long and extended throughout his chest, throughout his head and neck. Certainly one that's tucked up in terms of his chest floor, but certainly he's a sheep that just gets tighter in terms of his rib cage. He gets tighter in terms of his heart girth, one that's just not as stout in terms of his features compared to the rams in front of him. Ram that we've got here in fourth, a real rugged design kind of a sheep, and one that we can appreciate this one in terms of the mass and structure that he has. A sheep that's big-footed, he's big-boned, he stands on a lot of circumference of bone, but a sheep that I think we need to make better in terms of his overall structure and design. He just breaks slightly behind his shoulder. He likes to drop off in terms of his dock, a sheep that needs to be better before he can go higher in those areas. And then same holds true with the buck that we've got here in fifth, a buck that certainly has some growth in performance and weight per day of age, a sheep that has some circumference of bone when we study this one at the ground in terms of his foot. I like him in terms of his Suffolk breed type. We have to make this one better in terms of his hip structure. He gets a little steeper in terms of his hip. He likes to drop his pins when he moves, and therefore he gets more restricted in his movement when he gets about the ring.
Placing on the Slick Shorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place, Maple Leaf 2318, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place to STR 191, Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third, Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. 4, Carter Murphy, Pawnette, Wisconsin. And 5, Becca Murphy, Pawnette, Wisconsin.
Yearling ewes on the Babydoll side, kind of all over the board, if you will, in terms of type and kind and what's presented out here. I do like just the body style of the top two up here. So much of my evaluation is when we get these things in motion, and there's a lot of sheep that we sent out that I'm sure the showmen or the exhibitors on the outside of the ring probably thought that they should be in this top 5. Those sheep have to handle their top line right. I don't care if it's Babydolls or if it's Hamps or what we're judging. They've got to be sound structured. They've got to handle their top line right. And they just have to prop up right and paint a good picture. And that's what we've got out here. A nice ewe to lead off. I like her front end design better than the one in second. I think she's one that's probably just a little bit better in terms of her shoulder, in terms of the length of her neck. You know, you start to analyze the two. The stout, powerful one is the one that's in second, a little shorter, a little more compact. But what she does do is get out and flow with mobility when you get her out in motion, really round in her body shape and stout out of her hip. The ewe lamb in 3 just continued to get further and further up. And the reason for that is there's just not a whole lot wrong with her. She's not the big sheep in this particular set. In fact, of the entire ewes that were out here, she's one of the smaller ones probably. But that sheep is just very level. She's very consistent. She's very good in her build. She's very soft in terms of fleece quality, soft to the touch. Like that a good deal about her. Really good fronted sheep that comes in 4. Lustrous as you get in and start to analyze her. She's mowed down just a little bit in terms of her fit job, but still one that you can appreciate as you get in and start to part things. Really good up front. She's one that gets just a little narrow from behind, in my opinion. A little more awkward as we get out in motion. Really stout, powerful one in 5 down here again. As we get them in motion, she gets a little tight in her top. She's a little more restricted in her movement. Nice set of sheep there. Give them a round of applause. We'll move on to the next set.
Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Babydoll Southdowns. First place goes to 0218 Lily Rowe, St. Angstar, Iowa. Second place to Scholerman, 22126 Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third, Brooklyn O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota. 4, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And fifth, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa.
Here in the Suffolk division in our Slick Shorn March Ram Lambs, we've got two very contrasting rams out here, and we've got one that's just more immature to start off with here, but certainly one, I think as we talk about the sheep, he just comes to the top in terms of structural correctness. A sheep that, yeah, he's more moderate, and he's certainly not as far along in his maturity curve as the ram that we chose to start off with, but I think he's a sheep that we can just appreciate him in the way that he's built, and really where his advantage comes is when we set these into motion, a ram that just gets about the ring on a sounder set of feet and legs, a ram that holds his top line together, a ram that holds his hip together better when this one gets out and moves. I think as we study the ram, he certainly does offer some evidence of growth, offer some evidence of muscle. When you get right on top of him, he's got some width and thickness throughout his loin, and he's got some width and thickness throughout his hip and into his pin set. Certainly he just needs some more time on feed. Ram that we've got here in second, we have to admire him in terms of his growth and performance and weight per day of age, a sheep that we can appreciate in terms of his bone work when we study him at the ground, but certainly a sheep that we need to make better in terms of his overall structure. When he comes together from his neck into his shoulder, and then we talk about his shoulder connecting into his loin and into his hip, he just gets real piecey for me today, and thus, therefore, when he gets out onto the move, he's a sheep that gets more restricted in his overall makeup and certainly in his motion as he gets about the ring.
Placing on the Suffolk Slick Shorn March and later born Ram Lamb class, first place to STR 194 Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Second place to M&M Hornbustle, 2310 Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Results of the Babydoll pair of yearling ewe class. First place to Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second place, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. 5, Amanda Heaton, Rochelle, Illinois.
The Babydoll ring, a nice class here. I think, again, one that just falls together pretty handily for me. Really a nice sheep up front that balances very well. She's built right through her front third. She's good in terms of her top line. Fits the part of a show sheep, in my opinion. Certainly gets out and motor's good. That's her advantage over the one in second that I think maybe struggles just a little bit more out of her front end. Stout, powerful sheep with more density and length and staple to her fleece, and I do appreciate that. She just gets a little bit more compact and doesn't come with quite the show ring view that one up front does. Nice built sheep that comes out in 3. Like that about her a good deal. Again, she's one that I think as you get in and start to handle, not as much sheep there probably as we study her compared to those top 2. Just needs to be a little bit stouter. The one in 4, I think, is one that you like, again, for staple length and density of wool. I do like that about her. Unfortunately, as we set these in motion, she struggles the most out of her front end from just an integrity standpoint. Nice job, guys. Go ahead and give them a round of applause.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk class of pair ram lambs, first place to Zach Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania. Second place, Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third place, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 4, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown class of fall ewe lambs, first place to Elmdale Farm, 0086, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second place to Riley Joyer with Joyer Lane, 1057, Tigris. Riley is from Litchfield, Minnesota. Third place to Brooklyn O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota. And fourth place to Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota.
We've had a strong ram show here in our Slick Shorn Suffolk division, and as we get these bucks back out here, I think as we look at the rams here from a uniformity standpoint, we found a set of rams that look very similar in their type and kind, and certainly rams that have a lot of structural correctness and quality about them. As we get into these rams, I think we found sheep that look like Suffolks in terms of their type, but also can go on and make an impact in a breeding program. So with that being said, I'll go out and show you which 2 I like the best.
On the Southdown side, we got a class here, just lots of types and kinds, and I feel like as a judge, it's just too far out there in terms of the differences, but I think the ewe that I win with, she's opened up in her rib cage. She's good underneath in the rib cage in terms of being shallow. She doesn't pull her head up out of her shoulder right, but I think a ewe that handles with a tremendous amount of shape and muscle down her top and her flanks down in her right. Young man's really doing a good job of showing her ewe lamb here in second. She's long-sided. She's good enough fronted. You know, she doesn't handle with a touch and tone. I wouldn't expect it to with a young man showing it versus the 2 big guys around him. But I think that ewe lamb has a lot of quality. I think she's good enough in her underline. I think she deserves to go in 2. The one here in 3, I think she's probably the one that's going to grow up. She's got a long neck. She's really short in her blade. She's got some growth to her. I just don't think there's enough groceries in terms of muscle shape down her top line or through her hip and leg today. I'm sure as a yearling ewe, she'll look quite a bit better. The ewe lamb here in 4 is one of those that's got some shape and tone to her. She comes together in pieces for me. To me, she breaks behind her shoulder just a little bit more than I'd like, and I'd like to make her move out of her hock better than where she is to get up any higher. And we end up in the class with one that's good enough and pretty enough. She just doesn't have any of the extras that the ewe lambs that have are ahead of her, and I'd like to loosen her up off of both ends.
For the Slick Shorn Suffolk show, our champion ram goes to the first place in the January Ram Lamb class, Weigard 2304, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. The reserve champion Slick Shorn Ram is the first ram in the fall Ram Lamb class, Lazy 5 4349, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the third class of February ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place to Oldenburg, 3053, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to Rinker Southdowns, 2373, Ellis Rinker, St. John's, Michigan. Third place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Kalen Smirchek of Rochalt, Wisconsin. Third, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Kalen Smirchek, Rochalt, Wisconsin. 5, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio.
Southdown side, we got a little more class that falls together for me a little bit better this time. I think the ewe lamb that wins, I think she's very feminine in her design, really good in her underline. She's really big featured in terms of bone work and leg wool and just a lot of shag that go with it. She's good enough in her hip loin junction and square enough out through her hip. I think she wins the class pretty easy. The decisions start to become after that, and I think this young lady's ewe lamb here in second. I think she's the next really cool one. She just would relax out here and just kind of show herself off. She's really cool fronted, very, very shallow in terms of her body type. Looks like the kind that can continue on to into a later age, continue to look really good and continue to develop in a very positive way. The one here in third and fourth, they're both power sheep in terms of muscle. I think the one that's in third is a smaller package than the one in four. I'll give you that. But number three, it's better in its rib, it's better in its flank, it's square in its loin edges today. And I just think that sheep's just a little more true in its muscle shape and rib cavity over the one and four. Four's a little taller fronted and really creasy back. Just doesn't hook up very good at its hip loin junction. It gets a little bit too high flank for me. We end the class with one that's got some frame and size. We just need to pull this sheep apart and give it more real muscle shape from front to rear.
Placing on the first class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Southdowns goes to George Brothers, 23040, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Coon Mills, 2336, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Third, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. Fourth place to Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana.
In the Babydoll arena, I think it gets a little bit more challenging out here, but again, finding ones that are good pattern, that are good legged and good structured. Ultimately, these three surface to the forefront, in my opinion. Really a good built one that leads off. I love her in terms of her front third. Very wedge made, gets bigger back into her pin set. She's got a really neat hip and hind leg on her. Like that about her a good deal. Really props up well from the side. I like the added fleece that the one in second does bring. I really like her up through her front third. That's her advantage over the sheep that's in third, in my opinion, is her length of neck and just how shallow she is in terms of her shoulder up front and her ability to balance. Obviously, she's not showing very well out here, but I do think that she's one that's got a good deal of quality. Ultimately, could be just a little bit more unique in terms of stoutness from behind to compete with that one that leads off. Really a neat one that comes out in three, gets just a little bit shorter and more compact up through her front third, gets a little weaker on her front pasterns. The one that comes next in four is one that I like a good deal. Set her in motion, she gets a little tight in her top. Again, one that gets a little bit more forward in her knee and more uncoordinated in terms of her front joints. Then the one that we round out the top five with is a stout, powerful one that's just a little bit more common in her look as you study her up through her front third. Congratulations to that set. Nice set of ewe lambs.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Babydoll Southdowns, first place to Scholerman, 23126. Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Second place to Bodicker, 0347 Moondreams, Cheyenne Modicker, Parkston, South Dakota. Third place, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Fourth place, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. And fifth place, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa.
But they're bigger classes. And this is only class 1 of yearlings. And there's probably a lot of falls.
There's 19 in the second.
Yeah, there's 11 falls. 6:30 might be a little bit eager.
And to tell you the truth, in that matter, if we're going to be pushing it, then I'd almost want to tell everybody just to go over there. Instead of trying to lug everything up there now at this point.
I should work on writing the foundation checks while I'm here. That I should get done, so I was gonna do that this morning.
Did you and Wesley able to get the other promotional stuff out yet the other day?
Yeah.
So we had some Suffolk kids that were in the top 3?
Yeah.
Cool.
Southdown ewe lamb class out here. I just start with a more youthful, more better designed one in terms of just being sounder structured, easier getting around the ring. One that's really feminine fronted, really shallow into her heart, blends off of her blade into her rack very nicely, holds her top line better, I think, in terms of up in there. I'll give you that the 1 and 2 is a little square in its edge, a little more mature in its muscle pattern. I think that one's really stout muscled. I just like to make it be able to get around the ring a lot more freer and easier. we start to run into some real challenges in 3, 4, and 5. I went with the ewe that probably has a little more future in terms of growth in my mind. She's taller fronted, she's shallower body. She's not the heaviest muscled one in the top 5 by any means, or the more mature one, but I think she's just a little cooler looking, a little more exotic in terms of her femininity. The one here in 4 is one of those that when she gets her all set up, I think looks really nice. I think when you watch her walk out of the ring, she kind of comes apart in pieces for me. The one we end the class with, a little more mature fronted, a little deeper in her breastplate than she is in her flank, a little straighter in her shoulder than I'd like to see.
Placing on the second class of March ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place to Bowers, 2344, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. Second place, Oldenburg, 3103, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 4, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. And 5, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Nice class of slick Shorn Suffolk yearling ewes, and I think as the ewe that we get out here, when this ewe really gets out and goes, she's really the one that puts all the pieces together for me, and I am thoroughly convinced that she just does not want to be out here today because she will not put those things together, but when she does, she's as pretty as a picture when you get in on this one, and certainly a sheep that you can really appreciate her in terms of her length of body and length of side, and then when you get on top of her, she's just incredibly powerful in terms of her top shape and rib shape, and certainly one that you can really appreciate in terms of her hip and mass and dimension. A sheep, as you study this one at the ground, she's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's wide-based, and really her big advantage comes when we set this one into motion, when she really puts all those pieces together. Certainly this is the kind of sheep that probably would look better if we could show them loose as opposed to being held. But certainly I think there's a lot of good things in that sheep, and I think she's the right one to use in this particular lineup. The ewe that comes at us here in second is really similar in type and kind to the sheep that we're leading off with. Again, one that's just ultra stout in a way in terms of her features, a sheep that when you get right on top of this one, she too also has some outward turn to the center portion of her body. She's got some width throughout her loin and width throughout her hip. And when you get behind her, she doesn't disappoint you in terms of her pin set and design. A sheep that maybe just doesn't have as much length of body from front to rear or as much hind saddle from last rib back compared to our class winner. But I think when we talk about her in terms of her breed type and we talk about her in terms of the features at the ground, she logically falls into the second place spot. Ewe that comes at us here in third was one that really struck me when she came into the ring. A sheep that's really powerful in terms of her rack, a sheep that's got some width and thickness about her as well. One that when we get back and look at this one from the side, she's a deep-sided, bold-sprung kind of a ewe, and one that certainly has a lot of expression of muscle when you get behind this one. A sheep that maybe just doesn't have as much balance from the profile as the two ewes in front of her. One that just gets a little more bold in terms of her shoulder. One that gets a little deeper in terms of her chest floor. One that maybe gets a little bit cut up in terms of her rear flank. But I think as we analyze this one in terms of her structural correctness, in terms of her bone work and the way she gets about the ring, she's got to fit here in this top trio. The ewe that comes at us here in fourth is a big outline kind of a ewe, and a ewe that I can really appreciate. Certainly admire that depth of side and overall power and mass in this one. A sheep that you can appreciate that added length of body and length of spine. But really for me today, as we get into this one, she just gets a little coarser through her neck into her shoulder, and then as the longer we get out here, she continues to get softer and softer on those rear pasterns. And as we analyze her and we talk about her movement, she just needs to be corrected at the ground before she can go any higher. And then the ewe we're going to round out our top 5 with is a really very stylish, very attractive kind of a sheep, one that comes at us in a little bit more moderate build, and certainly one that's maybe not far as long in terms of her maturity or condition as the ewes that we've got in front of her, but a ewe that just really has no holes in her in the way that she's constructed, one that's dead level down her top, and one that I really admire in terms of her hip design. A sheep that when you get behind her, she's got a wide, square, flat hip to her. She's wide in terms of her pin set, and she's got some natural thickness and muscle about her when you step back and look at her from behind. But when we run her against the 4 in front of her, just in terms of growth and performance and sheer power, she just doesn't stack up with the other 4.
Young ewe lambs over in the Babydoll division here, and I think a really nice one to lead off. Stout and powerful and good look and presented exceptionally well. Nice place to start. Actually like a lot about the one that's in second, and you know, she doesn't come with any fluff or frills out here in terms of added you know, fitting and putting her together from that standpoint. Just a nice sheep. She's got foot and bone and look and design, and certainly one that you like in terms of just the added length, the staple, and density that she does present with. Nice sheep there. The one that comes out in third, probably the most unique one in this particular lineup. Obviously, she's a little skinny, a little lamby in her look. That probably works to her disadvantage. But that one's got as much build and design as anything in here. Gets around the ring pretty good as well. In 4's a bigger, higher performing. You really like the center body on her. She's maybe just a little bit longer in her shoulder and not quite as ideal out of her hip design as we get these set in motion. Get into 5, and that's one that you can like in terms of stoutness and center body dimension. Maybe gets just a little bit more jammed up through her front third, and as we set these in motion, doesn't quite keep herself together quite as well as some of those ahead of her. Congratulations.
Racing on the class of Slick Shorn yearling ewes, class number 1. For the Suffolks, first place to Macaulay 5599, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second, Macaulay 5558, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. 4, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. And 5, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Placing on the class of spring ewe lambs for the Babydoll Southdowns. First place to LR Livestock 23026, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second place to 0122, Jovi Meziner, Ransom, Illinois. Third, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And 5, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Southdown show, first place goes to Kaylin Smirchek, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Second place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Babydoll Southdown show, first to Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second place, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4, Jovi Mizner, Ransom, Illinois. And 5 to Taylor Kemp, Macon, Missouri.
Selecting champion Babydoll ewe, I think a really high quality set all the way through. My hat's off to the exhibitors and producers standing in the back that brought a really nice set of sheep all the way through. So I spent plenty of time talking on the mic. I think there's a nice set of sheep out here that are sound structured, that are level, that come with some look and some show ring presence, and certainly match that with just some brood ewe power. And so with that, I'll set down the mic. I'll go get you a champion reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
Champion ewe for the Babydoll Southdown show was the first place yearling ewe, 0218, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. The reserve champion goes to the first in the spring ewe lamb class, LR Livestock 23026. Also Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa.
So let's put our hands together for the junior exhibitors on the Southdown side for junior champion. Really nice set of ewes out here. These are the 3 that I like the most out here in this particular drive. In my opinion, I think they all offer just a little bit differences in types and kinds, and we'll discuss that real briefly. Ewe lamb right up here in the front, just a big, bold, open ribbed, really good in her flank, tremendous amount of leg and shape and hip in her. Really open in her upper center rib. She's clean enough fronted in terms of for as much product as she brings to you. She just looks like a big old stout maid type of a female that'll make a really good brood ewe that'll go out and if you breed her right could really produce a lot of things that are really right. big-footed. Really appreciate her hock in her. She moves around the ring more than well enough, in my opinion, for as much power and rib and body as she brings to the table. She's really opened up underneath when you put her into motion. Young man's ewe lamb here sets right there is deadly. You know, she's up-fronted, she's high-headed, she's short-bladed, she's really shallow. Her biggest concern was what we talked about earlier. When you put her in motion, she wants to pull her top, and she just doesn't want to move around the ring. Maybe it's just the ewe lamb factor, but I'll tell you that in terms of movement, you know, I'd like to see her change her a little bit in that regard. Maybe give her a little more flexibility in her hock, but in terms of just standing still, that one's about as deadly as they come. Then you got the ewe lamb down here that I think sound structured, good ribbed, soggy flanked, but still good enough for the rib cage and really short bladed and laid in about her and moves around the ring really, really well. It's not an easy decision for me. I think the one that I'm going to use in terms of what I believe, in terms of where I think it is. We're trying to make a move around the ring all day long. I've walked you guys a lot. It helps me move through the show, and it also helps me in terms of sort the animals. I'm going to use the young lady right here. I think that one's pretty stout. To follow up, I'm going to jump back and use the young man right behind it here. I think this one just set still is about as deadly as it gets. Congratulations.
Britain.
Another nice class of slick shorn Suffolk yearling ewes, and when this ewe comes together and this young lady gets this one put together and set up, that's a really good female to lead off with. I think we talk about this one in terms of just the front 1/3 of her body. She's the most attractive through her neck and into her shoulder, and then as she carries her shoulder into her forerib and then her forerib into her rib, and she's deep-sided and she's bold-sprung and she's got some internal capacity about her. But then when you get on top of her and come back from behind here and you look at her down her top line, she's straight and true in terms of her loin. She's dead level out through her hip, and she's wide and pulled apart through her pin set. Is she the most expressively muscled ewe from behind? No, absolutely not. But is she adequate? Absolutely. Certainly, I think a sheep that just comes together with so much structural correctness. And when we set these 5 into motion here, she's certainly the soundest, freest, easing, best tracking ewe that we've got out here. And then we talk about her in terms of her breed type, and we talk about her in terms of her head. That's just a high-quality individual to lead off with. Then we get into a ewe that's just a really stout kind of female, and one that's just powerful in terms of her features, and one that you really like in the way you get down on her top, and she's got some muscle throughout her rack and into her loin and into her hip, and certainly one that's just really heavily expressively muscled. A sheep that just for me today, as we compare her to our class winner, she just gets shorter from front to rear. A sheep that's shorter in terms of flank to flank, and maybe one that's just not as attractive or eloquent through the front 1/3 of her body. She just gets a little stouter, just bolder in terms of her shoulder, and just isn't as correct in terms of her shoulder set as we talk about that one. But I think a sheep in terms of her bone work and her stoutness, I like her here in the second spot. Ewe that comes at us here in third is really similar in type and kind to the ewe that just left in front of her here. Again, a real powerfully made kind of a sheep. one that's really stout in her features, a sheep that's really wide, really thick in terms of the way she's built. A sheep at the ground is wide-based and big-footed and big-boned, one that shortens up from front to rear for me here today, but one that's probably better in the front one-third of her skeleton compared to the sheep that stood in front of her. We just have to make this one better when we set this one into motion in terms of the way she handles her rear hocks and when she sets down on her rear pastern. Maybe like to clean her up in terms of her fleece just a little bit, but again, I think that's a high-quality individual in third. Ewe that we've got here in fourth, lots to talk about this ewe. Just a real big, stout-made kind of a sheep, one that's just really heavy in terms of her weight per day of age, and certainly one that's just massive in the way that she's constructed, one that you can appreciate her in terms of her type, and certainly one with one of the cleanest fleeces that we have out here. But certainly as we get in and analyze this sheep, she just gets out of balance for me. When we talk about her in terms of her front, she gets really bold in terms of her shoulders. She gets deep in terms of her chest floor. She gets a little higher in her rear flank, and therefore when we look at her from the profile here, she just doesn't come together with as much balance as what we would really like. But we do have to admire that length of body, and we do have to admire that mass. We just need to change her in those few areas. And then we round out our top five with a ewe that we can certainly really appreciate in terms of her skeletal quality. Again, she's very similar to our class winner in terms of build. One that is really sound when we get this one on the move, one that you can appreciate the way she tracks about the ring. She shuts down square on all four corners, but one that just doesn't have as much muscle shape and rib shape and design to compete with the four that stood in front of her.
Junior champion for the Southdown show went to our second class of January ewe lambs, KDK 2311, Kaylin Smirchek, Rochelle, Wisconsin. The reserve was the third class winner of those January ewe lambs, Knettle 2333, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois.
So as we finish up on the Southdown individual classes of our champion ewe, let's put our hands together for the four that are out here. I think they're all really, really special sheep. Really hats off to the breeders and the people that bred them and the feeders and everything that's behind them. You know, we've talked about earlier in the day yesterday and also today about when, you know, got big yearling ewes that are really good and really stout, it's hard to not use them. We're staying on the pair of yearlings.
And champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the early class of yearling ewes, George Brothers, 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion out of the late yearling ewe class, Oldenburg, 2143, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Now ready for young flock, Southdown young flock, please. Placing on the class of Babydoll Southdown flocks, first place goes to Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Fourth place to Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. And 5, Jovi Mizner, Ransom, Illinois. Placing on the second class of yearling ewes, these are the late yearling ewes. First place for the Slick Shorn Suffolk, first place goes to Russell Sheep Company, 02040, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place, McCully, 5866, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Third, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. 4, Kanza Ridgman, Dosman, Wisconsin. And 5, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown Best 4 Head of Ewes class, first place goes to Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Second, Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third, Adeline Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4, Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. And 5, Jovi Meziner, Ransom, Illinois. Merino exhibitors, white Merino exhibitors. We're finishing up the last class of the Babydoll Southdowns. Babydoll Southdowns are currently in the ring finishing their best fleece class. So please be getting your animals ringside and ready. Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk Yearling Ewe Pair class, first place goes to Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. Third, Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Autumn Long, Frankfort, Indiana. And fifth place, Hudson Horhetz, Zephyr, Texas. For the Babydoll Southdowns, our best fleeced animal came from the Spring Ram Lamb class, Big Woods 547, shown by Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota. That does conclude our Babydoll Southdown show. We're now ready to move into Merinos. Now ready for that single entry in the Fall Ram Lambs of the Merino show. Results from the Southdown class of Young Flock. First place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. 4, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Placing on the class of best 4 head of ewes, first to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio. Third, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 4, Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And 5, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio.
single entry fall Merino ram here, big and high performing, like that about him. But the better part or the advantage is when you get in and start to part the fleece. Good character, good luster, but more so than anything, very good consistency as you work from shoulder back to britch on that particular sheep. Nice sheep there. Congrats, guys.
Placing on the Merino class of Fall Ram Lambs, first place goes to Smith, KLS 2343, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Single entry winner ram lamb. I think one that could have stood some more competition. He's really good actually in terms of his build and his underpinning, in terms of his skeleton. And then again, one that you have to appreciate when you get in and start to part his fleece. He's got obviously good character and certainly one that's consistent as well as he works back. Nice sheep there. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to Smith, KLS 2353, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Real enjoyable class of fall ewe lambs to sort through, and as the young ladies bring this ewe lamb up to the top of the class, I think as we get in and really analyze this one and study this one, there's a lot of good in this sheep. One that I think as we talk about this one going forward, there's certainly a bright future in this particular individual. One that sets down square on all four corners, and one that's just really, really attractive in terms of her type. I really like this one when you get down and handle her down her top line. She's as straight as an arrow in terms of her loin and then out through her hip. She's wide in terms of her pin set. And then as we talk about her through the front 1/3 of her body, she's just really elegant and feminine and very attractive through her neck into her shoulder, and then it blends smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. I like her in terms of her underline. Certainly a sheep that you can appreciate a lot of things in this particular individual. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in second. I'll be the first to admit I like this sheep way better on the move than I like her when she's standing still here. A sheep that when you get out and move this one, she's really attractive on the drive. A sheep that you can really appreciate when she gets out and goes. She really just ties herself together better when she's moving than when she's standing still here. A sheep that she too also is very attractive in her front portion of her body, and really when we talk about this one in terms of rib shape, she probably has a slight advantage in terms of depth of side and outward turn to her rib cage compared to our class winner. But a sheep that I think we just need to make better her from her loin into her hip before we can move her any higher today. Certainly when she gets on the move, she puts that together, but when we're stationary and standing here and looking at her, she just falls apart there for me, and that's why she's second. Ewe that comes at us here in third is a super sound one when we set this one into motion, and certainly I think a sheep that offers so much good and definitely needs to be in our conversation in our top 3 lineup here. A sheep that when you get your hands on this one, she's straight down her top, she's really level out throughout her hip, a sheep that you can appreciate the center body that this one brings to the table. When you study this one in terms of her bone work, she's adequate in terms of that. She's adequate in the size of the foot that she has. I really like this one in terms of her Suffolk breed type. I like her in terms of her head. Maybe just not as flashy or elegant in her overall makeup compared to the 2 that stand in front of her, but I think a sheep that you really have to like for a lot of reasons. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in fourth, a real powerfully made kind of a sheep and one of the more expressively muscled ones that we have out here. A sheep that's maybe a little more moderate in terms of her makeup, one that's a little more quick in terms of her pattern. A sheep I really like in terms of her loin and hip structure, but a sheep that just gets too short from front to rear for me, too short in her hind saddle and too short from that 13th rib back. And then we round out our class with a real powerfully muscled kind of a sheep. And when we talk about rack shape and we talk about loin shape and we talk about hip shape, this one certainly checks all those boxes. A sheep that you really like in terms of her muscle shape when you step back and look at her from behind. You certainly like her in terms of her bone work. We just need to change her in terms of her type before she can go any higher.
In the Merino ring, we've got a couple of late spring ram lambs here, both of them very good. The fleece advantage goes to the one up front, extremely fine and very consistent, good luster, good character. I like his body shape probably just a little bit better than the 1 and 2. In second comes a buck lamb that I do like his testicular development. He's bigger footed, he's heavier structured. I like those things about him. And he's got a consistent fleece. It's just not quite as fine or quite as bright and wide as that one up front. Very nice pair there. Congratulations to both of you.
Placing on the Merino Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to Diller 569, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Hoover 2305, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Slick Shorn Fall ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place to McCulley 5978, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to McCauley 5965, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. 4, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Addison Sheets, Perry, Oklahoma.
Just a single entry in our senior weather dam fall ewe lamb class, and as we get out here and we analyze this one, we've only got one in terms of our competition, but a sheep that's really powerfully constructed, one that's really got some natural thickness about her, and one that you can appreciate her overall mass and dimension in her. I think a sheep that we can really appreciate in terms of her hip structure and design. We'll look forward to seeing her out here in our champion lineup. Thank you.
Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Merinos, first place to Riley Smith of Jeromesville, Ohio. Now showing for champion and reserve champion ram, placing on the class of early weather dams for the Slick Shorn Suffolk class, first place to Macaulay Farms, 2207, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio.
This completes the ram portion of the Merino show here, and I think a really nice set of sheep. Small in numbers, but certainly the quality is there. They're nationally relevant type sheep with extremely good fleeces, good build, and as you go through and break them down, there's one that came out of class by himself that ultimately I think is just the best made sheep. He's probably the densest in terms of fleece. He's maybe not the finest fleece. There's a different one that holds that honor, but the winter ram lamb here is going to be our champion, and then we're going to follow with the finest fleeced buck, which is out of the spring ram lambs here for our reserve. Congratulations.
For our Merino show, champion ram goes to the first place winter ram lamb, Smith KLS 2353, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. The reserve champion to the first place in the spring ram lamb class, Diller 569, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Now ready for yearling news.
First class of Southdown market lambs. There are a lot of contrasts in types and kinds, and I'm going to opt to go with the muscle and the squareness of body and rib cage and just underlying quality. And I think the lamb that starts with, I'm not going to tell you he'll ever be a big one, but he's a really good one in terms of being really good in his underlying carriage. He's really laid in about his shoulder. He's really square and dimensional from all the way from the front to the rear of that sheep. Just a tremendous amount of muscle shape, and it comes in a really, really attractive package. If maintained properly, that one will hold for a long time and feed forever. The one here in 2, I'll give you that he maybe has a little more breastbone than the one in 3, but I think the one here in 2 is just longer sided, more dimensional in his upper hip, just shows me more stifle shape from the side. Just a lamb that I think has a lot of length of side and is very level out through his hip, and I think he's bigger in his upper hip than the one in 3. I'll give you the ewe lamb here in 3 might be a little shorter bladed than the one up here in 2. I just don't think she's quite as square coming from behind as what the one that was just right ahead of it or the one that was in first. Then we run into a little bit more what you call Midwestern looking, the bigger frame, cooler looking ones that still have enough look to them, and I don't disagree with that. But I think in terms of muscle shape, this guy's really good looking and he's level. Appreciate that about him. I just don't think he's got as much stuff as the ones ahead of him. Then we end up with the one here in 5th that's got more rib cage and more dimension. Gets a little rough in her top for me, just a little bit down in her loin edge on her where she hooks up with her hip loin junction.
Placing on the first class of Southdown market lambs goes to 3146, 96-pound lamb, Kale Deceive, Atkinson, Nebraska. Second place in that class to 3017, 101-pound lamb, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third place, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Kinsey Minnan, Walton, Indiana. And 5, Kate Bowers, Bellbrook, Ohio.
Here in our Slick Shorn Suffolk show, we're in our senior champion lineup, and we bring our class winners out here. And I think we found a really nice set of females out here as we worked through each one of the classes and sorted through these sheep. I think we found a uniform, consistent set of ewes in the way that they're put together. I think we found none that are sound and have some usefulness and function about them, but also I think they're going to go on and certainly make improvements to their respected breeding programs. I'm going to go out and show you which 2 I like the best. Let's put our hands together for these junior exhibitors.
For the Slick Shorn Suffolk portion of our National Junior Show, our senior champion was the first place early yearling ewe, Macaulay 5599, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion came from the Slick Shorn Fall ewe lamb class, Macaulay 5978, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Now ready for Slick Shorn January ewe lambs.
Really good class of Merino ewes over here in the white ring. And I think as you work down in through, obviously there's some different weather impact, if you will, environmental impact as we get into these fleeces. But from the outside, it's pretty obvious the best show sheep is the young man's up front. That sheep's very up fronted, good in her top line. And yet as you get in and start to part that fleece, she matches it with a very white fleece that's consistent and very lustrous. Nice sheep there. And two, we've got a sheep that's maybe a little smaller in stature, but another really good built sheep. A little frailer, just a little smaller. Really good fleece on that one as well. Very soft to the touch. One of the finer fibered fleeces that we have in this particular class. The one that comes out in 3, a little stouter, a little bulkier. I really like the fleece on her. She's not one of the finer fleeced ones in this particular class, but she's very, very consistent. She's got a great character to her fleece, really big and bulky and heavy shearing type of a fleece. Like that a lot about her. As we move into 4, little finer fleeced one that comes out in 4, maybe just fix a little bit of build on her. She obviously sits at a performance disadvantage to these 3 that sit ahead of her. And then as we work into number 5 here, a big upstanding ewe that's extended. There's maybe a little bit more weather and environment in that fleece than maybe some of the ones ahead of her. Nice class here. Certainly a lot of quality in the yearling ewes of the Merinos.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Merino show, first place to Diller 548, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Diller 552, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place to Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 4, Riley Smith. And 5, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Merinos, first to Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
fall ewe lambs in the Merino ring, and I think two very nice ones. Obviously, a little bit more size and extension, just a little bit more performance, if you will, in the sheep that leads off. I think both of these sheep have a little variation as you work back into their britch for a lamb fleece, but certainly big, extended, powerful sheep that leads off. A little bit more showy is the sheep that comes out in two, probably finer fleeced and denture, wider and just higher yielding, if you will, from that aspect. Smaller sheep that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well. Nice pair there. Congratulations.
Southdown heavyweight market lambs, just a really stout, big-bodied, opened up on, lots of forearm, tons of bone and feature about this guy. When you get up on top of him, he is pulled apart in his rib cage. He's really open in terms of that body. He's open down in the lower one-third of his body. He's getting to that point where you're starting to push plenty of condition, but in the same breath, just a super stout, opened up one that's really good in his underline. His flank's really good and soggy in him. Really dimensional up in his upper hip and tons of leg in that guy. The close decision for me is in between 2 and 3, and I think there's a better balanced sheep in 3. I think it's smoother down its top line from front to rear, definitely square over its loin edge. It's not as big in its hip, but I think in terms of when it's balanced, studying its rib cage, length of blade, breastplate, I think that one's just a little cooler front. It has a little more future in it than the one here in 3. 3's got that forearm that we were talking about in our class winner. I think it's a little deeper than it is in its heart than it is in its flank. Doesn't want to hook up in its loin edge as square as I'd like to see, but a high-quality one from there. Big, jacked-up kind of sheep here that if you appreciate the kind that are up and extended and freaky made, this guy's got some of those things. I just don't think he's got as much power down low, really lacking that lower leg. Doesn't have as much power up over his top line. Definitely isn't as pulled apart in his forerib. The guy at the end of the class here, to me, gets a little steep in his hip, gets a little more quick in his kind, but a sheep that I wouldn't give up on. Keep him lean, keep him raw. He's still got potential to continue to feed.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place goes to Smith, KLS 2346, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second place to WCYC 0404, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Get into our ewe lambs here in our Slick Shorn Suffolk show, and I think we've got an exceptional one to lead off here. A lamb that's maybe been a little more challenging to show, but I think is when the young lady gets this one put together, I think this sheep really has all the pieces that we've been looking for and what we've been talking about all day. Sheep that when this lamb is set up, you get your hands on this sheep, she's got a lot of product to her. She certainly has a lot of natural thickness and power and dimension about her, and you can see that she's been a challenge for this young lady to show, but when this ewe lamb gets out and moves, she's the soundest, freest, easy moving ewe lamb we've got out here. And then we couple that when we talk about in terms of her structure, a sheep that's just really stout in terms of her features. I like her in terms of her bone work, one that you can really appreciate the base width in this one, and when you get back and look at her from the side, she balances up better than any that we've got out here. I like her in terms of her breed type, just a high quality individual to lead off with. Ewe lamb that we've got here in second is one that you can really appreciate that length of body. Certainly you can appreciate the length of hind saddle and loin in this one as well. Certainly when you get back and look at this one, you appreciate the width that she has through her hip, one that does have some natural thickness and muscle about her, but one that we just need to make better in terms of her front one-third of her body. A sheep for me today that just gets deeper in terms of her chest floor, one that gets a little more bold in terms of her shoulder, and one that just doesn't tie together nearly as neat from her neck into her shoulder, and that's why she's going to be second. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in third, one that's straight and true down her top, a ewe lamb that's set down nice on all four corners, one that's got some natural thickness and muscle about her, maybe a sheep that just gets a little more piecey for me today. We can kind of describe this sheep in three pieces. They're the front one-third or middle one-third, and then a rear one-third, and they just don't really jive together well. Certainly that could be a sign of immaturity, but I think a sheep that you can appreciate that muscle and thickness that she has. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in fourth, a more moderate frame type sheep, one today that is really heavy heavy muscled when you get in and study this one. One in terms of her rack shape and one in terms of her loin shape. Certainly one that you like in terms of her bone. She just gets too short from front to rear. She gives up some size and scale compared to the sheep in front of her. I think that's why she needs to be 4 today. And then we get a big outlined ewe here in 5th, and certainly one that you can admire for her weight for day of age and the pounds and product that this one brings to the table. A sheep that's really long from front to rear, but a sheep that just needs to be better in terms of her structure. Thank you.
2 ewe lambs over here on this side make up our early ewe lamb class, and I think both of them are nice. Really a nice sheep that leads off. Young man brings us one that I think has some show ring look, and then on top of that, probably just a little bit cleaner and softer fleece than the one that is in second. I like the one that's in second. Nice build, good structured. She's up on her toes. They point the right direction. Again, a little bit more environmental impact on that fleece. Not that there's anything wrong with her fleece. I think she's got good character, just a little bit dirtier as you get in there. Maybe not quite the same look and build as that one that leads off. Congratulations.
Placing on class number 2 of our market lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to lot 2305, weighing 127 pounds, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to 2006, 114-pound lamb, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Third place to Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Fourth place, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. And fifth place to Hallie Scheller, Noblesville, Indiana.
So out here for Champion Southdown, let's put our hands together. Really a nice little Southdown show for no more numbers than we've had. It's quite obvious I'm staying in the front row on these 2 sheep, and I think they're both very, very stout-made, big-footed, really rugged type sheep. I think when you really get up on top of them, you know, you got one that's more mature, starting to get some cover, and you got one that's more of a prospect type of an analyzation situation. When you get up on top of them and really study them and watch them walk, and as they walk away from you, I think one's just a skosh little better in his blade in terms of up on the top skeleton of his body. I think they're both opened up enough in terms of that. I think both of them have had a nice run as they start to look at them, and in terms of those things, both of them have a lot of muscle. I think the big guy's got just a tweak more upper hip today, more lower stifle and lower pin in him, and I think he stays level when you put him in motion. I'm going to use the big guy here for grand and the little one for reserve. Congratulations. Good luck. Congratulations. Nice sheep.
Champion market lamb for the Southdown show goes to our heavyweight class winner, 2305, 127 pounds, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. The reserve champion, our lightweight class winner, 3146, 96 pounds, Cale DeCive, Atkinson, Nebraska. That does conclude our Southdown show. The Southdown premier exhibitor was Drew George with 74 points. There was a 3-way tie for second with 63 points each. They were Kate Bowers, Kaylin Smirchik, and Lincoln Oldenburg. Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first to Smith, KLS 2355, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second place to Hoover 2300, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Placing over on the Slick Shorn January ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to Russell Sheep Company 2320, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place to Brooklyn Tyrone, Veneta, Oklahoma with STR1GO. Third place, Hudson Horhetz, Zephyr, Texas. 4, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And fifth place, Zach Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania.
2 entries out here in the spring lambs and the merinos, and I think 2 very nice sheep. I don't think it's build that sorts them. They're both nice built sheep. They're both good in terms of foot and bone and up on their toes. A little nicer, finer fleece up front here. One that's more consistent in my opinion. And certainly a stout, powerful sheep that comes in into like that a lot about her. Maybe just doesn't have quite the look up front as the one that leads off, and not quite as fine as you start to part the fleeces. But really nice pair there. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Merinos, first place, Diller 568, Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Smith, KLS 2356, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the Merino pair ewe lamb class, first place to Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Really a nice Merino show over here, and not to spend more time than we have to. The show was kind of small on numbers, but the quality is exceptionally good. I think a nice set of sheep and good set of fleeces. Yearling ewe over there is going to be our champion. Congratulations to that crew. I think a nice sheep, very good fleece as well. Then we're going to drop down here. Young man here is going to be out of the the winter ewe lambs is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Nice set of February ewe lambs here in our Suffolk show, and we've got a really easy winner to lead off with, in my opinion. I think as we get in and study this one, she's been what we've been talking about all day in terms of build. Just a high-quality individual here, one that's dead level down her top, and when you look at her here, she sets in nice in terms of her shoulder. A sheep that when you look at her from the side, she's got some depth of rib. She's dropped in deep in her rear flank, and certainly one that we can appreciate her in terms of her Suffolk breed type. I think as we forecast this particular individual forward, she's the kind of sheep that's only going to get better with time, but certainly she's sound, she's correct, and she's got the foundation to go on and make an outstanding yearling ewe. Ewe that comes at us here in second was one that when she came into the ring, I really appreciated a lot of things about this particular female, but as the class went on, there was a few things that started to creep out on this one, and certainly one that I really like in terms of her top line. I like her in terms of her hip structure. I like her in terms of the muscle that she presents us. Where I need to change this individual is when we talk about her in the front 1/3 of this sheep skeleton, a sheep that just needs to be better in terms of her shoulder design, a sheep that needs to be better in the way her neck hooks into her shoulder, certainly one that just needs to balance up better from the side here, but I think one that we have to admire her in terms of her bone and the size of foot that she stands on. Ewe that comes at us here in third, again, a long-bodied kind of sheep, and one that we can appreciate that length of hind saddle and length of loin in this particular individual. A sheep that I really appreciate in terms of the front 1/3 of her skeleton. We just need to make her better the way her loin connects into her hip. She just likes to break in that area, and certainly just doesn't come together with as much balance as we'd like to see. Ewe that comes at us here in fourth is one that certainly looks really nice from a profiling standpoint, and a sheep that when we look from the side here, you really admire how straight and true she is down her top. You like her when you study this one at the ground in terms of the bone and the size of foot that she has. Maybe a sheep that isn't quite as long-bodied as the ones that we've got in front of her. One that just gets a little bit shorter in terms of her loin, and she gets shorter in terms of her hip, and therefore she just doesn't balance up quite as nice. And then we're going to round out our top 5 with a more moderate framed ewe lamb, but one you have to admire her in terms of her overall skeletal build, a sheep that you can really appreciate the straightness in her lines, the power down her top. She just needs more growth and performance to run with the ewe lambs in front of her.
For our Merino show, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe, Diller 548, Morgan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. The reserve champion ewe was first place winter ewe lamb, Smith, KLS 2355, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Placing on the young flock class for the Merinos, first place to Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Placing for the Slick Shorn February ewe lamb class, first place goes to Hannah Warnicki, Columbus Grove, Ohio on Warnicki Livestock 2301. Second place to Maple Leaf 2320, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third, Hudson Hohertz, Zephyr, Texas. 4, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. And 5, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana. Placing on the Merino Best 4 head of ewes, first, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. For our best fleece in the Merino show, it came from the yearling class shown by Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Yearling ewe class.
No, it didn't. I think there was only 2 in that class. Does conclude our Merino show. Next up will be White Lincolns in the White Ring. White Lincolns in the White Ring.
Just a trio of ewe lambs here in our Slick Shorn March Suffolk ewe lamb class, but we've got a really complete ewe lamb to lead off with, one that just overpowers the rest of the class in terms of growth and performance. A sheep that we really appreciate that length of body and spine in this one. A sheep that, as we talk about this one in terms of growth and performance, she excels over the ewe lamb that stands here in second. Ewe lamb that comes at us here in second, one that's a little more moderate in terms of her build, one that's really expressively muscled when you get on top of this sheep, a sheep that maybe just needs to be changed in terms of her hip structure. She likes to narrow up at her pin set just a little bit, certainly needs to be a little stouter in terms of her feature to run with the ewe lamb in front of her. And same holds true with the ewe lamb that we've got here in third, one that's really youthful in terms of her appearance. We just need to give this sheep more time and more power and dimension before she can go any higher.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk March ewe lamb class. First place to M&M Hornsbostel, 2307, Morgan Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Second place to SIR 103, Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third place to Aaron Kulas, Houston, Minnesota.
Just a single entry here in our spring division of our Suffolk Weather Dams, and I think we've got a sheep that could handle a lot of competition, a sheep that when you really get in, she certainly has a lot of natural thickness down her top, and one that's just really powerful in terms of her muscle shape, a sheep that you really like in terms of her hip design and her pin width, one that when she gets out and moves, she's certainly sound and sets down nice on all four corners. We'll look forward to seeing her in our champion lineup. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of late weather dams for the Slick Shorn Suffolk's. First place to Barzell 23059, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Now ready in the ring for White Lincolns. White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs should be in the white ring.
Start the Lincoln ring over here, and I think a really nice individual to start off with. First and foremost, he's the best fleeced buck. And on top of that, I think when we set these in motion, he's just the most consistent in terms of his feet and leg placement. That's his advantage over the big buck that sits in second behind him, is he's just better in terms of the set to his knee and his ankle up front, and as a result, he can remain in more level in his top line. Really like his fleece as well as you get in on it. Big upstanding buck that's in second, and if you want to start him, I'll listen to you because on the standstill, there's a lot to like about that guy. Unfortunately, as we get him in motion, I do think he probably labors a little bit more out of both ends. Also not quite as consistent from a fleece perspective as that buck that leads off. Nice sheep that comes out in third, probably a little bit more correct in terms of his front end angles than the one ahead of him. Unfortunately, though, he's just a little plainer here, and then as we get in motion, he's kind of got the same issue in terms of his hind leg set. But nice class there. Go ahead and give him a round of applause. We send him back.
For the slick-shored Suffolks, the pair ewe lamb class, first place goes to Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second to Houston Hohorts, Zephyr, Texas. Third, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 4, Brooklyn Tyrone, Veneta, Oklahoma. And 5 to Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois.
Really nice lineup of sheep out here in our junior champion lineup. And as we look at our females that we've assembled in terms of our classes, I think we found a really nice set of sheep that really represent the breed well and really have a lot of structural correctness and quality about them, but yet they're also matched with some muscle and some breed type that goes along with it. I think as we talk about these females going forward, I think each and every one of them exhibits some evidence that they're going to go on and make outstanding yearling ewes as they go forward. I'll go out and show you which two I like best here in our junior champion lineup.
For the slick-sheared Suffolks, our junior champion and reserve junior champion both came out of the January ewe lamb class. The champion, Russell Sheep Company, 2320, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was second in that class, STR1GO, Brooklyn Tyrone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Now showing for overall grand and reserve grand champion, Slick Shorn ewe. Placing on the white senior ram lamb class for our Lincoln show. First place to A. Anderson, 2209, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Alpha Omega 2200, Caro, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. And third place to Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois.
Here as we bring our division winners back in our Slick Shorn Suffolk show. We've got 4 high-quality individuals out here, and I'll be the first to admit this was an enjoyable show to go through and sort. Definitely a lot of quality here in our Slick Shorn show, but also a lot of quality in our fitted show as well. And I think certainly the Suffolk breeders should be proud of the high-quality sheep that they've been able to bring out, but also the high-quality juniors that have been able to exhibit them. We won't talk about these sheep any longer. I'll go out and show you which 2 I like the best.
Grand Champion U for the Slick Shorn Suffolk Show goes to our senior champion out of the early yearling U class, Macaulay 5599, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. The reserve Grand Champion was our junior champion from the Slick Shorn January U Lamb class, Russell Sheep Company 2320, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Now ready for Slick Shorn Flock.
Nice class over on the Lincoln side, and I think again, obviously we get a little higher in numbers, but certainly a little higher in terms of competition as well. And so with that, I think the quality has probably ramped up just a little bit. I like the sheep that leads off. The young lady brings us one that I think really props up well. He's got a very lustrous fleece that's consistent as you work from shoulder back into his britch. Just kind of a show sheep look, and I like that a good deal about him. More density to the fleece in the Ram Lamb in second. I like that. Certainly a good character to his fleece as well, and it's very clean. That sheep props up very well, just doesn't come with quite the extras through his front end or in terms of his forerib shape as that sheep that leads off. Go into 3, and we've got a sheep that maybe has just a little bit more variation as we work shoulder back, but I do like that guy a good deal in terms of just his size and the kind that he represents. He's maybe not quite as comfortable in terms of his front end angle compared to that sheep ahead of him, maybe just a little bit off out of his hip as well. Really a bold-bodied sheep that comes in next that I think you can appreciate a lot about. We get these sheep in motion. He gets a little heavy up front, in my opinion. Just a little different in terms of the fleece character he brings to the table as well. The one that comes next, I think you like a good deal about. Again, maybe one that offers just a little bit of variation from a fleece perspective, get him in motion. That guy wants to deviate right in behind his shoulder a little bit and not want to take to the lead and just be as comfortable as some of these others in class. The guy that rounds out the 6 out here, I think, is one that's got a ton of future. Obviously, just at a performance disadvantage out here, but certainly a sheep that pictures the right kind of image that we want in terms of projecting forward. Just need a little bit more size out here. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to Mum 2302, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 2148, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Third place, Ada Larson. Fourth place, Lori New, Olwell, Iowa. And fifth, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk Young Flock class, first place to Hudson Hohertz, Zephyr, Texas. Second place to Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third place, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 4, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. And 5, Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Placing on the Slick Shorn Best 4 Head of Ewes for the Suffolks, first place goes to Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place to Hudson Hohertz, Zephyr, Texas. Third to Mikey Terone, Veneta, Oklahoma. Now ready for market lambs.
Lincoln side move into a younger age of ram lambs here, and there's probably more competition in here than we've seen so far in the Lincolns. I think a lot of quality all the way through as we work down this class, but ultimately the show sheep's the one that leads off. And again, I start at the ground in terms of foot size, bone, and ultimately chest width and body shape, all of those things sit in his favor. I think he does get out of his front end more comfortably than the sheep in second, and certainly comes with more stoutness and feature. Certainly a fleece that you can appreciate in terms of just the luster that it has and the consistency that it has. Like the sheep in second in terms of his center body, he's one that needs to act a little bit better and probably take to the lead just a little bit more consistently. Unfortunately, compound his attitude with the fact that he's a little bit more upright in his shoulder, and we get a sheep that struggles out of his front end just a little bit more. I really like the body type of the sheep that sits in third. He's not the big upstanding sheep that we've gotten 1 and 2, but what he is very level in his top line. He's extremely good in terms of his feet and legs. Just needs to come with just a little bit more show presence, if you will, compared to those two up there. Stout, powerful sheep that comes out in 4. Like him a good deal. Gets just a little bit more plain as we get off to the side of him. He's one that maybe is just a little bit more plain in terms of his fleece as well. Get into 5, and that's a sheep that you like a good deal in terms of his body shape. Again, get him in motion. He's one that needs to be just a little bit freer out of his front end, and then ultimately have just a little bit more look. Young lady is doing an outstanding job on this one down here in 6. That sheep needs to probably be just a little bit stouter and come with just a little bit more look in order to get further up in this particular class. Congratulations.
Here as we wrap up our Suffolk show with the market lambs, we've got a real easy winner to lead off with here in our show. I think a sheep that's just really powerful in the way this one's built. Certainly one that has that meat animal shape when you get in over on top of this one. One that's the most expressive in terms of his rack and loin. And then we talk about him in terms of his hip. He's the widest hip, widest pin one that we've got out here. And then we couple that with being the widest base, stoutest boned one, and gets about the ring on a soundest set of feet and legs. That's the kind of sheep that just puts it all together to wins for us today. Lamb that we have here in second is really similar in type and kind compared to our winner. A sheep that is really pretty powerful when you get on top of this one as well. Really like the bone work in this one. Really like the top shape and muscle on this guy. Probably this lamb's brighter days are in front of him, as he certainly could definitely go on feed longer, and certainly time will help this guy. And then we get in a lamb here in third, one that certainly is a long-bodied kind of a sheep, and one that handles longer from his 13th rib back compared to the lamb in front of him. But we just need to give this lamb some more muscle shape and power before he can run with the 2 in front of him. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk Market Lamb class, first place goes to 23040, a lamb weighing 115, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Second, 107, a lamb weighing 102, Brooklyn Tyrone, Bonita, Oklahoma. And third, to Helen Kulas, Houston, Minnesota. That does conclude our Suffolk show today. Placings for the Junior Ram Lamb class for the White Lincolns. First to Mum, 2394, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois, with DeFries 1-23. Third place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And 5, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa. Placing on the White Lincoln pair of Ram Lambs, first to Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. And third place, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin.
really a nice set of rams out here. I think a good representation of the breed, and certainly sheep that you should all be very proud of. And with that said, I've spent plenty of time on the mic. I won't spend more time than we have to. We're going to go ahead and use the winter ram lamb here for champion. I think that's a nice sheep and certainly one deserving of champion out here. Follow up with the spring for reserve back here. Congratulations.
Champion White Lincoln Ram goes to our intermediate Ram Lamb class winner, Mum 2302, Emmalou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The reserve champion goes to our junior Ram Lamb class winner, Mum 2394, Emmalou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
Nice class of Lincolns, good numbers here, and the quality was certainly there as well. I think as you study the top five, we find exceptionally good individuals as we work through here, and an upstanding female that comes out first. I think one that is very, very good in terms of just balance and design. I think more consistently from a fleece character standpoint than maybe we get into two or even 3 or 4 down here. And so really a nice sheep to start out. I do wish that she would get out and move out of her hind wheels just a little bit more athletically at times, but certainly has the front end advantage over the sheep in second. On the standstill, I really like the sheep in second. I actually prefer her body style probably a little bit more. She comes with more genuine stoutness than the sheep that we start. As we get out in motion, it's just where she sets her neck on her shoulder that needs to be more accurate. She needs to be higher in terms of her neck attachment, and that would allow her to just balance that much more correctly as we get out in motion. As it is, a very nice one on the standstill. Just got to get out in motion a little bit more effectively. Again, a sheep in third that I just never really got a consistent look at. Unfortunately, acting up a little bit. I do think that probably she has some advantages over that sheep that we just talked about. I really like her when she gets parked in terms of her length of neck. I think she's got the right kind of fleece character as well. She's one that ultimately, again, needs to be more consistent in motion. She just needs to take to the lead a little bit better. But as a result, in my opinion, she gets just a little round out of her hip and hind leg. Needs to be more consistent there. Really like the sheep in 4, big broody ewe. She's maybe a little heavier conditioned, and as a result, she's starting to show just a little bit more maturity and condition up front. Just need to clean her up from a condition perspective. Nice sheep that rounds out our top 5. I think a very basic one in terms of foot and bone and just fundamentally correct. Just doesn't come with quite the same wow factor in terms of stoutness or look as those 4 ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling U class, first place to Alpha Omega 2239, Hope 22, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to 348, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4, Jillian DeFries. Fifth place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Yearling U class, first place, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third to Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. 4, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And 5, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin.
A lot of quality in this particular class, and I think there's some different ways that you can align this particular class, especially these top two, I think are both very good. They're just very good in different ways. I like the sheep up front in terms of her height, the shoulder, and just her look of quality from the outside. She's maybe just a little bit softer as you get in and start to handle that fleece, and certainly one that you like in terms of just her consistency. That one comes with more stoutness out of her hip. She's bigger in terms of her foot and feature. The one that comes in second I like in terms of her soundness of structure. I think she's probably actually a little bit better in terms of her front end design. She's a little bit better in terms of just the consistency down her top line. Unfortunately, she gets just a little bit plainer from the side than the sheep up front. Just doesn't come with quite the same look up through her front third that the sheep up front does. Kind of the same thing as the sheep that comes out in third. Like her body, certainly one that you like in terms of her hip and hind leg. Get them in motion. She doesn't hold herself together as well as those two ahead of her. In 4 is kind of the same story. Like that sheep a good deal in terms of chest width and body shape. She's one that you like a good deal in terms of some stoutness. Unfortunately, as we get her in motion, she comes up and her spine just a little bit, gets a little round out of her hip, and then we round out the top 5 with a sheep that I think, again, from a look standpoint, you can appreciate needs to be probably stoutened up just a little bit. She needs just a little bit more bloom compared to this set ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the White Lincolns, first place goes to 362, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Second place, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania, with Gargis Girls 209. Third place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio.
Again, a nice class here, and I think one that comes together really well. You know, the sheep up front, I'll be the first one to admit, I've been talking structure and skeleton all day, and then come out and use one that needs to get out of her hind leg a little bit better. I'm the first one to admit that. 2 and 3 get out of their hind leg probably better than she does, but so good on the standstill in terms of balance and proportions. I think very good from that aspect. She's a stouter sheep than either 2 or 3, and probably just more show ready at this point, to be completely honest. Love the build and balance of 2, and certainly fleece quality is in her favor. Very soft and consistent fleece. I like that a lot about that one. She's just a little raw looking and tubey, if you will, as you study her in terms of her center body. Just a little lammy. That one fills up, and long term, I think that one will be all you can handle in this particular division. Like this one in 3 quite a bit. A lot of the same story as the one we just talked about, just doesn't come with as much stoutness and power from behind as that one ahead of her. I like her a good deal. She just never really relaxes, unfortunately. She's just kind of tensed up. She just needs to relax and keep her top line down a little bit more. Just needs stoutened up. Love the fleece in the one that comes next. Extremely good in terms of just character, length, luster, all of those things. I like that one a good deal from that standpoint. Just doesn't come with quite the same show ring look and height and length up through her front third as the ones ahead of her. Get in 5, and again, one that you have to like in terms of just basic build, extremely sound structured. Again, one that just has to come with a little bit more look to get further up in this particular class. Congratulations.
Results of our White Lincoln Intermediate ewe lamb class. First place to 363, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Second place to Mum 2303, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place to Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And 5, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin.
Really an intriguing couple of sheep up top here, and nothing taken away from 3, 4, and 5, but two very good show sheep first and foremost. I think the ewe lamb that leads off does so, she obviously comes with a lot of look and design from the outside. On top of that, she's good fleeced. She's one that certainly is very soft, lustrous as you get in there. Appreciate that about her. She's just so much stouter and just more show ready than the one that comes in 2. I think the one that comes in 2 has a ton of future. Extremely good built. Love the front end and certainly how she's built in terms of her underline. That sheep, unfortunately, again, just needs to relax first and foremost, and secondly, just needs a little bit more oomph out here in order to run with that one that wins. I like the one in 3rd. Nice sheep and certainly one that proportions very well. Just not quite the height, the shoulder length, or just the show ring presence as those ones up ahead of her there. Really good fleece sheep that comes next. Very good from that aspect. Not only consistency from shoulder to britch, but also really like just the character and the luster that fleece comes with. Unfortunately, the sheep just needs to be a little bit more attractive from a show ring presence standpoint to get further up. Nice sheep that comes in 5. Like her body shape, to me, she's just a little awkward in terms of her hock placement, a little plainer up in terms of her shoulder and her breastplate. Nice class there.
Results for the junior ewe lamb class. First place to Mum 2386, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Larson 2131, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And 5, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe for the White Lincoln Show. Results for the pair of ewe lamb class. First place, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Second, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And 5th to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania.
Well, the sheep are getting tired, and I'm sure the kids are too. So we'll try and keep things moving here. I think a really nice set of Lincoln females out here, and ultimately really a good show. Not, again, high in necessarily numbers, but I think the top end is just absolutely incredible in terms of being well represented, in terms of what the breed strengths are, and ultimately what we look for out here. And so with that, I've talked to them. I don't need to spend any more time doing it, but I think that there's a couple of them that probably just suit me a little bit closer to what I look for. I'm going to use the yearling ewe up here for champion. I think that one's very nice. Congratulations to that young lady. And then I think it does come down to a couple of ewe lambs here for reserve. Ultimately, one that I think's just more ready and more there today is the young lady out of the winter lamb. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, Alpha Omega 2239, Hope 22, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. The reserve champion ewe goes to the class winner from the intermediate ewe lamb class, 363, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Now ready for young flock. placings for the white young flock class. First place, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And fourth place, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Now ready for best four head of ewes, best four head of ewes. For the best four head of ewes class, the results are first, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Second, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. We're now beginning our natural colored Lincoln show. Entering the ring, we have natural colored senior Ram Lambs.
Start the natural colored Lincoln show with one that I think is exceptionally good, and the young man's up front. Maybe the best animal that we've seen in quite a while in this ring anyways. I think one that really props up well, good in terms of fleece character, good in terms of consistency, stout, powerful, looks like a buck. He's masculine in his head. I think a nice place to start. Nothing taken away from the young ladies in second. That one certainly is sound enough and good enough legged, very athletic, as you can see. At the end of the day, just needs to be stouter and more powerful to run with that buck up front. Congratulations.
Best white fleeced animal from the senior Ram Lamb class, Andrew Anderson. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lambs for the Lincoln show, first place goes to Mum 2296, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Reed 2235, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa.
Nice one to start off with in Ram Lamb class here. Certainly one that you like from the outside. Just a big, upstanding, good balanced buck with some stoutness and power. Nice place to lead off. Better fleeced buck, in my opinion, comes in second. Like that about him. He's a little frailer featured, doesn't come with quite the same stoutness and just uniqueness in terms of body line as that one that leads off. But two very nice ones there. Run into a couple of bucks that are very similar. I like the added length and extension of the buck that sits in third. I think he's probably just a little bit more consistent in terms of his character from his shoulder back as well. Both very long, stapled, dense fleeces between 3 and 4 here. 4 is a buck that I think comes with more power. He's more moderate than the 1 in 3. I'm not saying that's good or bad. At the end of the day, he's just a little bit more plain as you study him up through his front third. And then we round out the set with a buck that I think has a ton of future. At the end of the day, he just sits at a bit of a performance disadvantage, if you will, out here compared to this particular set. Congratulations.
Placings on the class of natural colored intermediate ram lambs for the Lincoln Show. First place to lean 2343, Lori Glue, Owen, Iowa. Second place to 2144, Ada Larson, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Third place, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 4, at Ava Jo Hayes. And 5 to Braden Starkenberg, Whitewood, South Dakota.
Nice buck lamb to start with here. Stout, powerful, and rugged, and probably has an advantage over the 1 in second in terms of just body shape and stoutness and power, in my opinion. The 1 in second, I think, does have more consistency as you work through that fleece, more luster. He's more upstanding up front, just a little smaller footed, frailer boned, just a little flatter, if you will, than the sheep that leads off. Nice future for the one that comes next. I love his color pattern first and foremost, but secondly, I think that guy does have a really, really good build. Unfortunately, he's just a little tense out here wanting to ride up in his top, and at the end of the day, compared to those two up front, he's just a little too lamby looking. Needs a little bit more bloom out here. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior class, placing on the junior ram lamb class for the natural colored Lincolns. First place goes to Mum 2358, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 308, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place to Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa. Placing on the pair of Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa.
Nice set of rams to select for